After Qin Yan left, Song Yuelan took a long nap. When she opened her eyes, she looked at the clock. It's already past 4 in the afternoon. She slipped on her slippers and went downstairs. The house was very quiet. Only her footsteps echoed in the empty rooms. She went to the yard to give some water to Xiaohei. Since there was nothing urgent in the afternoon, she watered the plants in the yard. Recently, her third aunt gave her some amber melon seeds, which she planted in the yard. Now, the seeds had sprouted, with tender green leaves, looking lively and full of energy. Song Yuelan thought that maybe this year she would finally get to taste the amber melon she grew herself. After more than half an hour of tending the yard, she started to feel more relaxed. She walked through the living room and accidentally saw the candy jar. The jar was placed in the most prominent spot in the living room. She hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out and opened the jar. She peeled the wrapper off a piece of candy and put it in her mouth, letting it melt slowly on her tongue. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, breaking her concentration. Hearing the knock, she was a bit surprised. She quickly went to the door and opened it, and was stunned. Song Yuelan looked at the person in shock. She never expected Song Yuemei to come here. Her eyes quickly scanned Song Yuemei, and her guard grew stronger. She looked cautiously at her and asked, "What are you here for? Her so-called older sister shouldn't come just to visit her out of kindness." Song Yuemei also looked at Song Yuelan in shock. Just 2 months apart, and Song Yuelan has changed so much, which surprised her very much. She is not as thin as a stick, but a bit plumper than before. Now, standing in front of her, Song Yuelan looks noticeably heavier. Her skin on her face is as smooth as a peeled egg, bright and clear, shining with health. She wears a pink dress with a healthy glow of pink and white, full of youthful energy, no longer looking like a rustic country girl. Song Yuemei frowns. "You look good. That man Qin Yan is quite generous, right? That is one of his few good points. In her previous life, she married him, and Qin Yan gave her 200 yuan every month. Back then, besides Qin Yan ignoring her, she spent those 200 yuan happily. She could buy many fashionable cosmetics and clothes each month. Thinking about this money now in Song Yuelan's hands, she feels a bit jealous. Song Yuemei stands at the door. "Won't you invite me in to sit?" Song Yuelan responds without politeness. "No. If you don't say why you came, I'll just close the door." Her tone is cold and firm. She has no interest in Song Yuemei. She has no good feelings towards Song Yuemei at all. During her time in the Song family, her impression of Song Yuemei was extremely bad. So, she simply doesn't want any contact with her. Song Yuemei seems unaware of Song Yuelan's coldness and confidently says, "Give me the admission letter. I want to go to university." This makes Song Yuelan very surprised. She widens her eyes, showing an expression of disbelief, as if she's heard something most absurd. Although they have been together for half a year, she still cannot understand Song Yuemei's way of thinking. She can't help but ask, "Do you even know what you're saying?" But Song Yuemei doesn't care and continues, "Mom and Dad said I should go to university." Hearing the words, "Mom and Dad," Song Yuelan's eyebrows furrow even more. She sneers. "Who are Mom and Dad? Do I have anything to do with you?" Then, she stubbornly said, "You carry the Song family blood, and your parents gave you money. This university belongs to me." Song Yuelan found her to be completely unreasonable. She almost laughed out of anger and sarcastically said, "Then go ask your parents for it. I don't know you." As she spoke, she was about to close the door. Song Yuemei quickly used her foot to block the door, stopping it from closing. Angrily and fiercely, she said to Song Yuelan, "Don't be so proud. Do you think just because you married into Jinghai, you can do whatever you want?" Before she finished speaking, she reached out to pull Song Yuelan's hair, as if wanting to give her a lesson. At this moment, Xiaohei ran over and bit at Song Yuemei's shoe. Song Yuemei was caught off guard and quickly pulled her foot back. With a loud bang, Song Yuelan seized the opportunity to slam the door shut. "Leave now, or I will call the police." Song Yuemei's face turned pale with anger and said unwillingly, "Just wait. One day, you'll come to me asking for help." She wanted to see the day Song Yuelon had bad luck. Song Yuelon closed the door, lowered her head, and praised Xiaohe. Good job, Xiaohe. She sat down and shook her head, surprised that Song Yume had also come to Jinghai. She even wanted to ask her for the admission letter. Unexpectedly, Song Yume had also arrived in Jinghai and shamelessly demanded her admission letter. If others heard about this, they probably wouldn't believe it. Everyone would think it was unbelievable. After all, which sister would boldly her younger sister's admission letter? Suddenly, Song Yuelon vaguely remembered a past memory. This body, the original memories of Song Yuelon. Since she was young, Song Yuelon had been invisible at home. Her parents didn't like her, and Song Yueme, who was a bit older, started bullying her when she was very young. Her parents favored her and never stopped her sister. When she told her parents, she was often scolded in return. It's your fault for provoking your sister. She had worn her sister's old clothes since she was little. One year, relatives gave them a pair of shoes. That pair of shoes was too small for Song Yueme, so it ended up in Song Yuelon's hands. It was the first time she received new shoes. She felt a little excited, as she had only worn her sister's old clothes since she was young. She carefully put away her pair of shoes and placed them on her bedside table. This way, she could see the shoes every day. She wanted to wear them when she went to school. Recently, every girl at school had a pair of red cloth shoes. She never dreamed she would have a pair too. One day, after finishing her chores, she went to her bed and realized her shoes were missing. She searched everywhere but couldn't find them. Finally, she saw the shoes on Song Yueme's feet. Song Yueme was wearing them, and they clearly didn't fit well. She deliberately pressed down on the heel to make the shoes look loose and sloppy. Even worse, Song Yueme had gone outside wearing the shoes and stepped into a muddy puddle. The bright red shoes, now covered in mud, had turned into dirty gray, looking very different from their original appearance. Song Yueme's voice trembled slightly. You did it on purpose. But Song Yueme didn't care and smiled with a teasing look, replying disdainfully, These broken shoes? I don't care about them. I'll give them back to you. Without hesitation, she kicked the shoes off her feet like a shuttlecock towards Song Yuelon. She had red cloth shoes, but she just didn't want Song Yuelon to be too happy. When Song Yueme was very young, she worried about what would happen if her mother had a younger brother. She thought the brother's birth would take away her status at home and her parents' love. But when her mother later had a younger sister, Song Yueme felt especially happy. Because then, she wouldn't be the only girl in the family and she wouldn't be the burden anymore. Since then, Song Yueme had taken out her anger on Song Yuelon. It seemed that only this way could she find some mental balance. That day, Song Yuelon cried for a long time. Finally, Li Ping, impatient, slapped her twice. You little fool. Why are you crying? What does it matter if your sister wears them? Since that day, Song Yuelon rarely cried anymore. She had learned to get used to it. At home, there was no fairness. She could only endure silently. Song Yueme continued to bully Song Yuelon as if it was natural. She had been doing this since she was young, so she was used to it. She was used to taking Song Yuelon's things whenever she wanted. But she didn't expect that this time, the other person would refuse her. Song Yueme stomped on the stones on the ground, thinking about how to get the admission letter. Maybe she should just ask her mother to come over. That stubborn girl has always been afraid of her mother since she was little. Then she saw Han Huiqiao, who was wearing a yellow dress. The other person smiled and said, You're not Song Yuelon, right? Song Yueme looked angry and asked, What do you want? Han Huiqiao smiled kindly and said, Why are you so hostile to me? I'm here to help you. Is your sister Song Yuelon, right? Song Yueme replied, What does that have to do with you? Han Huiqiao smiled slightly and said, Of course it matters. Think about it. Your sister got into college, but your parents gave the chance to go to college to you. What does that mean? She had overheard the conversation between Song Yueme and Song Yuelon earlier. She saw this as a chance for herself. Song Yueme stayed silent, but she was secretly thinking about Han Huiqiao's words. When Han Huiqiao saw she wasn't speaking, she quickly added, That shows your parents actually value you more. They think you are more promising than your sister. This made Song Yueme feel a little moved, but she still looked at Han Huiqiao with suspicion. "Are you really so kind?" she asked. Han Huiqiao explained, "You don't like Song Yuelon and I don't like her either. Enemies of enemies can be friends. Maybe I can help you." Song Yuemei said, "Who are you calling a friend? Don't think I don't know. Are you interested in Brother Shueisheng?" She knew that Zhao Shueisheng liked Han Huiqiao. In her past life, she heard that Zhao Shueisheng had pursued a girl in college, but she had never met her. Yesterday at the train station, her sixth sense told her that Han Huiqiao was the girl Zhao Shueisheng had chased. Han Huiqiao looked at Song Yuemei seriously and said firmly, "Don't worry, I really don't like Zhao Shueisheng." Hearing this, Song Yuemei looked suspicious. She widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "How is that possible? Brother Shueisheng is so good. How could you not like him?" In Song Yuemei's mind, Zhao Shueisheng was the perfect man, the best in the world. Seeing her reaction, Han Huiqiao couldn't help but roll her eyes silently. She simply couldn't understand what was so good about Zhao Shueisheng that he could make Song Yuemei so obsessed. She was also too lazy to argue with such a country bumpkin. "I swear to heaven, I have no interest whatsoever in your brother Shueisheng," Han Huiqiao explained helplessly. Song Yuemei still hesitated, half believing, half doubting, and asked, "Then how do you plan to help me?" Han Huiqiao took a deep breath and slowly said, "First, answer me. How do you feel confident about taking Song Yulan's college spot?" After hesitating for a moment, Song Yuemei decided to briefly tell Han Huiqiao the whole story. Han Huiqiao listened thoughtfully and said, "I see. Have you changed your name now?" A proud look appeared on Song Yuemei's face and she replied, "Of course I have." Han Huiqiao's lips curled slightly and she continued, "I'm also a student at Xinglin Medical College. If you just insist that you are Song Yulan." She paused deliberately to observe Song Yuemei's reaction. Song Yuemei asked eagerly, and then Han Huiqiao smiled and said, "Then you can say you accidentally lost your admission letter. I can help you get a certificate of enrollment from someone I know," Han Huiqiao said confidently. Han Huiqiao was in the student council, and her father had good relations with the school leaders. She could help Song Yulan get an official proof of enrollment. She came nearby today hoping to see Qin Yan, but unexpectedly encountered this situation. For Han Huiqiao, anything that could make Song Yulan feel uncomfortable, she was very willing to try. Song Yuemei was a bit surprised. "Are you serious?" Han Huiqiao replied, "Why would I lie? Remember your identity. You are Song Yulan." "Yulan, look at all the peppers I bought from the market. Which one do you think is best for making chili oil?" Song Yulan lowered her head and examined different varieties of peppers. Zhang Zhong had almost finished preparing the workers and raw materials in less than a day. He hurriedly invited Song Yulan over to teach everyone how to make chili oil. There were more than 10 types of peppers. Each type had different levels of spiciness and aroma. For example, lantern peppers and Jingxiao are mainly used to add aroma, while Shizhu red and Beijing red are used for coloring. Star-shaped peppers and bullet-shaped peppers are used to adjust spiciness. Song Yuelan selected 3 or 4 types of peppers. These are the best for making chili oil. Zhang Zhong glanced at one of the peppers. "This Shizhu red is a bit rare in the market. Maybe we should choose a different one." He originally didn't plan to include this pepper, but accidentally mixed it into the pile. Song Yuelan shook her head. "Uncle Zhang, Shizhu red has many advantages. It's spicy, fragrant, and has a rich red color. We could choose slightly milder peppers, but why not make the best chili oil? Currently, there aren't many shops selling high-quality chili oil, so this is a rare opportunity for us." She paused and continued. "Plus, as the economy keeps growing, more people will enter this market. To stand out among many competitors, we must make sure customers remember us first. And to do that, we must be very careful in choosing our ingredients." Zhang Zhong listened to Song Yuelan and was moved. He was convinced by her point of view. "You're right. Now he has enough funds, so why not make the best chili oil possible? Jinghai is such a big city. If they succeed in opening the market here, the future looks bright, and they won't have to worry about making a living anymore. At worst, he could go to the origin to buy peppers." Song Yuelan said, "Let's start with 20 gene of chili oil as a test. Making chili oil requires more than just peppers. It also needs over 20 other ingredients. They mix everything in proportion and crush it. Put rapeseed oil into a pot and heat it slowly, then add slices of onions, carrots, and other vegetables to release aroma. Making chili oil isn't complicated. The key is the right temperature. The factory has a thermometer, so workers can control the heat properly. 2 workers handle the process, while 2 others record the details. Everyone is learning very seriously. The factory is finally reopening, and everyone hopes it will run smoothly for a long time, so they work extra hard. Song Yuelan checked the oil temperature in the pot. Add the sesame first, then sprinkle the spice powder. The sesame won't burn at this oil temperature. When the oil gets too hot, the sesame can burn and turn bitter. Then add the ground chili. Everyone was excited to see the fragrant, bright red chili oil in the pot. Zhang Zhong took advantage of the chili oil cooling and used a spoon to taste a little, sharing it with everyone. Just smelling this chili oil was enough to make people feel overwhelmed. Tasting it carefully, the aroma lingered in the mouth, leaving a lasting impression. One worker said, "This tastes so good. I like to dip bread in the chili oil. No need vegetables." Another said, "For those who like spicy food, you can mix it into cold dishes or noodles. Jinghai City isn't known for eating spicy food. But this chili oil was just the right level of spiciness. Even people who usually don't eat spicy food found it delicious." Everyone was confident in this chili oil. Song Yuelan asked, "Uncle Zhang, have you finished the packaging?" Zhang Zhong took out a cardboard box. When he opened it, many clear glass bottles appeared. He proudly said to Song Yuelan, "I just ordered 2,000 glass bottles from the glass factory." Song Yuelan walked over, looked at the empty bottles, and asked doubtfully, "Did you only get bottles?" Zhang Zhong looked confused and asked back, "What else do I need?" Song Yuelan pointed at the bottles and explained, "Did you get labels for them?" Zhang Zhong scratched his head, seeming unfamiliar with the idea of labels. He said, "It's just chili oil. We tell them what it is, and that's enough." Then he added, "Plus, a quick look can tell it's chili oil." At that time, foods like chili oil or pickles were usually sent in large jars to the supply and marketing cooperative. When people bought them, staff would portion them into small bags to sell. So Zhang Zhong thought that having labels wasn't very important. He decided to use these glass bottles based on Song Yuelan's previous suggestion. He originally thought that was enough, but didn't expect her to ask for labels on the bottles. Song Yuelan patiently explained, "Getting a trademark makes it harder for others to copy our products. Plus, with a trademark, customers will see it when they buy, which helps promote our brand. It's much easier than explaining everything to each customer one by one. Uncle Zhang, I think we should register a trademark." Song Yuelan seriously told Zhang Zhong. "No one else is doing this in the market now. It's a great opportunity for us. Since we have regular customers who specifically ask for our chili oil, that's also good promotion." Zhang Zhong's eyes lit up. "Your ideas are always the best. I'll find out about the trademark and get someone to draw a design." Song Yuelan thought for a moment. "I'll draw one myself." At this time, the factory didn't have much money, so she quickly sketched a design. When the brand becomes successful, they can hire a professional designer. Zhang Zhong brought paper and a pen. Song Yuelan thought for a moment. "We need to give this chili oil a name." For a while, she couldn't think of a good name. Zhang Zhong suggested everyone brainstorm for ideas. The workers gathered around, chatting excitedly. One of the older sisters said, "How about calling it Spicy Master?" Zhang Zhong and Song Yuelan both said at the same time, "That's a good name. It's loud and easy to remember." Jinghai Xinglin Medical College Admissions Office. Director Wang was leisurely reading a newspaper with his head down. He heard a knock and said, "Come in." He looked up as the door opened. "Hui Qiao, what brings you here?" Behind her was a young woman. Director Wang smiled kindly. "Hui Qiao, what can I do for you?" Hui Qiao's father knew him. She was also the vice president of the student council at school, so he treated her differently. Hui Qiao said, "Director Wang, a friend of mine also got into our school, but when she was on the train, her introduction letter and admission notice were stolen." Director Wang said, "How careless." Hui Qiao explained, "She was very upset about it. I told her that she could still go to college without the notice. She came specifically to see you." Director Wang looked troubled. This is a difficult situation to handle. Hui Qiao understood immediately and took out an envelope from her pocket. "I still need your help with this. My friend is very scared and has been crying for days. I told her the school wouldn't make things difficult for a student over this. She placed the envelope on the table as she spoke. Director Wang stood up. Let me take a look. What's your name? Song Yume stepped forward. Song Yulan. Director Wang started checking the enrollment list inside the cabinet. You're in the traditional Chinese medicine program, right? Song Yulan nodded quickly. Director Wang said, All right, I'll write you a certificate. When school starts, just bring this certificate to register. He got up, took a piece of white paper, wrote the certificate, and then used a stamp to seal it. In the past, some students didn't have notification letters, so they came to get certificates. Back then, the school needed to verify student information. But since he knew Han Huiqiao and she was sensible, he didn't verify Song Yulan's details. When Song Yulan received the certificate, she felt very happy inside. They left the office together. Han Huiqiao turned around and said, I'll leave the rest to you. If Song Yulan comes looking for you. Song Yulan raised her eyebrows. Would I be afraid of her? I already have everything I need. But then she asked, Director, you know him and still have to pay him? Are you trying to trick me out of money? The money she paid to Director Wang for the certificate was her own. Han Huiqiao suggested, Why don't you send the certificate over and get your money back? She couldn't stand Song Yulan's foolishness. If it weren't to annoy Song Yulan, she wouldn't bother dealing with her. Song Yulan quickly put the certificate away. You're joking. She knew how important that certificate was, but she still didn't trust Han Huiqiao. Han Huiqiao said, Let's not talk about us knowing each other. Song Yulan snorted coldly. As if I was begging you to know me. Song Yulan took out the certificate and handed it to Zhao Shuisheng. Look, Shuisheng. Zhao Shuisheng was a bit surprised. You and your sister are asking for a spot now. Song Yume replied, Of course. She tugged at his sleeve. Can you take me to school the day after tomorrow? Zhao Shuisheng hesitated, but thought it would be a good chance to see Han Huiqiao. He nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. By the way, Yume, can you lend me 200 yuan first? He didn't have enough money on him these days. With school starting and plans to go out with friends, he was a bit short of cash. Song Yume looked a little uncomfortable. How much do you need? Zhao Shuisheng felt a bit annoyed. School supplies cost a lot. Seeing this, Song Yume hesitated for a moment and then carefully said, Can I give you 50 yuan first? A flicker of dissatisfaction appeared in Zhao Shuisheng's eyes. He thought 50 yuan was far too little. After all, it was his own money, but Song Yume acted as if it was very natural to take it. She pouted and said, Brother Shuisheng, I forgot to tell you today. I accidentally lost 300 yuan. Hearing this, Zhao Shuisheng's face instantly turned grim. His voice rose slightly. What? Lost? My money is gone. He couldn't believe his ears. He had only received 300 yuan from home before leaving, and now it was all gone because of Song Yume. That was a lot of money for an ordinary worker. Their monthly salary was only about 100 yuan. Losing 300 yuan at once made Zhao Shuisheng very anxious. His emotions grew more intense. He suddenly grabbed Song Yume's shoulders, anxious. Lost? Where did you lose it? Do you know this is my living expenses for 3 months? His face was full of anger as he spoke harshly. I told you not to give you money, but you didn't listen. Now what do you think we should do? Song Yume didn't seem to care about his anger and responded casually. It's just 300 yuan. What's the big deal? Then she added calmly, You can ask your family to send more. She didn't realize what the 300 yuan meant to Zhao Shuisheng. After all, Song Yume had experienced times of rising prices in her past life. Back then, she had to spend several thousand yuan to buy a bag. Compared to that, 300 yuan was nothing to her. Moreover, Zhao Shuisheng's parents were regular workers and probably had a lot of money. In Song Yume's view, it was easy for Zhao Shuisheng's parents to send some money to him. When Zhao Shuisheng heard how casually Song Yume treated the 300 yuan, his anger grew stronger. He shouted angrily, 300 yuan? That's easy for you to say. Why don't you ask your mom to send it to you? He felt that Song Yume was taking advantage of him, making him bear the loss of 300 yuan alone. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He yelled at her, You have to find a way to pay me back this 300 yuan. Seeing this, Song Yume immediately shouted back, Zhao Shuisheng, you. You slept with me and still dare to ask me to pay you back this 300 yuan? Are you even a man? Zhao Shuixing looked at her hateful face, feeling more disgusted. He glared at her fiercely and said through clenched teeth, I was blind to be with someone like you. Since meeting Han Huiqiao, he felt that Song Yuemei was not comparable to her. How could they be compared? This Song Yuemei was just a village woman. He turned to leave the room. Seeing this, Song Yuemei shouted loudly, You dare to leave. You took advantage of me, and now you're just going to walk away? No way. Zhao Shuixing was startled by her commanding tone. He nervously explained, Yuemei, don't get upset. I was just saying that in anger, you know that, but Song Yuemei didn't believe him. She stared at Zhao Shuixing fiercely. Dream on. Zhao Shuixing, you'll never get rid of me in this life. The hotel staff heard the noise from the room and hurried to knock on the door. Comrade, do you need any help? Zhao Shuixing quickly said to Song Yuemei. Yuemei, look, the waiter is here. Let's stop arguing. We can talk calmly. But Song Yuemei ignored Zhao Shuixing's pleas. She still insisted. I don't care about the waiter. Today, you must give me an explanation. The waiter saw that the two inside the room didn't respond. She knocked harder and said urgently, Comrade, please open the door. In this time period, society was quite conservative. It was very sensitive for unmarried men and women to stay in the same room, and it could even be seen as a serious offense. So, hearing the noise inside, the waiter paid extra attention. She continued to urge, Comrade, open the door now, or I will call the police. Feeling helpless, Zhao Shuixing had no choice but to open the door. As soon as she entered, the waiter looked over Zhao Shuixing and Song Yuemei carefully. Then she asked seriously, What is your relationship? She also said, Please show your IDs. Nowadays, only a marriage certificate allows people to stay together. Zhao Shuixing's confidence weakened. Comrade, we are friends, the waiter said sternly. Two different genders staying in the same room? She looked at Song Yuemei and asked, Comrade, has this man hurt you? You can tell me. I can help you call the police. Zhao Shuixing was very nervous, pacing anxiously. He kept signaling to Song Yuemei, hoping she would cooperate. But Song Yuemei ignored his signals, acting as if she didn't see anything. The waiter said, If you can't show valid IDs, I will call the police. She turned to leave and was about to go downstairs to call. Zhao Shuixing was really panicked now. He quickly walked in front of Song Yuemei and knelt down with a thud. He begged, Yuemei, please tell this lady that we are just friends. Nothing more. Comrade, don't call the police. We are joking. If the school found out about this, he would be expelled or at least reprimanded. If that happened, he would be ruined. Seeing Zhao Shuixing looking so helpless, Song Yuemei secretly felt pleased. She deliberately pretended to be embarrassed and said, Do you still need money? Will you still listen to me in the future? Zhao Shuixing replied, Yuemei, what are you talking about? Why would I ask you for money? I promise I will listen to you. Only then did Song Yuemei turn around and look at the waiter. Comrade, we're just friends. We're joking around. The waiter looked at them suspiciously. Hurry up and make your friend leave. Non-married men and women are not allowed to stay together here. Who are you? You don't seem to understand the importance of good manners, said the waiter as he turned and left. Zhao Shuixing let out a long sigh and looked at Song Yuemei. She looked very proud. She pointed at Zhao Shuixing's nose. If you want to get rid of me, I will call the police to take care of you. I'll report you for misconduct. If the waiter hadn't reminded her, she would have forgotten that in the 1980s, there was a law against misconduct. Zhao Shuixing felt a wave of regret. His mother was right. Song Yuemei's family was like a poisonous snake. Once you get involved, it's hard to escape. Zhou Gang looked at Song Yulan. Sister-in-law, are you going back to school soon? Song Yulan nodded. Yes, I plan to go register tomorrow. Jinghai Xingling College merged with Jinghai University this year, and registration lasts 3 days. In the past 2 days, Song Yuemei has been busy handling matters at the chili oil factory or working in the shop. She felt bored staying alone at home, so she decided to come out and find something to do. At this moment, a delivery worker carried a box of eggs into the shop. Here are the 400 eggs you ordered. Song Yulan had Zhou Gang order 400 eggs yesterday. Zhou Gang asked curiously, Sister-in-law, are you making vegetarian dumplings tomorrow? You would need so many eggs just for vegetarian dumplings. Song Yulan shook her head. Making tea eggs. Currently, there are 3 aunties working in the shop, and neither Zhou Gang nor she is there all the time. The shop's daily maximum is about 3,000 buns. They can't produce more with the current staff, but they sell out every day. Since they just opened, she doesn't want to hire more people yet. She plans to stabilize the business first, and then expand. She thought about it and decided to add a few simple new items. Tea eggs are a good choice. They are easy to make. Just boil the eggs with prepared seasoning packs. Plus, tea eggs taste great with buns. Zhou Gang, that's good. This way, we can also earn a bit more money. Right now, eggs cost 1 cent each. Once cooked, they can be sold for 2 cents each. A few people work together to wash the eggs thoroughly. Song Yuelan begins preparing the spice packets for tea eggs. She specifically bought the newest tea leaves from the next shop. She puts the eggs into the pot to cook, then gently cracks the shells with a spoon to make the patterns look nicer. Finally, she adds the prepared spice packet and simmers on low heat. Soon, the whole street is filled with the smell of tea eggs. Pedestrians on this street smell the aroma and can't help but look for the source. It's not mealtime yet, but the smell of cooking is so tempting. Some passers-by can't help but approach the bun shop. Boss, what are you making? It smells so good. When it's ready, I'll buy some. Zhou Gang apologizes. Sorry, we're making tea eggs. They're not ready yet. Come back tomorrow. Song Yuelan mentioned earlier that the tea eggs need to soak overnight to absorb the flavor. The passerby feels a bit disappointed. So you'll sell them tomorrow? Zhou Gang smiles. Good food is worth waiting for. Come back tomorrow, they'll be even tastier. The passerby asks about the opening time tomorrow and promises to come early. The aroma of the tea eggs is just too tempting. Song Yuelan arranges the ingredients needed for tomorrow. Andy, I've divided these seasonings according to 10 pounds of meat. When you prepare the filling tomorrow, just follow my proportions. Since school starts soon, she can't come every day, so she pre-mixes the seasonings. Whether she's here or not, it won't affect the taste of the buns much. A chubby auntie laughs. Boss, don't worry. Recently, they've mostly learned the steps. The bun shop only works 5 hours a day, which is easier than working at a restaurant. The boss pays well, so they all cherish this job. Song Yuelan nods. Before selling the buns tomorrow, just reheat the tea eggs. She thinks for a moment. Zhou Gang, we'll sell the tea eggs for 4 cents each. Zhou Gang. 4 cents? Isn't that a bit expensive? Currently, regular tea eggs sell for about 1.5 to 2 cents. They sell their tea eggs at twice the price of others. Song Yuelan, they taste good, and a little more expensive doesn't matter. She always chooses the most expensive seasonings available on the market for these tea eggs. The aroma of cheap seasonings and expensive seasonings is different. Good quality products still attract buyers. After finishing her work at the bun shop, Song Yuelan went to Hiyue restaurant. Recently, she has been busy with her wedding and the bun shop, so she hasn't been here. As the new semester approaches, she made time to visit. This time, she didn't meet the young chef Xiao Shen, who had made a bet with her. Li Chue secretly pulled Song Yuelan aside. That Xiao Shen, he was fired. Song Yuelan whispered, fired? Li Chue nodded. A few days ago, he drank alcohol and lost his temper in the kitchen. When making crab shell pastries, he accidentally had hair in them and a customer ate it. The customer reported it to the kitchen. That crab shell pastry was made by the senior chef before. Only he and Kai Dala learned how. That day, the crab shell pastries were all made by hand, without any of us involved. Li Chue, while kneading dough, explained the situation to Song Yuelan. The customer wasn't too unreasonable, just reported that there was a problem with the pastries this time. But Xiao Shen had a little drink that day, and when he heard someone complain about his food, he lost his temper immediately. He went to the private room to confront the customer, but that day Zhou Yeshen was out for a meeting and not at the restaurant. Xiao Shen ended up fighting with the customer. The customer was injured, and the matter escalated to the police. Xiao Shen was held responsible, and the customer had some influence, insisting that the other person be jailed. Xiao Shen was arrested that day. He woke up feeling scared and wanted to apologize to the customer. The customer refused to mediate or accept the apology, so Xiao Shen has not been released yet. He is still in custody, and if he doesn't return to work within 7 days, he will be fired. Song Yuelon nodded. Xiao Shen's temper is quick to offend others, but she didn't expect him to be fired so soon after returning. Li Chua said, "You don't know, his whole family came to cause trouble. Manager Zhou mediated for a long time. Now, the pastry team doesn't have Xiao Shen, and Kai Dalu has also changed from being arrogant to working very seriously. This time, Song Yuelon taught them how to make egg yolk pastries. 4 or 5 people learned how to make them. Although the taste wasn't as amazing as Song Yueme's, they still learned about 70 to 80% of the skills." Song Yuelon took off her apron and chef's hat, sat down on a chair to rest. Li Chua pulled her and said, "Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious." As they walked, she explained, "Manager Zhou just hired a roast duck chef a few days ago. His cooking skills are really good. All our staff can get a portion. I didn't eat mine on purpose, waiting for us to eat together." They arrived at the kitchen where the roast duck was prepared. The restaurant built a large oven just for this dish. It was filled with firewood from fruit trees, and even from a distance, you could feel the intense heat. The roast duck chef was a young man in his early 20s. Seeing the two, he shyly smiled and asked, "Are you here to pick up a roast duck?" Li Chua smiled and said, "Yes, and please give us a few more pancakes." It was almost mealtime. After eating the roast duck here, they wouldn't need to eat at home. The chef nodded and said, "No problem." He then took out a shiny, golden duck from the oven and started slicing it. Song Yuelon stood nearby, curious, watching the kitchen. Besides the roast duck chef, there were 2 helpers working there. One was responsible for handling the cleaned ducks. He skillfully cut open the duck, removed the head, internal organs, and feet. Finally, he threw the duck's offal into a nearby metal bucket. The bucket was filled with a lot of duck offal. Song Yuelon looked a bit curious and asked, "What do you do with the internal organs?" The chef didn't look up and said, Probably just throw them away. In my previous restaurant, someone came to pick them up, but I just came here. The person who collected the offal said it was too far, not worth making the trip. So, no one wanted these duck offal now." Song Yuelon's eyes lit up and asked, "Can I have these leftovers? I can buy them." Recently, she hadn't seen any preserved duck products sold in Jinghai. She could make more and sell them. Right now, the bun shop was at its limit selling buns, but these duck leftovers, like tea eggs, could be made in larger quantities without much extra effort. The roast duck chef handed the sliced duck to the 2 people. "No need to spend any money. Just take it if you want." He had heard that Song Yuelon was young but a skilled pastry chef. Since she came here to teach students, she must be quite talented. "Qin Yan, do you want to rest?" Zhang Zhou rubbed his eyes and yawned. Once the experiment starts, it can't be stopped. These days, he had been going to bed at midnight and waking up at 6 to continue working. But Qin Yan, the non-human, hadn't closed his eyes for over 50 hours. Qin Yan looked tired but didn't show it. Only the slight dark circles under his eyes and the stubble on his chin revealed he hadn't rested for a long time. He glanced at the experiment and, in a hoarse voice, said, "Wait a little longer. The first round of the experiment is almost over." Now, the experimental materials were very limited, and every step had to be perfect. The sun had fully risen, and the first round of the experiment was finished. Zhang Zhou finished recording the data and urged Qin Yan, "Go have breakfast, and then get some sleep." He was worried about Qin Yan working himself to the point of illness. Hearing Zhang Zhou, Qin Yan looked up and nodded to show he understood. He slowly stood up, stretched his stiff body, and then walked out of the lab. The corridor outside was empty, with only Qin Yan's footsteps echoing. He stopped under a sturdy, tall tree, took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and smoked. Although he hadn't slept for a long time, he didn't feel sleepy. Instead, he felt a bit energized. His fingers were long, his palms large, and the veins on his hands looked strong. He casually looked up at the tree and suddenly remembered the first time he saw Song Yuelon. She was sitting on a branch, peering out from between the leaves, looking like a pitiful stray cat. Both pitiful and adorable. Qin Yan took 2 deep drags of his cigarette, glanced at his watch, 6:27 in the morning. Today was the day Song Yuelan was returning to school. Usually, if she wasn't sleeping in, she would be wearing slippers, yawning as she went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Lazily, with a hint of childishness. Thinking of this, Qin Yan's lips slightly curled into a barely visible smile, hidden behind the smoke. He extinguished the cigarette and threw it into the trash bin, then walked back to his room. He was assigned a single room, which was small and simply decorated. The room had only a single bed placed close to the window. At the foot of the bed was a wooden table with a desk lamp and a few books on it, and beside the table was a slightly old chair. Qin Yan first took a cold shower, then changed into clean pajamas. Although his body was somewhat tired, his mind was very active. His gaze fell on the ceiling, which was plain white without any decorations, making it look a bit dull. He stared at the ceiling for a while but felt no sleep coming. Suddenly, he remembered the ointment box Song Yuelan had given him. He hadn't used it yet, so he looked for it. He opened the brown glass jar. He applied the ointment to his injured area. It had a fragrant smell. After applying the ointment to his leg wound, it felt cool at first, then gradually warmed up, which was very comfortable. Qin Yan couldn't help but bring his hand to his nose and sniff the scent of the ointment. The smell was very much like Song Yuelan's presence, light and faint, but somewhat captivating. With this scent, Qin Yan's mood gradually calmed down. He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Before long, he fell into a peaceful sleep. Zhou Gang was a bit surprised. "Sister-in-law, aren't you starting school today?" Song Yuelan, while handling duck products, replied, "I'll go a little later, around 10. The bun shop was only about 10 minutes from Jinghai University. Today, she planned to marinate the duck products first. If they sold well during the trial period, she would talk to Manager Zhou about it. She would buy all the ducks awful, mostly because she liked marinated duck products herself." Zhou Gang immediately stepped forward to help her. They blanched the duck necks, heads, intestines, and paws. Song Yuelan also prepared a few ingredients she liked, such as lotus root slices, kelp, and bean curd skin. They put the marinade and the duck products into a pot, brought it to a boil over high heat, then turned down to a simmer. Finally, they added the ingredients and continued to cook everything together. Song Yuelan skillfully braised duck parts on one side, while on the other side, steamed buns in the kitchen were already ready. The steam rising from the steamer carried the aroma of the buns, spreading into the air. Many customers had already started lining up outside. The smell of the braised dishes attracted quite a few people. "What's cooking here? It smells so good." A young man in his 20s was drawn by the aroma and asked the busy shop assistant. The shop assistant quickly packed a tray of steaming buns into a bag, smiling, and said, "The boss is currently braising duck parts." The young man was curious. "When will the duck parts be ready?" The shop assistant smiled. "I don't know exactly when they'll be done, but you can try a tea egg. These tea eggs were made yesterday and they taste just right now. Since today was his first day at the shop, the boss had given them some to try." The young man couldn't describe the taste, but he knew it was delicious. "Give me one," he said. His family liked the buns, and he knew the tea eggs wouldn't disappoint. The shop assistant replied, "For Mao each." "For Mao," the young man exclaimed. "That's not cheap." He looked at the large pot of tea eggs. Underneath the pot, there was a coal stove with a small fire heating it. The brown sauce simmered slowly, but the strong aroma of the braised duck parts was overpowering, masking some of the tea egg scent. Now, as he smelled carefully, the tea egg's aroma was also very tempting. He thought for a moment and said, "Give me one tea egg." He was working now, not married, with no big expenses, so he liked to treat himself to good food. If it's a bit more expensive but tastes good, that's fine. He took the bun and tea egg from the counter. He sat down at a table and started peeling the egg. In just a few bites, the shell was completely removed. The egg was covered with fine lines, like the crackles on blue porcelain. He didn't expect to see the words, "beautiful," on a tea egg. The finer the lines on the egg, the more flavorful it would be. He lowered his head and took a big bite of the tea egg, tasting the flavor of tea. The egg white absorbed the braising aroma, and the yolk was rich and smooth, making him want to eat more with each chew. A tea egg was usually finished in just a few bites, but He savored the taste and felt satisfied. This is the tastiest tea egg he has ever eaten. Indeed, expensive things have their reasons. Spending this money was truly worth it. People coming here to buy buns often smell the aroma of the marinated duck and can't help but ask about it. But when they hear that the duck dishes might not be available all the time, everyone's attention shifts back to the tea eggs. Since the tea eggs are also marinated, let's try those first. Surprisingly, at 4 cents each, the tea eggs sold quite well and sold out even faster than the buns. Zhao Shuisheng helped Song Yuemei carry her luggage, constantly looking at the campus of Jinghai University. This is Jinghai University, the best university in the country. Who would have thought that the Medical College of Xinglin could join Jinghai University this year and become one of its colleges? Although he also attended university, it can't compare to Jinghai University at all. Seeing the excited Song Yuemei nearby, a faint feeling of jealousy rises in his heart. Why does Song Yuemei have such good luck? She couldn't even get into university, yet she can attend Jinghai University. Song Yuemei looks around at the campus environment. She didn't expect her luck to be so good. Her admission letter was issued smoothly, and the university she attends is even better than Zhao Shuisheng's. Now she has completely figured out his weakness. If she wants him to go east, he won't dare go west. She still has 200 yuan in her hand. Yesterday, she bought many clothes and skirts at the friendship store. She also asked Zhao Shuisheng to write a letter to her family for money. It should arrive in about a week. A wonderful university life is calling to her. When new students enroll, the school usually sets up a special reception area to help them complete registration smoothly. The reception for new students at the medical college is located at the most prominent entrance of the school. Song Yuemei carefully looked over and saw that the reception area was staffed not only by teachers, but also by several students helping out. Among them was Han Huaiqiao. She walked forward and handed her admission letter to the other person. Han Huaiqiao, as expected, acted as if she didn't recognize her, calmly processing her registration. Zhao Shuisheng stared blankly at Han Huaiqiao. He wanted to say hello, but couldn't find the words. Han Huaiqiao looked up and asked, "Classmate, are you also a new student?" Zhao Shuisheng was a bit surprised. She didn't recognize him at all. Although he invited the other person to dinner, she refused. But it's unlikely she doesn't even recognize herself. Zhao Shuisheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something. By this time, Song Yuemei had already walked away, impatiently calling out loudly, "What are you standing there for?" Zhao Shuisheng's eyes nearly glued to Han Huaiqiao. Many people heard Song Yuemei's voice and couldn't help but look at him. Zhao Shuisheng's face turned red, and he cursed inwardly. Shrew, he definitely needed to find a way to get rid of Song Yuemei. Hua Yongchun looked at Song Yulan with suspicion, as if she couldn't believe her self-introduction. She asked again, "You say your name is Song Yulan?" This student claiming to be Song Yulan was completely different from the one Hua Yongchun had met before. Hua Yongchun was puzzled. Could there be 2 students with the same name in the Chinese medicine program this year? That's too much of a coincidence. She quickly lowered her head and started to check the student list. She examined it carefully, afraid of missing any detail. After a thorough check, she found only one student named Song Yulan on the list. She remembered having met Song Yulan twice, and the person had left a deep impression on her. "Show me your admission letter," Hua Yongchun asked skeptically. Song Yuemei stammered, "Professor, my admission letter was stolen." Hua Yongchun looked at Song Yuemei, silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Is that so?" Song Yulan took out her enrollment proof. "I have this, Professor." Hua Yongchun glanced at the proof and waved her hand. "You can go now." Her intuition told her something was wrong. As long as the person she knew as Song Yulan came to register, everything would be clear. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and a colleague hurried in. His face showed some worry as he said to Hua Yongchun, "Professor Hua, the dean asked you to come over quickly." Hua Yongchun asked, "What happened?" The colleague casually replied, "It seems a student came to register, but the teacher responsible for reception insists she is already registered." Now, both sides were arguing, and no one could clarify what was really going on. I don't know if it's because of 2 people with the same name or something else. The dean asked you to check it out. Hua Yong-chun immediately stood up. If someone really was impersonating someone else, that's very bold. Song Yuelon didn't expect to be refused admission. The teacher in charge frowned and asked, "Didn't you register?" Song Yuelon replied, "I just arrived, so I haven't registered yet." The teacher said, "I remember clearly Song Yuelon came with her admission proof, saying she lost her acceptance letter." Immediately, Song Yuelon thought of Song Yuemei. She quickly said seriously, "Teacher, I don't know who the person registering is. I am Song Yuelon. I have my household registration, recommendation letter, and admission notice." To prove her identity, Song Yuelon quickly took out her household registration, recommendation letter, and admission notice from her bag and placed them in front of the teacher. Seeing this, Teacher Chiao's face grew even more serious. He carefully examined the documents, then looked up and said to Song Yuelon, "Student, our school always takes each student's admission seriously. If what you say is true, we will handle this matter carefully. There was only one spot, but suddenly 2 people showed up to register, and one of them might be impersonating someone else. If this gets out, it could seriously damage the school's reputation and become a big scandal. Especially for a prestigious university like Jinghai University, such incidents are absolutely unacceptable. Jinghai University is one of the best in the country. There have been cases of impersonation before, but who would be foolish enough to try to take someone else's place at Jinghai? Any student at Jinghai is usually a top scorer from their region. Even if someone tried to impersonate, they would have to consider whether they are qualified enough." Teacher Chiao immediately realized how serious this was. "Student, come with me to the office." He asked a student to find Professor Hua, the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department. One student quietly asked Han Huiqiao, who was standing silently nearby, "Huiqiao, what's really going on?" Han Huiqiao looked expressionless at Song Yuelon's departing figure and replied calmly, "Someone pretended to be herself and got into Jinghai University." A group of classmates exclaimed, "Really?" They dare to fake it. Faced with everyone's surprise, Han Huiqiao slightly smiled with a hint of sarcasm. "Who says it's not true?" Professor Hua saw Song Yuelon in the office and brightened up. "Yuelon, you're here." He thought to himself that Yuelon wouldn't lie to him. Song Yuelon greeted, "Hello, Professor Hua." Teacher Chiao asked curiously, "Professor Hua, do you know this student?" Professor Hua nodded and explained, "We met by chance during the summer vacation." Then a student brought in Song Yuemei. Seeing Song Yuelon, Song Yuemei immediately retorted, "How are you here?" Song Yuelon was annoyed and said sarcastically, "I should be asking you that. Did you impersonate me to get into college?" Song Yuemei confidently replied, "You stole my admission letter. Don't believe me? Let's ask our parents to prove it." Professor Chiao and Professor Hua exchanged glances. It was obvious that someone was lying. Song Yuelon coldly said, "Parents? Of course, your parents would speak for you." She then explained to the teachers, "When I went to college, I wrote a formal separation letter to my family. They asked me to marry my sister, Song Yuemei. Before, my family even wanted her to take my place at university. I don't know what tricks she used to get admitted." She told the truth plainly. Immediately, Song Yuemei got angry. "You're lying. It was you who ran off with another man, only leaving because you cared about wealth. You forced our parents to write the separation letter. You have no heart." Their argument grew louder, and many students outside the office corridor peeked in. This was truly unbelievable. Both claimed to be Song Yuelon and wanted to attend college. Teacher Chiao said, "Don't worry. The school won't wrong any student, nor will it tolerate bad people. Bring out the documents." Teacher Chiao carefully examined their admission records. Both of their household registration books listed Song Yuelon. Song Yuemei, "Teacher, you can call my parents' workplace to confirm who is really Song Yuelon. Song Jiangwo and Li Ping's factory just installed a phone this year." Song Yuemei is confident that both of them can testify for her. This is her strong reason for being so assertive. That day, Han Huiqiao taught her that as long as she insists she is Song Yuelon and her parents confirm it, she can definitely get into school. Song Yuelon explained again, "Teacher, I have cut ties with my parents." Song Yuemei argued, "Who has good relations with their parents and still cuts ties?" There were many students eavesdropping in the corridor, whispering among themselves, "Just cut off contact with your parents if things are good. Parents wouldn't be so cruel. It's probably her own problem." That person just now said she ran away with a man. Teacher Chiao was flipping through files. All student admission information included family details. The section for Song Yuelan's parents listed Song Jangwo and Li Ping. Teacher Chiao looked seriously at Song Yuelan. Are Song Jangwo and Li Ping your parents? She nodded. Teacher Chiao. In other words, they can prove you are Song Yuelan? She shook her head. No, we have already cut ties. Teacher Chiao. Then tell me, who else can prove you are Song Yuelan? She looked up into his eyes. My teacher, my classmates. Song Jangwo and Li Ping can testify, but they can't bribe everyone. Teacher Chiao looked down at their files again. Both had valid household registration books, so other proof is needed. Song Yuemei was happy. Teacher, I can ask my mother to bring her household registration book here to testify. Her words made sense. Since they're sisters, wouldn't their parents recognize them? Professor Hua looked at Song Yuelan. Yuelan, I believe you. Teacher Chiao frowned. You two need to delay your admission until the school confirms everything. Let's discuss this. You two should go out first. Professor Hua gave Song Yuelan a reassuring look. After they left, Teacher Chiao looked at Hua Yongchun. Professor Hua, that Song Yuelan is your student. What do you think, Hua Yongchun? We can give a test to assess her. The substitute's grades definitely can't compare to Song Yuelan's. Teacher Chiao smiled wryly. I can tell you like that student. He then changed the subject and asked, if the substitute's grades are higher than Song Yuelan's, should we judge based on this exam result? Professor Hua understood what he meant. Teacher Chiao meant that the college entrance exam scores are the fairest way to judge. Although it's unlikely that the substitute's grades are higher than Song Yuelan's, judging the truth based on just one test is too hasty. What if students in the future try to get in this way? If someone doesn't do well on the exam, they could find a new student to pretend to be them, have the school test again, and then admit them? Teacher Chiao thought a lot about this. The best solution is to have someone who can prove who Song Yuelan really is come to the school. Jinghai University is the best university in the country, and Jinghai Xinglin Medical College was merged into the university this year. If a scandal happens because of admissions, it would be very embarrassing. The school always believes in handling big problems quietly and avoiding unnecessary trouble. Teacher Chiao frowned and said, the Song Yuelan you're talking about, even her parents are unwilling to testify for her. His words were full of doubt, questioning the character of the girl. He is older and a bit traditional, believing that all parents mean well, but his mind is leaning towards Song Yuemei. Professor Hua firmly said, if we wrongly accuse a student, it could ruin her life. I believe in my student. Teacher Chiao thought for a moment and said, I'll report this to the school first. Song Yuemei and Song Yuelan left the office. Suddenly, Song Yuemei smirked with a hint of sarcasm. I really can't understand. You've already married and aren't staying at home to have children, so why are you coming to this university? By the way, Song Yuemei said with a hint of sympathy, things with Qin Yan aren't going well, right? You can't have children. Song Yuelan initially didn't want to respond, but she found Song Yuemei's words too disgusting. She crossed her arms and said, first, I got into this university myself. The school is investigating and you can't steal me away. Second, I know whether Qin Yan is capable or not. How do you know? Are you eavesdropping under our bed? You should worry about yourself first, in case you get pregnant before marriage, Song Yuelan said more firmly. Your parents wouldn't be able to handle it. Zhao Shueishan was standing at the door, waiting for Song Yuemei to come out. He didn't expect to overhear their conversation. He looked up at Song Yuelan, who was speaking, and was instantly stunned. In his memory, Song Yuelan had always been a quiet, even shy person, never daring to lift her head easily. She always seemed dull and forgettable. But the woman standing in front of him completely changed his impression. She was wearing a white shirt and a dark green long skirt. Her waist was very slim, and she had two thick, black braids, making her look playful and cute. Song Yuelan's skin was as white as jade, and her small face had bright, sparkling eyes filled with water. Although she looked angry at the moment, it didn't take away her beauty. Like an ordinary little grass suddenly blooming with a beautiful flower, she radiated a stunning charm that was hard to ignore. Zhao Shueishan couldn't help but ask, Are you Song Yuelan? Song Yuemei immediately rolled her eyes and said, You're blind. I am Song Yuelan. Only then did Zhao Shuixing realize that Song Yumei was trying to take Song Yuelan's place at university. Song Yuelan didn't want to waste time arguing with them and left with a back view. As she walked, she pondered. Song Yumei boldly pretended to be her and even had a certificate of admission. Someone must be helping her behind the scenes. She didn't know how powerful that person was. The more trouble this caused, the better, so that the person helping Song Yumei wouldn't dare to act openly. She wanted to find out who was helping her. Since they dared to help, they had to face the consequences. Song Yuelan didn't want to wait for the school to notify her. That was too passive. Her first thought was to go to the police. She didn't believe that Song Yumei's protector could really shield her. As soon as she entered the police station, Song Yuelan saw 4 or 5 officers busy working. One young officer noticed her and came over to ask, "Comrade, do you need any help?" Song Yuelan nodded, took a deep breath, and said, "I want to report this to the police. Someone is pretending to be me to go to university." The young police officer's face immediately became serious. He signaled for Song Yuelan to sit down first and said, "Don't worry, take your time. Tell me everything clearly, from the beginning to the end." Song Yuelan steadied herself and started explaining the whole story. Officer Zhu carefully listened and took notes, occasionally asking about important details. Pretending to be someone else to attend university is not only a serious violation of fairness in education but also can completely change a person's life. After Song Yuelan finished telling the story, Officer Zhu put down his pen and looked her over from head to toe. For some reason, he felt she looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. A sudden idea came to him, and he tentatively asked, "Are you from that bun shop on East Street?" Song Yuelan's eyes lit up and she immediately nodded. "Yes, I am from that bun shop, officer." Officer Zhu smiled. "Your buns and tea eggs are really good. Recently many people from his unit had gone to buy buns there." Song Yuelan said, "Today I also marinated some duck products. I'll bring some for you to try later." Officer Zhu chuckled. "When I went to buy buns, I could smell that aroma." The smell was very tempting, mainly because he hadn't tasted it himself. The scent of duck products kept lingering in his mind. He scratched his head and said, "That's a bit embarrassing." Song Yuelan replied, "It's okay. I was actually hoping to find someone to taste test and give us some suggestions." Officer Zhu nodded. "Later, my colleagues and I will go to Jinghai University to find out more. We will definitely get justice for you." In today's world, it's hard to believe there are such biased parents. They are all from the same parents, but how could they be so cruel as to let the younger sister get married while the older sister takes her place at university? After thinking for a moment, Officer Zhu asked, "Comrade Song Yuelan, have you considered telling the media about this?" He explained, "If this matter is made public and gains social attention, it might speed up the process of resolving it." Hearing this, a spark lit in Song Yuelan's heart. In her previous life, she was a blogger and knew well the power of the media. She also felt a bit hesitant because she didn't know any reporters. Officer Zhu cheerfully said, "That's okay, my sister works at the newspaper." This clearly shows he is willing to use his connections to help Song Yuelan. Officer Zhu is so eager to help because he often visits Song Yuelan's bun shop and has a good impression of her. He also feels sorry for such a young girl being replaced in college. From his many years of experience, he doesn't think Song Yuelan is a bad person. After hearing Officer Zhu, Song Yuelan felt grateful and quickly said, "Thank you so much, officer." Officer Zhu took her to the newspaper office and happened to pass by her bun shop. Song Yuelan went to the shop herself, where the duck dishes had already been cooked to perfection. She scooped out a lot of duck and packed it into a bag. She ran out and handed it to Officer Zhu, saying, "Officer Zhu, try some at home." Smelling the spicy and salty aroma in the air, Officer Zhu naturally took the duck and said, "You're too kind." Officer Zhu was still looking at the files of Song Yuelan. He was trying to find some evidence there. One of the officers reached toward the duck, asking, "Did you find anything suspicious?" Zhu shook his head and said, "No." The officer had a piece of marinated duck neck. Once cooled, the meat was very flavorful. He tore off a piece, and the salty taste was stronger, with a hint of spiciness, making it hard to stop eating. Soon, he ate 5 or 6 pieces of duck neck in a row. His tongue felt numb, but he still wanted more. He took a big sip of cold water and said, "It's delicious." Other colleagues also reached for the duck dishes. One of them said, "Xiao Zhu, from the duck dishes you bought." Zhu kept flipping through the files and finally noticed that the two household registration books of Song Yulan had slightly different stamps. Since stamps rarely change, this meant one of the household registrations was fake. Officer Zhu excitedly stood up. "We found a lead." He then realized that others had already started eating the duck delicacies that Song Yulan had given them. Quickly, Officer Zhu grabbed a piece of duck tongue. "Save me some." The texture of duck tongue is richer than other parts. The front is smooth and elastic, with soft cartilage on the tip. The middle part is chewy and firm. The end of the duck tongue, the thigh, is the most flavorful. It has a strong, savory aroma and is very addictive. One piece is never enough. A police officer looked at the clue Officer Zhu found. He said, "We can try to contact the local household registration office to ask for help with our investigation. They can provide detailed information about these official seals to help us find out which one is fake." Officer Zhu couldn't help but lick the juice remaining on his fingers. "I'll call the relevant department in Song Yulan's hometown right away. This duck delicacy really smells delicious." Officer Zhu and his sister, Zhu Yun, got off the train together. This time, he came specifically to investigate Song Yulan. Zhu Yun is a reporter at a newspaper. She recently heard about this case and became very interested. She sensed that this was a good story. Officer Zhu looked at the information about Song Yulan. "Let's go to her school first." Song Yulan's hometown is small, with only one high school. When they arrived at the school, the staff quickly took action after learning their purpose and brought in Song Yulan's homeroom teacher. Teacher Huang looked nervously at the police. "Comrade, what happened to Song Yulan?" Officer Zhu comforted him. "Nothing serious. She was replaced by someone else to attend college. We're here to verify the information." Teacher Huang sighed. "It's a pity. Someone else took her place at college. That girl was so obedient." Officer Zhu showed 2 photos. He had taken these photos from Beijing before leaving. "Look at these. Which one is Song Yulan?" Teacher Huang looked down and examined the photos. Compared to 2 months ago, Song Yulan looked very different in the photos. She was no longer extremely thin. Her fair skin shows a faint pink, fresh yet slightly bright. She radiates a lively energy, creating a strong contrast with her previous image. Teacher Huang looks a bit surprised. "It's clear she's doing well now." Officer Zhu asks, "Was she not like this before?" Teacher Huang replies, "I have a graduation photo here. I'll show it to you." Officer Zhu takes the photo. Teacher Huang says, "A few months ago, the school took graduation pictures. Unfortunately, her mother didn't give her money, so she's the only one without a graduation photo." Zhu Yun also leans in to look at Song Yulan in the photo. She is standing in the corner, wearing clothes that don't fit well. She looks very thin, as if a strong wind could her over. Her features are the same, but her overall aura is completely different from before. Zhu Yun asks, "Is her family not good to her?" Teacher Huang sighs. "Not just not good, much worse." After leaving the school, Officer Zhu and Zhu Yun rush to Song Yulan's home. When they arrive, no one is there. They ask nearby neighbors about her. Sure enough, when they inquire about Song Yulan, the neighbors start talking eagerly. Everyone shares stories about her family. This girl is really obedient, but it's a pity her parents are so biased, an older woman sighs. "Yeah, they barely feed her all year. It's so sad." A man agrees. "When she was little, we felt sorry for her. Sometimes we gave her some food, but her mother would scold her." Hearing this, Zhu Yun feels angry. What kind of parents are they? How can they treat their child like that? "Exactly," someone responds. "At home, she's like a servant, doing all the chores. I've never seen such cruel parents," another laments. The oldest daughter and the youngest son are their favorites, but the second daughter is like someone adds. "People who don't know might think she's not their real child." In less than 2 hours, the two of them had a rough understanding of Song Yulan's family situation and felt that the family seemed a bit unusual. Just as they were about to leave, a woman came out of the alley. One of them whispered, "That's Song Yuelan's mother." Officer Zhu stepped forward and said, "Hello, I am a police officer from Jinghai. I want to talk to you about Song Yuelan." Li Ping raised her eyebrows and said, "Don't ask me. Her matters have nothing to do with our family." Seeing the police come to ask about Song Yuelan, she thought Song Yuelan had done something outside and was worried about being connected to her. Finally, Zhu Yun couldn't hold back and said, "She is your child too. Don't you want to know what really happened?" Li Ping closed the door and said through it, "She wrote a letter to cut ties. We are no longer involved." Zhu Yun muttered softly, showing favoritism. Officer Zhu and Zhu Yun then went to their next destination. Another thing they needed to clarify was who had helped Song Yuemei change her name and register her household. Zhou Jie visited her sister, Zhou Ying, today. There are 5 sisters in her family, and she is the most successful. So she has the most authority among the sisters. She complained, Shui Sheng, I gave him 300 yuan for school, but he accidentally lost the money. I sent him another 400 yuan. Zhou Ying smiled and said, the factory director's family wouldn't be short of money. You're too careful, sister. Zhou Jie leaned back in her chair and said, Lao Zhao is still just a deputy director. Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Ying was unconcerned and said, your husband becoming the factory director is just a matter of time. You're really lucky. Your son is in college and your husband got promoted again. The 2 sisters joked and laughed. At this moment, Zhou Ying's husband, Xia Guangping, came home from work. Zhou Ying complained, why did you just get off work? Xia Guangping put down what he was holding, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, today, police and reporters from Jinghai came. They said they want us to cooperate with their investigation. Hearing this, Zhou Ying became interested and asked curiously, Jinghai police? What are they investigating? Summer Guangping is just a police officer in the household registration department. How could he handle major cases? Summer Guangping explained, there is someone named Song Yuemei who pretended to be her sister to get into college. Her household registration book has a fake official stamp, forged. When Zhou Jie heard the name Song Yuemei, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. For some reason, she suddenly remembered Zhao Shuixing's recent name change. She pretended to be casual and asked, faking an official stamp on a household registration, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? But Summer Guanping looked serious and corrected her, sister, you don't understand. Forging an official stamp is illegal. If the case is serious, you could be arrested. Today, Officer Zhu from Jinghai came here. After understanding the situation, he called us directly and said they can summon Song Yuemei for questioning. Zhou Jie couldn't sit still and stood up. What? Zhou Ying was startled. Sister, what's wrong? Her sister's face looked so grim. Zhou Jie steadied herself and said, it's nothing. But her heart was pounding, and she had a bad feeling. In the past 2 days, a news story in Jinghai's newspaper caught everyone's attention. Stolen future. A sister's fate turned upside down by favoritism. The article vividly described a girl named Xiaolon, who was not loved by her parents at home. Despite working hard to get into college herself, her parents wanted her older sister to take her place. This matter is currently under investigation, and the outcome remains to be seen. The headline was very eye-catching. Plus, the incident happened at Jinghai University, a well-known school, which drew widespread attention. People were discussing the unfairness in this family, sympathizing with Xiaolon, and questioning the management of Jinghai University. The leaders of Jinghai Medical College quickly held an emergency meeting after learning about this. The principal entered the meeting room with a serious expression, holding the newspaper tightly. He suddenly threw the newspaper on the table, and his voice revealed uncontrollable anger. Who is Xiaolon? Are we so slow to verify a student's identity? Now the police have already arrived, and we haven't responded yet. How will the students see us? What will the outside world think of us? Investigate from the beginning to the end. If any of our staff are involved in stirring up trouble, they must be dealt with seriously. Song Yuemei nervously walks into the police station. She is just an ordinary girl, with rarely any chance to interact with police officers, let alone enter a police station. As soon as she steps into the interrogation room, the gloomy atmosphere makes her feel uncomfortable all over. She sits anxiously, watching the 2 police officers in front of her, afraid She might say the wrong thing. Officer, I am not going to college anymore. I am her sister. I was just joking with her. Song Yume's voice trembles with tears welling up in her eyes. I can just give the college back to her. The police officer's face is very serious. He speaks without showing any emotion. We ask, you answer. Don't say useless things. Startled by the police officer's attitude, Song Yume's tears finally burst out like a flood. Isn't it okay if I give it back to her? She cries and shouts. The police officer's expression remains stern. He says firmly, do you think this is a marketplace where you can bargain? If a thief steals money, returning it means no punishment. Song Yume is speechless, choked by the words. She can only cover her face with her hands and cry even harder. Seeing this, the police officer softens his tone slightly and continues to ask, what happened to your household registration book? Song Yume sobs and answers, Brother Shueisheng helped me get it. He said he had a way. The police officer then asks again, and your admission certificate? Who issued it? Song Yume honestly replies, Director Wang from the school. That Han Huiqiao took me to meet him. Under police questioning, Song Yume tells everything she knows, without hiding anything. Principal Yao's face is full of anger. He scolds bitterly. Old Wang, you are really careless. This is such a big matter. You didn't investigate at all, and easily issued the admission certificate. Look at how big this has become now. The whole country knows about it. What should we do? Director Wang stood in the office, looking down with a face full of shame. His shirt was soaked with sweat, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. He stammered as he explained, Principal, I was just confused for a moment. Han Huiqiao is one of our student council members. She has always been reliable, so Before he could finish, Principal Yao interrupted him. Reliable? Because she's reliable. You didn't investigate who she brought with her? Now there's such a big problem. How can the school handle this? Director Wang's voice grew softer, almost a whisper. I know I was wrong, Principal. Principal Yao's anger did not lessen. He continued to stare at Director Wang and said, Director, you should stop working for now and take a leave of absence. I need to think carefully about how to announce this outside and try to minimize the impact. Hearing the words, leave of absence, Wang's heart sank. He quickly begged, Principal, you can't do this. I know I was wrong, and I will find a way to fix this. But Principal Yao was unmoved. He said sternly, allowing you to take a leave is already generous. Otherwise, firing you wouldn't be out of place. And Han Huiqiao, we won't tolerate her either. We will handle this seriously. Old Wang, go home and reflect on your actions. Wang dared not speak further. During the merger of the medical college, he had a real chance to advance further. But now, with this suspension, everything was lost. This year, the textile factory installed a phone to meet business needs. Zhao Kun's desk was right next to this phone, the closest. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the quiet of the office. Zhao Kun quickly picked up the receiver, but within seconds, his face changed dramatically. You say Zhao Shueisheng is suspected of forging a seal? Zhao Kun's voice was full of shock and disbelief. He repeatedly asked the other side, hoping for a different answer. The other person provided detailed information, including name, age, and home address, all matching Zhao Shueisheng, Zhao Kun's son. He simply couldn't believe that his usually obedient and well-behaved son was involved in such a serious incident. Without thinking much, Zhao Kun put down his work and hurried home. He wanted to go to Jinghai immediately with his wife, Zhou Jie, to find out the truth. When Zhou Jie saw her husband's anxious face, she already had a bad feeling. When she heard Zhao Kun say that their son was in trouble, she suddenly broke down, tears flowing like a flood. It must be that girl Song Yume who caused this. Zhou Jie shouted angrily. Their son had always been a good kid. Since he met Song Yume, he had started to go down the wrong path. Zhao Kun looked at Zhou Jie with suspicion. He asked in disbelief, You actually know about this? Seeing his reaction, Zhou Jie felt a wave of panic. She hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to tell him everything about what happened at her brother-in-law's house. The more Zhao Kun listened, the angrier he became. His face turned very dark. Suddenly, with a loud crash, The water cup on the table shattered into pieces, glass shards flying everywhere. Zhao Kun shouted angrily, "That little brat! After all this happened, you didn't tell me." Zhou Jie trembled with fear. "Old Zhao, I didn't think he would really go and change his name." Zhao Kun didn't listen to her explanation. He continued scolding. "When your son wanted to change his name, why didn't you stop him? Do you know that by letting him do that, you're ruining his life? Forget about college. He might even go to jail." Hearing that her son might go to jail made Zhou Jie feel even worse. She grabbed her husband's hand. "Old Zhao, our son can't go to jail, and he can't be expelled. Please think of a way." Li Ping angrily said, "It's just that you couldn't get into university, and now you've managed to get yourself into the police station." Song Jiangwo stood silently beside her. "Mom and Dad, please help me," Song Yuemei begged. The police officer came over and said, "You should discuss what to do. If you can get the victim's forgiveness, there's a good chance she won't have to go to jail." After speaking, the police officer turned and left, leaving the space for the three of them. Li Ping thought for a moment and said, "Yuemei, you, and Shui Sheng." Song Yuemei suddenly raised her head. "He hasn't come to see me." Since she was taken to the police station, Zhao Shui Sheng seemed to have disappeared. He hadn't visited her once. She had asked the police, and they told her they only called Zhao Shui Sheng in for questioning and didn't keep him there. She had hoped he would come to see her. She waited for a long time, but Zhao Shui Sheng never appeared. Could it be that she was doing all this for their future too? Why was he so heartless? Song Yuemei held Li Ping's hand. "Mom, family is more reliable. Mom, Dad, please think of a way. I don't want to go to jail." She had been here these days and was very scared.
Li Ping squeezed Yue Mei's hand.
"Good girl, you've been wronged. Shui Sheng's parents are also here. We discussed it together. Instead of punishing both of you, it's better to save one person. Don't you think?" Yumei's heart skipped a beat. She felt Li Ping was hiding something. "Mom, what do you mean?" Li Ping forced a smile. "If Shui Sheng gets punished, the school will also discipline him. He can't attend university anymore, and that wouldn't be good for you either. Maybe you should take the blame too." Yumei stared wide-eyed. She looked at Li Ping in disbelief and asked, "Mom, what do you mean?" Song Jiangwo snorted. "It's not just this one thing you've caused. Why not share some of the blame for Shui Sheng?" Yumei stared at Li Ping intensely. "Mom, what did Zhao Shui Sheng's parents say? Does this mean she has to admit all the accusations? Zhao Shui Sheng and Han Huiqiao can go back to university as if nothing happened, but she has to suffer here. If she really goes to jail, what should we do?" Song Jiangwo, speaking roughly, said, "Shui Sheng's parents, arrange a house for our family. They had been found by Zhao Kun and Zhou Jie when they were back home. They basically asked them to help persuade Song Yuemei to take the blame. As for the house Zhao Kun wanted, he could help with that and also give them 3,000 yuan as a reward." Li Ping and Song Jiangwo agreed immediately. That was a house and 3,000 yuan, more than a year's salary for them. Song Yuemei couldn't believe it. "Mom, you agree too?" Li Ping didn't look at Song Yuemei. "You may just help out at home. Your younger brother is grown up, and he will need a house when he gets married. Just do it for your brother." Song Yuemei smiled bitterly. "For my brother? Mom, am I not part of the Song family?" Song Jiangwo was impatient. "We gave birth to you, raised you. Isn't that enough? In the past, Song Yuelon sacrificed herself for the family. Now it was Song Yuemei's turn to be sacrificed. She had tasted this feeling. How painful, how hard it was." Song Yuemei wiped her tears. She couldn't give up. Zhao Shuisheng must marry her. She couldn't let him and Han Huiqiao be outside while she was in jail. She straightened up. "Mom, I'm willing to take all the blame. When I get out, my reputation will be bad. Zhao Shuisheng must marry me, or there's no deal." Li Ping frowned. "You." Song Yuemei turned to leave. She had only taken a few steps when she suddenly fainted silently. Zhou Jie couldn't believe her ears. "Song Yuemei wants to marry Shuisheng. Why? Did our family treat her badly? We gave her the house and money." Zhao Shuisheng didn't dare speak, lowering his head. Zhao Kun sneered. "You should ask your good son. Song Yuemei is pregnant. Even if Song Yuemei admits to the blame now, she wouldn't need to go to jail. Zhou Jia widened her eyes. Pregnant, she looked at her son. Shuisheng, is this child yours? Zhao Shuisheng saw his father's face tense up. He whispered, I don't know. Zhao Kun couldn't help but pull out his belt. I'll beat you, little brat. You embarrassing little thing. He then started hitting his son fiercely. Zhao Shuisheng didn't dare to dodge. Zhou Jia couldn't help but hold Zhao Kun. Old Zhao, can't we give her more money? Zhao Kun asked. Give her more money? Song Yumei said that if Zhao Shuisheng didn't marry her, she would accuse him of being a troublemaker. This sentence hit Zhou Jia's ears like a thunderbolt. She widened her eyes, looking at Zhao Kun in shock, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. You mean, marry or not? Zhao Kun tightly held his belt, ready to hit Zhao Shuisheng at any moment. Troublemaker, Zhou Jia murmured, the word echoing in her mind. She knew that being called a troublemaker was a serious charge, sometimes even punishable by law. Thinking of this, her face turned pale. Zhao Kun shouted, I ask you, marry or not? Zhao Shuisheng trembled with fear from his father's anger. He hugged his head tightly, afraid to look at Zhao Kun. After a while, he finally said in a trembling voice, I will marry. Those two words pierced Zhao Shuisheng's heart. His heart was full of sadness and despair. He knew his life was now completely ruined. Song Yuelan was busy packing her things for school. She was definitely going to stay at school. Xiao He couldn't stay alone at home, so he could only stay with Grandma. The twin cousins from Uncle San's family were very excited. There were rarely small animals at home. Now they finally had a cute puppy to play with. The two girls promised Yuelan that they would take good care of Xiao He and never let him suffer. She didn't tell the Qin family about being replaced in college. Anyway, the matter was over, and she didn't want to worry them. Late at night, just as she was about to sleep, she heard a knock on the door.
When she opened it, it was Aunt San.
Aunt San smiled and said, Sorry to bother you while you're sleeping. Here, take this. She handed her an envelope.
It was a thick stack of cash.
Song Yuelan shook her head and said, Third aunt, I can't accept this. The third aunt insisted. Here, take it. You're going to school alone, so you'll need to buy some things. I've been busy with work lately and don't have time. You can buy what you need yourself. This isn't just my idea. Your grandmother and your third and second uncles also agree. It was a bit awkward for the two uncles to give money directly to Song Yuelan, so she stepped in to help. The third aunt said, When you go to school, don't be afraid to spend money. Qin Yan is on a business trip, so they need to pay more attention to Song Yuelan. The young girl has had a hard time traveling so far to come here. In a new place, with no husband around, she feels a bit lonely. Song Yuelan felt touched and said, Thank you, third aunt. The third aunt gently patted her head and said kindly, Just think of me as a kind of second mother. Qin Yan's mother isn't here, so Song Yuelan doesn't have a mother-in-law either. She already has two daughters of her own and understands how it feels to have a daughter. She cares for her a little more because of that. After this incident, Song Yuelan started school 3 days later than the other students. She was assigned to a mixed dormitory. The dorm had 8 beds, but she was the only one studying traditional Chinese medicine. The others were in groups of 2 or 3, each studying different majors. One girl approached her and said hello first. Song Yuelan immediately recognized her.
It was the girl who bought buns at the bun shop that day.
Her name was Su Jingjing, and she was studying art. Su Jingjing was very friendly, and they quickly became familiar with each other. While they were talking, a few girls came in from outside. Song Yuelan's eyes immediately caught sight of Han Huiqiao, who was leading the group. Han Huiqiao also noticed Song Yuelan, and their eyes met, both surprised. The girl with short hair next to Han Huiqiao suddenly snorted coldly. Seeing this, Song Yuelan frowned slightly but didn't say anything. The girl with short hair pulled Han Huiqiao's hand roughly and said, Let's go outside and talk. This place is too dirty. After saying that, she took Han Huiqiao and the others and left, leaving Song Yuelan and Su Jingjing standing there. Watching their distant figures, Su Jingjing couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She explained to Song Yuelan, that girl with short hair is Yang Xiaohong, a second-year senior. She has quite a temper. Song Yuelan nodded, indicating she understood. Seeing this, Su Jingjing continued. The other one is Han Huiqiao. She's also a second year. I heard she just got into trouble. Su Jingjing lowered her voice. Do you remember a few days ago when someone was wrongly replaced at university? I heard she was the one who caused the problem. The second-year seniors all feel sorry for her. They say her kindness was taken advantage of. Su Jingjing sighed. The story of someone being falsely registered at university is now known all over the country. But because the reporter used a fake name, most students still don't know that person is Song Yulan. She had heard from the police that Han Huiqiao helped with Song Yumei's admission documents. But she didn't expect Han Huiqiao to be so clever, able to completely distance herself. Although she was the one who caused the trouble, she managed to appear as a victim among classmates. The other person liked Qin Yan, so naturally, her helping Song Yumei was not out of kindness. She needs to be more careful. Thinking of this, Song Yulan remembered that she once felt some sympathy for Han Huiqiao. Now, she felt no sympathy at all. The incident of false registration caused a big fuss. After an investigation, the school gave Han Huiqiao a punishment. This made Han Huiqiao very upset. She felt she was wronged. It was clearly Song Yumei who asked her for help, and Director Wang was also responsible.
She was just a helpful classmate.
Yang Xiaohong was her classmate. She found out that Song Yulan was staying in Yang Xiaohong's dorm this year. In the past 2 days, she had been getting closer to Yang Xiaohong. Yang Xiaohong didn't expect Han Huiqiao to come to visit her. She was a bit surprised and flattered, as Han Huiqiao was quite respected among students. She was pretty, her father was a professor, and she had good relations with teachers. Han Huiqiao casually complained to Yang Xiaohong about the great injustice she had suffered. Yang Xiaohong believed her completely. She developed a bad impression of Song Yulan, who hadn't appeared in this matter. Although Song Yulan is actually a victim, in Yang Xiaohong's eyes, Han Huiqiao is also a victim. Therefore, she believes that Song Yulan should take the initiative to ask the school for help and speak up for Han Huiqiao. Moreover, Yang Xiaohong also heard that Song Yulan had cut off all family ties. This made her more convinced that Song Yulan is ungrateful. Yang Xiaohong doubts the information reported by the journalist. Instead, she starts imagining all sorts of faults about Song Yulan, as if only then can she highlight Han Huiqiao's kindness and innocence. When Yang Xiaohong saw Song Yulan today, her face naturally looked unhappy. But this was exactly what Han Huiqiao wanted. Whether it's a big or small problem, as long as it makes Song Yulan uncomfortable, Han Huiqiao feels satisfied. At the Jinghai Three Villages Cooperative, people come and go, lively and busy. A man around 50 hurriedly entered, showing a hint of worry on his face. He went straight to the counter and asked the clerk, "Do you have chili oil here?" The clerk smiled and nodded. "Yes, sir." She turned and picked up a bottle of chili oil from the shelf, handing it to him. The man took the bottle, looked at it, then shook his head and said, "Not this one." The clerk looked a bit confused and asked, "What kind of chili oil are you looking for?" The man quickly explained, "Do you have the brand La Dang Jia here?" The clerk replied, "La Dang Jia? Sorry, we don't carry that brand." Hearing this, the man looked disappointed and muttered, "Never mind then." Some time ago, a friend gave him a bottle of chili oil. He tried it once and was completely won over by its unique taste. Now, their family can't cook without this chili oil. What made him feel helpless was that he had visited several other cooperatives, but couldn't find this brand. The clerk, curious, asked, "Can you tell if this chili oil is good or bad?" The man smiled and said, "Of course. La Dang Jia chili oil has a very pure flavor and tastes better than other brands. Recently, several people have asked about the Spicy Home brand. I should find a time to talk to the manager about it." "Song Yulan, someone is looking for you." Song Yulan stood up. Since she just started school, she didn't know who could be looking for her. As she left the school gate, she saw 4 people in the distance. Li Ping and Song Jiangwo were there, with a man and a woman standing beside them. As soon as Song Yulan saw them, she immediately turned around. She had nothing to say to Li Ping and Song Jiangwo. Their visit probably wouldn't bring good news. Li Ping saw Song Yulan turning to leave and was anxious. She quickly called out loudly, "Stop. I need to talk to you." Hearing this, Song Yuelan paused and slowly turned back. She looked at Li Ping with a blank expression and said coldly, "Didn't we agree long ago? To cut all ties and have nothing to do with each other?" Li Ping opened her mouth to explain, but she didn't know what to say. The reason they came to see Song Yuelan was entirely because of Song Yuemei. The police wanted Song Yuelan to write a letter of understanding. Having such a letter could help Song Yuemei get a lighter punishment. Li Ping's family had to lower themselves and ask Song Yuelan for help. But Li Ping felt uncomfortable inside. She had never looked down on Song Yuelan before. Now, for Song Yuemei, she had to bow to her, which made her feel very embarrassed. Song Jiangwo, seeing this, quickly stepped in to mediate. "Yuelan, your sister didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive her this time," he added. "The police said that as long as you write the letter of understanding, your sister won't be prosecuted." A faint smile appeared on Song Yuelan's face, with a hint of sarcasm, and she said, "What does this have to do with me? Why should I help her?" Li Ping was anxious and hurriedly said, "Yuelan, please don't do this. Your sister was just confused for a moment. For the sake of our family, please help her." Song Yuelan sneered and said, "For your family? When did you ever treat me as part of your family?" Her voice suddenly rose sharply. "Song Yuelan was inexplicably admitted to university in my place, you know that, right? Yet you still allowed her to do it. Now, everything is fine. When something goes wrong, they start to think of me. They even say that Song Yuemei is my sister, which is funny." Li Ping frowns and asks, "I don't understand. Why have you changed? Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses." She asks, "Why do you insist on arguing about these things? Aren't you my child? Didn't I also help you go to school? Even if there are mistakes made by parents, do you really refuse to help with this?" Li Ping has always known she favors one child. She favors Song Yuemei because she is her first child. She favors her youngest son because he is her everything. As for the second child, she doesn't care much. Over the years, this child hasn't opposed her. She got used to it, thinking Song Yuelan would always be like this.
But suddenly, this child changed.
She now hates them. No parent is perfect. How did it come to this? Why is this child so ungrateful? Why can't things be like before? When Song Yuelan heard this, she knew there was no point in talking. Li Ping will never realize she owes Song Yuelan. Or maybe she knows but just doesn't want to change. She treats Song Yuelan like a blood bag, constantly draining her. When Song Yuelan wakes up, she won't be able to accept it. Song Yuelan doesn't want to continue the conversation, so she turns and leaves. Zhou Jia, who is nearby, gets worried. She came to remind Song Yuelan to write an apology letter. They already promised Xue Sheng and Song Yuemei they would get married. But this matter isn't settled yet. She asks Li Ping to come and persuade Song Yuelan to write the apology letter, fearing Xue Sheng might get involved. Her son already has a hard time marrying that girl. If he gets expelled from university, it would be worse. But before they could say much, Song Yuelan was about to leave. Zhou Jie glares at Li Ping and says, "Yuelan, wait a moment, auntie. Let's talk. As long as you write the apology letter, everything can be discussed." Song Yuelan raises an eyebrow, thinking if she doesn't write the letter, they won't leave her alone. She nods and says, "All right, 5,000 yuan, I'll write it." Li Ping gasps. 5,000 yuan? Why doesn't she just go and grab it? Jiang Zhou happily said, "Auntie, I know you're a reasonable person. Can we negotiate the price?" Song Yuelan impatiently replied, 6,000 yuan. Li Ping widened her eyes, wanting to curse, but was stopped by Song Jiangwo. Song Jiangwo stepped forward and said, "I know you're upset, but as long as..." Song Yuelan looked at the people in front of her and suddenly smiled. "Forget it, I don't need the money right now. I don't want to write anymore." Song Jiangwo almost choked on his words. Before Song Yuelan could turn away, Zhao Kun immediately said, "All right, 6,000 yuan." He saw that the couple, Song Jiangwo and his wife, had no authority at all with Song Yuelan. Today's visit only made things worse. Song Yuelan grinned and looked at Zhao Kun. "Uncle, I already said I don't want to write anymore." Jiang Zhou carried a stack of newspapers into the office. Recently, they could finally relax a little. Their research institute's location is kept secret. All outside news is delivered once a week by a food transport truck. The truck also brings recent newspapers to entertain the staff. Jiang Zhou was flipping through the newspapers, and opposite him was Qin Yan. Qin Yan was busy calculating some data. Jiang Zhou was used to his workaholic attitude. Since coming here, Qin Yan has been working even harder. Jiang Zhou had started to think of him as an alien. He was increasingly unable to understand Qin Yan, as if the person was filled with the spirit of work. Jiang Zhou looked at a report about Jinghai University. He spoke, "Qin Yan, look at this news. Someone tried to impersonate others to get into university. Isn't that stupid? And it's from Jinghai University. This girl named Xiaolan is so unlucky." The sound of a steel plate hitting the table. Jiang Zhou looked up, and Qin Yan quickly took his newspaper away. He saw Qin Yan's expression turn colder and asked cautiously, "What's wrong? Could Xiaolan be Song Yulan?" Qin Yan didn't answer. He quickly skimmed the newspaper and suddenly stood up and left. Jiang Zhou noticed his mood was off and wanted to follow him. "Qin Yan, where are you going?" "Don't talk to me," Qin Yan said coldly. Outside, dark clouds gathered. The gloomy weather made it hard to breathe. Qin Yan's hand was tense, veins bulging as he clenched the newspaper tightly. He was sure the article was about Song Yulan. Looking at the date on the paper, this happened over a week ago. He didn't know how Song Yulan was doing now, but he really wanted to hug her. Yet, he couldn't do anything right now. He could only stay here. Qin Yan felt a tightness in his chest. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Before he knew it, he had smoked 3 cigarettes, feeling a bit upset inside. His longing was like a cough. The more he tried to hide it, the harder it was to conceal. Suppressing it only made it rebound, causing a strong cough. Qin Yan desperately kept himself busy with work, never having time to think about Song Yulan. But now, an uncontrollable urge arose. Qin Yan shook off the ash from his cigarette and, in a hoarse voice, called out, "Teacher." Professor Liang stepped forward, looking at his student with concern. He patted Qin Yan's shoulder. "If you have something to say, just tell me." Qin Yan was his most proud student. Professor Liang had watched him grow up. Qin Yan shook his head, showing a cold but fragile expression. Professor Liang sighed. Qin Yan was a person who kept his emotions inside. Most of the time, he couldn't guess what others were thinking. By early September, the weather was getting cold quickly. The wildflowers around had mostly withered. He looked over the scene, feeling empty inside. Qin Yan asked, "Teacher, may I make a phone call?" He couldn't see Song Yulan, but he wanted to hear her voice. Even just one sentence would be enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yan remembered the rules of the research institute. Before Professor Liang could answer, he lowered his eyes. "Sorry, teacher, I won't say anything." He couldn't break the rules here. Professor Liang sighed. "Forget it. I'll find a way." Song Yulan carefully stored the money in her hand. In the end, she wrote a letter of apology. Zhao Kun increased the offer for her. That letter of apology was worth 7,000 yuan. This business deal was very profitable for her. Seeing the expression on Li Ping's face when she left, she probably never wants to see her again. Song Yulan finally felt a bit more at ease. While no one was in the dorm, she put the money in her personal space. She took a sip of the spiritual spring. Starting tomorrow, they will begin military training. She is quite looking forward to it. In the past, when she was in school, she disliked military training. But now, after graduating and working, she sometimes misses those times. People can't have both youth and feelings at the same time. But if she could start over, she would cherish it. Soon, the dorm door was pushed open, and a group of people came in laughing and joking. Because everyone studies different majors, their schedules are not the same. Yang Xiaohong and her friends had already started classes, but Song Yulan was still in the dorm. When Yang Xiaohong entered, she saw Song Yulan sitting by the bed. She slightly smiled and let out a cold snort. Now, in the dorm, only Su Jingjing still talks to Song Yulan. Others are a bit cold toward her. After all, Yang Xiaohong is the dorm leader, and she intentionally or unintentionally ignores Song Yulan, making others hesitant to get close. Song Yulan didn't care about this kind of isolation. Those who try to isolate her only want to drain her mentally and affect her mood and life. She wouldn't doubt herself because of their actions. Having been to university once, it wasn't worth wasting her energy on such things again. So, she completely ignored those who tried to isolate her. After all, it takes effort to dislike someone. Zhao Shui Sheng, someone is looking for you. Zhao Shui Sheng left the classroom. His gaze fell on Song Yu Mei standing nearby. His steps seemed hesitant, as if he was uncomfortable, like he had uncovered some secret. He quickly looked around, and then hurriedly walked toward Song Yu Mei. When he reached her, his voice was a bit low. "Why are you here?" His lips still bore some bruises, marks left by his father's belt. Although some time had passed, the scars were still clearly visible. Song Yu Mei raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why, can I come?" Although the Zhao family agreed that she could marry Zhao Shuisheng, no one took the initiative to discuss the wedding plans. Song Yu Mei curled her lips, feeling she was being treated unfairly. She could see that Zhao Shuisheng wanted to distance himself from her, but she wouldn't let him have his way. Gently, she touched her slightly rounded belly and softly said, "Aren't you going to feel him? This is our child." Zhao Shuisheng's face suddenly looked worried. He quickly looked around as if afraid someone might overhear their conversation. He told Song Yuemei, "Speak softer. Don't let anyone hear us." Seeing this, Song Yuemei's dissatisfaction grew stronger. She stared at Zhao Shuisheng and asked sharply, "Why do you want me to speak quietly? Do you think our baby can't be seen?" Zhao Shuisheng's lips pressed tightly together. He wanted to argue, but didn't say anything. After a moment, he slowly said, "Don't push too hard. Let's discuss this again." But Song Yuemei refused to give up. Her voice became sharper. "You call this pushing too hard? Is it me pushing too hard, or is your family pushing too hard?" Her eyes were full of anger, staring directly at Zhao Shuisheng. Zhao Shuisheng was frightened by her fierce look. He instinctively took a step back and stammered, "Can we wait a little longer?" Song Yuemei sneered and nodded. "That's fine. But do you know? The Civil Affairs Bureau is right across from the police station." Zhao Shuisheng's face darkened. He understood what she meant. Song Yuemei continued, "Today, I have to go somewhere, either the Civil Affairs Bureau or the police station. Choose for yourself. Where do you want me to go?" Song Yulan stood quietly in the line, waiting with other students for the instructor. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of a familiar figure among the crowd. A familiar face, Qin Yan's younger cousin. Each class is assigned a coach. The team leader nearby introduces each class's coach. Qin Yi is the coach for Song Yuelan's class. Qin Yi looks at his sister-in-law with a troubled expression. What a coincidence. He is training his sister-in-law. He doesn't want his brother to scold him. Su Jingjing sits comfortably under a big tree, a gentle breeze brushing her hair, bringing a cool feeling. She turns to look at Song Yuelan and whispers, "Hey, Yuelan, our coach is really nice." Because there are fewer students in their major, Su Jingjing and Song Yuelan are in the same team for military training. At first, Su Jingjing didn't think much of Coach Qin. He looked very serious, even a bit stern. But after 5 days together, Coach Qin's behavior completely changed her opinion. Although he was very strict during training, he never lost his temper once. It's September now, and the lingering heat of summer still remains, making the weather very hot. But Coach Qin thoughtfully brought their team to the shade of a tree, so everyone could avoid the scorching sun. Compared to other teams, they were luckier. Others had to stand in the blazing sun, which was much harder. Plus, their team got 5 or 6 extra minutes to rest. Many students from other teams looked at them standing under the tree with envy. Su Jingjing's eyes widened as she looked at Song Yuelan's skin, studying it carefully. "Wow, Yuelan, your skin is so good. You're not even tanned at all," Su Jingjing exclaimed. On the first day of training, her own face and neck had already turned 2 different colors. But Song Yuelan didn't have that problem. Even after 5 days of training, her skin was still so fair and smooth, with no sign of being sunburned. She stood out in the team like a crane among chickens. Su Jingjing couldn't help but reach out and pinch Song Yuelan's soft face, muttering, "It's so unfair." Song Yuelan was amused by Su Jingjing's action. Song Yuelan attributed her lack of sunburn to the healing spring. She often used the healing spring to wash her face, and now her skin looks incredibly good. It's so smooth that there isn't even a single pimple mark, and even when she's in the sun, her skin only slightly reddens. The two of them lowered their heads and whispered to each other. Suddenly, from the crowd, a loud shout rang out. "Captain Qin, this is so boring. Let's play a game." This idea resonated with most people, and they agreed enthusiastically. Seeing this, Qin asked with interest, "Oh? What game do you want to play? How about passing the flower with a drum?" "The person who is chosen has to perform a talent," someone suggested. After spending a few days together, everyone's relationships grew closer, and the relaxed, happy atmosphere made everyone enjoy themselves. Qin thought for a moment and liked the idea, so he nodded in agreement. But he had a little plan in mind. He was worried he might be chosen and forced to perform a talent. So he volunteered to be the one to beat the drum. Everyone agreed with Qin's decision, and soon, the game was ready. A girl volunteered to be the one to carry her flower as the passing object. As Qin's drumbeat sounded, the bright flower seemed to come alive and quickly pass through the crowd. Everyone cheered excitedly, and the speed increased, making the atmosphere even more lively. Among the group, there was a girl who shared a dorm with Song Yuelan. Her name was Lu Shuya. She was not only Yang Xiaohong's cousin, but also a new student this year. Because she shared a dorm with her cousin Yang Xiaohong, Lu Shuya naturally listened to her. However, Yang Xiaohong had always held a grudge against Song Yuelan, so Lu Shuya also didn't like her. When the passing flower reached her, she bypassed 2 or 3 people and directly threw it into Song Yuelan's arms. At that moment, Qin stopped the drumbeat. He looked back and saw the passing flower in Song Yuelan's arms. Qin's mouth twitched. What a coincidence. Lu Shuya then cheered, "Song Yuelan, hurry up and show everyone a talent." She was sure that Song Yuelan wouldn't have any talent to show. She knew the other was from a small town, and probably only knew how to study hard. Song Yuelan glanced at Lu Shuya. Performing talents was not really difficult for her. Before she could speak, Qin said, "Maybe we don't need to perform first." Lu Shuya immediately turned and said, "Instructor Qin, why are you taking her side?" Qin quickly shut his mouth. He shouldn't have spoken up. Su Jingjing jumped in and said, "This game, clearly, you broke the rules. The game was about passing a message by drumming, passing it one by one." Lu Shuya was clearly doing it on purpose. Lu Shuya spread her hands and said, "I didn't hear the instructions clearly just now. How about I perform a talent first, then Song Yuelan can perform afterward?" When she said she would perform voluntarily, many classmates clapped and cheered. Lu Shuya stood up. She had learned dance for 2 years. She immediately danced a short routine. It was just a few simple moves, but it drew many cheers. After all, there are few girls who learn dance nowadays. Lu Shuya looked provocatively at Song Yuelan. "Your turn." Suddenly, a sharp, piercing whistle cut through the air. "Emergency assembly," the chief instructor announced loudly. Everyone looked at each other with some regret on their faces. They had been excited to watch Song Yuelan perform, but the emergency whistle interrupted them. Among the sighs, one person sighed in relief, Qin. He secretly felt grateful that the team leader appeared just in time and blew the emergency whistle. What if his sister-in-law really couldn't perform any talent? What if she embarrassed herself in front of everyone and started crying? How would he explain this to his brother later? The chief instructor stood at the front of the team, looking serious at the students. He announced loudly, "Students, today we will have an outdoor training exercise. This is not only a test of your physical strength, but also a good chance to build teamwork. After the training, there will be a surprise waiting for everyone." Hearing about the surprise, the students immediately became excited. They wore neat military training uniforms and lined up in a long row, like a green dragon, marching forward in a mighty procession. At first, there were whispers among the crowd. Someone took advantage of the instructor's inattention to quietly chat with a classmate nearby. As time went on, the group walked farther away, and the sun grew hotter. Everyone's energy started to run out. An hour passed, and no one in the crowd was talking anymore. The hot weather and long walk made everyone very tired. Their throats also became dry from lack of water, and speaking a little felt like it was burning. Su Jingjing felt like her throat was about to catch fire. She opened her water bottle and took a big drink, but the water was already gone. She sighed helplessly and muttered, "So thirsty." Hearing Su Jingjing's words, Song Yulan quickly reached into her backpack, took out her water bottle, and handed it to her, saying, "I still have some water." Su Jingjing gratefully took the bottle, drank some water, and immediately felt her throat become much more comfortable. She looked at Song Yulan and said, "Thank you, Yulan. You're really my savior." Chini quietly approached Song Yulan and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you okay? Maybe I can carry some of your things for a while." He was worried that Song Yulan might be too tired. This was their 5th day of military training, and it was the first time they had a private chat. Song Yulan shook her head and said, "No need, Instructor Chin. I can manage." Although she was tired too, she could still keep up and she didn't want to stand out. She whispered, "Instructor Chin, you don't need to call me sister-in-law. Just call me Song Yulan." Chin-yi immediately shook his head like a bobblehead. "No, sister-in-law. You call me instructor, and I'll call you sister-in-law in private. Let's keep it that way." The chief instructor told everyone to go eat and rest first, then start shooting practice later. This training trip, everyone came prepared, each bringing their own food. Looking around, most of the food was bread and pickled vegetables, simple but filling. Song Yulan took out a few steamed buns. She had stored them in her space earlier. Unexpectedly, these buns came in handy at this moment. Song Yulan handed a bun to Su Jingjing, then gave one to Chin-yi. Chin-yi was a bit surprised. He didn't expect his sister-in-law to bring buns. To avoid attracting attention, he quickly put the bun in his mouth and ate it in a few bites. "Chin-yi, these buns taste really good. Where did you buy them?" Su Jingjing also took a bite and mumbled. Yuelon opened a bun shop. Hearing this, Chin-yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Song Yuelon. The last time he saw her was when she was with his cousin. In just over 2 months, Song Yuelon had not only become more elegant and beautiful but also opened a bun shop in Jinghai. The speed of this world's development is really fast. After eating, Chin-yi started teaching the students how to shoot. Once everyone learned the movements, they only had 3 bullets each. If they performed well, they could join the competition. Everyone was eager to learn, hoping to be selected. Song Yuelon gently touched the heavy gun in her hand. It was the first time in her life she had been so close to such a deadly weapon. Her fingers lightly brushed the cold metal surface, feeling its texture and weight. Her mind kept flashing back to Chin-yi skillfully loading the bullets just now. Every detail was deeply imprinted in her memory. Song Yuelon took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and focused on copying Chin-yi's actions. She slowly loaded the bullets one by one into the magazine, then gently pushed the magazine into the gun chamber. Though a bit unfamiliar, she managed to do it smoothly. After loading the bullets, Song Yuelon tightly gripped the pistol, adjusted her stance, and fixed her eyes on the distant target. At this moment, her world seemed to focus only on that small goal, and everything else became blurry. She slightly squinted her eyes, concentrating fully on the center of the target. Her heartbeat gradually steadied, and her breathing slowed and deepened. Finally, Song Yuelon made up her mind and pulled the trigger. Bang!
Bang!
Bang! 3 sharp gunshots echoed loudly across the empty shooting range, deafening everyone. Song Yuelon quickly stood up, put down her gun, and felt a surge of excitement and satisfaction that she couldn't put into words. Whether she hit the target or not, just holding the gun and shooting made her happy. 20 students were shooting at the same time in this round. 2 instructors began to count the scores. One instructor used a loudspeaker to announce each student's results. Target 1, 3 shots missed the mark. Target 2, 2 shots missed, 1 shot hit the bullseye. Target 3, 1 shot missed, 1 hit the 6 ring, 1 hit the 4 ring. While 2 instructors were counting, another instructor directly announced the scores. Suddenly, the instructor doing the counting stopped talking. The instructor with the loudspeaker looked back and asked, "What's wrong?" They saw two instructors crouched in front of target 18, staring intently at the target as if they had seen something unbelievable. They exchanged a surprised and doubtful look. Then, the instructor with the loudspeaker heard what they said and was also stunned. Some students started whispering among themselves. After all, the instructors had stayed too long at target 18, which made everyone curious. What's going on? Did something unexpected happen? Even missing the target isn't surprising. Various guesses and discussions arose among the crowd. However, when the instructors finally began announcing the scores for target 18, everyone's voices suddenly stopped as if someone had pressed the pause button. Target 18, one shot scored 9. For another 8.5 and another 9.3. Everyone's voices froze in place. Even those who didn't understand shooting could tell how good these scores were. Then, the whole scene erupted like water boiling over in a hot pan. "Who is the person at target position 18? I'm so impressed. Could you have practiced before?" Chini looked at Song Yulan in disbelief. He was a bit surprised. "Sister-in-law, have you ever handled a gun?" Song Yulan was also surprised. She didn't expect to achieve this result. "Chini, the first time I handled a gun, all 3 shots missed the target." The chief instructor was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the scores sent over by the 2 team members and couldn't help but loudly ask, "Who is Song Yulan?" Chini raised his hand. "That's our team." "Wow, sister-in-law is amazing." Chini accompanied Song Yulan to the chief instructor. The chief instructor's last name is Yen, a man in his early 40s. He is the main instructor this time. He looked at her with some curiosity and suspicion. He couldn't believe that such a gentle, delicate girl could produce those shooting results. "Chief Instructor Yen, is this your first time handling a gun?" Song Yulan nodded. "Chief Instructor Yen, shoot 10 more for me to see." Song Yulan took the gun. Everyone's attention was on her now. But she was not nervous. She picked up the gun and shot again. After the gunfire stopped, the 2 instructors came forward to check her scores. Her 10 shots averaged a score of 9.2. For someone who had never handled a gun before, this could only be described as talent. Chief Instructor Yen was a bit emotional. This is talent. Some people are born with it, and it's something to envy. He thought for a moment and said, "Song Yulan, could you please stack the shell casings?" Stacking shell casings is a small training exercise for shooters. It mainly tests the shooter's hand-eye coordination. The hand and body do not touch the table. Stacking with one hand mainly measures the shooter's steadiness. Song Yulan picked up a small shell casing.
Він ячет карифулли бесіде her.
He often did this kind of training in his daily practice. Ordinary people can usually stack 3 or 4 casings. More than 6 is considered excellent. He usually stacked about 10. Song Yulan picked up a yellow shell casing and placed it on the table. All the instructors around are watching. 1, 2, 3. When Song Yulan stacked the 12th piece, Qin Yi's heart was already in his throat. He was more nervous than when stacking shells himself. Instructor Yen looked at Song Yulan's score, a hint of surprise and praise in his eyes. He slowly said, "You are the second most talented person I have seen. Your shooting skills are excellent. You are very suitable to become a shooting athlete. But unfortunately, Song Yulan is a bit too old to pursue a career as a shooting athlete." However, she is not disappointed. She is interested in shooting, but she doesn't want to make it her profession. Next to her, Qin Yi heard Instructor Yan's words and felt curious. He quickly asked, "Captain, who is the first talented person?" Instructor Yen was silent for a moment, as if recalling something. A few years ago, he was also a student from Jinghai. I remember his name was Qin Yen. When Instructor Yen said this name, Song Yulan suddenly looked up, her eyes fixed on him. After Yen Ge left, this was the first time she learned about him from someone else's words. A complex feeling rose in her heart, longing, emotion, and a faint sense of loss. She instinctively reached into her pocket, where a soft candy still lay. Su Jingjing was full of excitement, tightly holding Song Yuelan's hand. She was so excited that her voice trembled a little. "Yuelan, you were amazing just now. Do you know? Those boys in our team, with their noses in the air, all admire you deeply. Su Jingjing continued, her tone showing a hint of pride she couldn't hide. Song Yuelan arrived at the school a bit later than other students. There were only about a dozen students in her traditional Chinese medicine major. Most students had already made new friends during the first few days of school. So, Song Yuelan was always on the edge of the group during military training. Students at Jinghai University are very outstanding. Almost everyone is excellent in their school or even in their city. They naturally exude a proud aura of top students. This year, Xinglin Medical College merged into Jinghai University, and the admission scores for Xinglin Medical College are slightly lower than those for Jinghai University. Because of this, some people look down on students from Xinglin Medical College, thinking they are lucky to get in and not truly talented. However, Song Yulan's impressive display just now completely surprised everyone. At first, people saw her as a fragile, delicate girl who couldn't do much. But who would have thought that Song Yulan's shooting skills were so steady? Suddenly, someone greeted Song Yulan warmly. Yulan, Jingjing, come over and sit with us. There are empty seats here. When she heard this, Song Yulan turned around and saw that the person greeting her was Wang Min, a girl from her dormitory. Seeing this, Su Jingjing smiled politely and said, "Thank you." She gently tugged at Song Yulan's sleeve, signaling her to come and sit with her. Song Yulan nodded, and the two of them went over to Wang Min's seat and sat down slowly. Wang Min and the other girls nearby immediately started chatting enthusiastically with Song Yulan. "Yulan, do you practice shooting?" one girl asked curiously. "Wow, how do you shoot so accurately?" another girl added excitedly. Suddenly, everyone was talking at once, chatting happily. Inspired by their enthusiasm, Song Yulan relaxed and started talking with them happily. The originally quiet atmosphere quickly melted away like ice meeting fire, thanks to their lively conversation. But this scene was noticed by Lu Shuya from a distance. She couldn't help but snort coldly, feeling annoyed that Song Yulan had stolen the spotlight. The days of military training flew by quickly, and now it was the last day. Today was an important day to test the results of the training. All the school leaders and students from other grades gathered at the sports field to watch the first-year students' military training performance. Song Yulan stood at the front of the formation. She tried her best to perform each move perfectly. Only after completing the entire formation did she finally relax a little. When their team sat on one side of the sports field and heard the leader announce that their team had won first place, the whole crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. After half a month of hard work, their efforts finally paid off. Everyone was so excited that they stood up and cheered happily. Qin Yi couldn't hide his excitement either. A joyful smile spread across his face. Many classmates gathered around him, hugging him tightly to celebrate this hard-earned honor. In just half a month, they had built strong friendships. Now, as they prepared to part ways, everyone felt a little reluctant. Qin Yi warmly hugged each boy in turn. When he saw that the next person to hug was Song Yulan, he quickly retracted his arms as if shocked by an electric current. He awkwardly cleared his throat, then extended his right hand and said, "Let's shake hands, Song Yulan." Song Yulan smiled and gently shook his hand. Qin Yi then shook hands with the girls behind him one by one. Su Jingjing, standing nearby, watched all of this closely. Unable to contain her curiosity, she quietly moved closer to Song Yulan. Su Jingjing lowered her voice and said, "Yulan, I feel like that instructor is a bit strange around you." Song Yulan looked confused and asked, "Really?" "I didn't notice anything," Su Jingjing whispered mysteriously. "Does he have feelings for you?" Her voice was very soft, but Qin Yi was close enough to hear everything clearly. Hearing this, Qin Yi immediately coughed loudly. If his brother found out, he wouldn't be able to live. He took a deep breath, looked at Su Jingjing seriously, and said, "Su Jingjing, that's not something to talk about." Realizing that Qin Yi might have overheard her, Su Jingjing's face turned bright red, and she cursed inwardly. That instructor is eavesdropping on girls' conversations. After the military training performance, there was a shooting competition. This shooting contest was not just for the new students of Jinghai University. This time, Jinghai University invited many first-year students from other military training schools to participate in a shooting competition. The goal was to encourage students to work hard and stay determined. Students who won prizes in the shooting contest would receive not only certificates of honor but also cash prizes. When the announcement was made for shooters to enter, Su Jingjing gave Song Yulan a thumbs-up gesture. At that moment, Wang Min turned to shout at Song Yulan, "Come on, Yulan." Many students in their team also cheered, "Go, Yulan." During these days of training together, the students became more familiar with Song Yulan. They had been in military training for half a month. Despite her fair and delicate appearance, everyone realized she was not as fragile as they initially thought. In fact, during tough training sessions that everyone found hard to endure, she persisted without ever complaining about being tired. She looked young but stood firm in the training line, inspiring everyone's fighting spirit. Not only the boys, but even the girls felt shy to complain about being tired. Moreover, during their daily interactions, everyone found that Song Yulan had a good temper and quickly became friends with her. So, this time, Song Yulan represented Jinghai University in the shooting competition. Many classmates cheered her on. When other teams heard their team shouting, "Go, Yulan," they also cheered, "Come on, Yulan." Everyone was representing their school in the competition. They naturally wanted to support their own team members. From 1 to 10, and from 10 to hundreds. The shooting competition was held on Jinghai University's sports field, their home ground. Soon, the sound of cheering, "Come on, Yulan," filled the air. Students from other grades, who didn't know much about her, started discussing her name. "Who is Yulan?" "A girl representing the school in a shooting contest. Why did the instructors let such a young girl go on stage?" Han Huiqiao sat nearby. When she heard the name Song Yulan, her eyes twitched. Next to her, Yang Xiaohong looked a bit surprised. "Yulan? Is that the Song Yulan?" The students around her, hearing Yang Xiaohong seem to know her, started asking questions. "Xiaohong, do you know that Yulan girl? She's representing our school in the competition. What's she like normally?" "I just heard someone say that the shooting competition seems to have only one girl participating." Yang Xiaohong sneered. "Not much, right, Huiqiao?" Huiqiao tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Who knows? Maybe she's on good terms with the instructor." A girl frowned. "Aren't these competitions based on skill?" Huiqiao replied, "That's right." In her dreams, she hadn't imagined that the other person would be good at shooting. Principal Yao turned curiously to Instructor Yen and asked, "Is this student, Song Yulan, okay? Each school is supposed to send 2 representatives. Our school sent 1 boy and 1 girl this time." But he noticed most other schools sent 2 boys. Out of more than 50 shooters, only this girl stood out. Instructor Yen smiled. "Principal Yao, you can rest assured." He didn't dare say much about others, but over the past few days, they had been training Song Yulan intensively. Her progress was incredibly fast. Principal Yao nodded with some doubt. Many shooters' eyes were on Song Yulan. She didn't care about their gazes and focused on calming her mind and adjusting her attitude. A tall boy with a neat hairstyle and a slim build stood to Song Yulan's right. He wore camouflage, but unlike others, he wore it loosely, revealing a dark short-sleeved shirt underneath. His abs were faintly visible under his clothes. His name was Qin Xian, a student at Jinghai Sports Academy, and a favorite to win this competition. The boy next to him looked at Song Yulan curiously. It was the first time he saw a girl participating in a shooting contest. He nudged Qin Xian with his elbow and winked, signaling him to look at Song Yulan. Qin Xian didn't seem interested, and ignored his companion's hint. The boy turned and asked, "Little girl, why is Jinghai University letting you join the competition?" But Song Yulan seemed not to hear him. She was lost in her own world, carefully imagining her next moves. Seeing this, the boy didn't give up and kept asking, "Hey, little girl, why aren't you talking?" But she didn't even give him a glance or a response. Qin Xian spoke up. "Shut up." The boy then sheepishly closed his mouth. Qin Xian was the top student in their school's major and had been admitted to a good university. He had a strong spirit of not giving up, and he was starting to become the leader among the first-year students. After all, students from sports schools tend to admire strength more. The shooting competition had 2 parts, the qualifying round and the final. 56 students were divided into 7 groups. Only the top 8 students could enter the final. As the instructor announced the targets, some people looked disappointed. Li Nan didn't mind. They had only trained for half a month. He was happy just to be chosen to represent the school in the competition. He looked up at the only girl in the crowd. Earlier, he called her little girl, but she didn't pay attention because she was preparing for the competition. Now that the round was over, he definitely wanted to talk to her. Suddenly, the announcer's voice came from the field. Congratulations to Qin Xian, Song Yulan, Wang Qingyang. The following 8 students have advanced to the final. Other contestants, please leave the field. Please prepare for the final round. Li Nan shouted. What? Could it be that the girl he called little girl just now made it to the final? That seemed impossible. But the name Song Yulan sounded more like a man's name. Li Nan stood there, stunned. At this moment, the instructor stepped forward. Sorry, you need to leave now. The next round is about to start. Li Nan looked at Song Yulan, and his face turned bright red. What kind of situation was this? Just now, he had confidently called her little girl, and now she was eliminated. Li Nan couldn't help but raise his voice. Xianga, keep going. Luckily, their school still had Qin Xian, or else it would be too embarrassing. Qin Xian ignored him. He turned his head to look at Song Yulan. Even though she had made it to the final, her expression was calm. Under the bright light, Qin Xian saw her side profile, her skin flawless, and without a single blemish. For some reason, this reminded him of the buns he had been buying these days. Soft and white. Song Yulan took a deep breath, her heartbeat gradually calming with her breathing. She had started to figure out some of the shooting patterns, which made her feel a little more at ease. This kind of competition really tests a person's mental strength. Sometimes, the skill levels of the contestants are very close, but their mindset can decide the outcome of the whole game at critical moments. The final uses an elimination format. 8 players take turns shooting, and after each person shoots twice, the one with the lowest score is eliminated. The coach announces each player's target score one by one. Qin Xian was the first to finish his 2 shots. His first shot scored 9.6, and the second shot scored 9.4, which is quite good. When it was Song Yulan's turn, she stayed calm, aimed carefully, and pulled the trigger. Her first shot scored 9.2, which is decent but not outstanding. Then she quickly adjusted her focus and shot again, scoring 9.2 once more. As time went on, the third and fourth players also finished their shots. After each round, 1 player is eliminated. Song Yulan successfully remained in the game every round, until only 3 players were left on the field. Everyone's attention was focused on them. The lively sports ground had quieted down a lot, as people spoke softly, so as not to disturb the 3 contestants. Qin Xian kept his eyes on Song Yulan. His scores were generally the highest among the 3. Song Yulan and Wang Qingyang were close competitors, almost tied. But her scores were very steady. Every time Wang Qingyang caught up, she would regain her lead with the next shot. Wang Qingyang's hand trembled slightly as he held his gun. Wang Qingyang, 8.2 rings, announced a coach. He looked a bit disappointed, realizing he was just a little short. He could only hope that Song Yulan's score would be below 8 rings, so he might have a chance to be second. But unfortunately, with her next shot, Song Yulan shattered his hopes. Song Yulan, 9.4 rings, the coach continued. The crowd started cheering. Principal Yao watched the remaining 2 players on the field. The champion would be chosen from these 2. He didn't expect that the student from their school, Song Yulan, could hold on until the end. At first, he was skeptical about her participation, just like others. But her results are the best proof. Qin Xian is his nephew. He watched this child grow up. Qin Xian's father is a soldier, and Qin Xian has also handled guns before. Unlike Song Yulan, who only handled guns during military training. From this perspective, Song Yulan deserves more praise than Qin Xian. Song Yulan raises her gun, and her entire world is now focused on that target paper. She adjusts her breathing slightly. She didn't expect to reach this point in the competition. She never thought she was so close to winning. She is only 0.3 points behind Qin Xian. Song Yulan's gunshot rings out. This time, Qin Xian doesn't look at his target. He just focused on Song Yulan. She notices his gaze. She narrows her eyes and gives him a gentle smile. Qin Xian's hand trembles. He never imagined a girl could push his score so tightly. He feels proud and curious. A strong desire to win surges through him, making his blood boil. He takes a deep breath and raises his gun again, his eyes sharp and focused.
He shoots again.
Another gunshot, and the bullet speeds toward the target paper. This time, Qin Xian scores 9.4 points. Song Yulan needs to hit the perfect 10 to have a chance to win. She feels like time is stretching very long. She can't hear anything else around her. She looks at the distant target. For some reason, she suddenly remembers Qin Yan. She recalls hearing Coach Yan talk about him during training. People see Qin Yan as colder than she knows him. She wonders what choice he would make in her position. Maybe he would be calmer than her. Thoughts race through her mind, even though she hasn't thought of him for a long time. For some reason, she suddenly remembers him at this moment. She bites her lip very slightly. All she can hear is the sound of the gunshot. She hears the coach announcing the target score. Song Yulan, 10 points. She lets out a long breath, looking up at the dazzling light, then hearing the deafening cheers around her. Li Nan rubbed his ears suspiciously, hardly believing what he had just heard. Song Yulan really won against Brother Xian. How is that possible? Li Nan kept thinking about his actions just now, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He promised himself he would never judge people by their looks again. Suddenly, Su Jingjing acted like she had gone crazy, pulling at the person next to her. She kept shouting, "Yes. Yes." Yulan won. Qin Yi was also shocked by the sudden victory. He excitedly said, "Amazing. Really impressive." Then he added, "No wonder she's my sister-in-law." Hearing this, Su Jingjing's eyes widened like bells. She looked at Qin Yi with surprise and asked, "Huh? Instructor Qin, what did you say?" Qin Yi realized he had spoken too much. He quickly waved his hands and said, I didn't say anything." Su Jingjing's curiosity was fully piqued. She wouldn't let Qin Yi off easily. She stepped closer and asked, "Tell me clearly what you mean by." Before she finished, Qin Yi hurriedly reached out. He covered her mouth and lowered his voice, saying, "Oh my gosh, I'll explain later. Don't make a fuss now." Luckily, everyone was caught up in the excitement and didn't notice their conversation. Qin Yi secretly let out a breath and silently prayed that nothing else would go wrong. Han Huaiqiao and Yang Xiaohong sat in the stands. Their faces looked a bit unhappy. Next to them, a girl couldn't help but scream, "Song Yulan, you're amazing. She beat Qin Xian from Jinghai Sports Academy. So cool. How can she be so good? People say girls can be just as good as boys." Now, everyone around was cheering for Song Yulan, but Han Huaiqiao found the noise especially harsh. Why was it like this? When did Song Yulan learn to shoot? She started to doubt the dream she had about herself for the first time. Principal Yao took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead. That was impressive. It also shows Qin Xian that there are always people better than you, and the sky is high. Qin Xian felt his thoughts become a bit blurry, as if the whole world was fading away. He realized he had lost to the girls standing beside him. Slowly, he looked up and fixed his gaze on her. Song Yulan cheerfully greeted the people behind her. Qin Xian took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. "Congratulations. Thank you," Song Yulan replied. The staff had already started cleaning up the area. The exciting moments of the shooting competition still seemed to echo in people's minds. Qin Xian kept watching Song Yulan as she turned to leave. Just as she was about to step away, Qin Xian suddenly spoke. "Hello, can I get to know you?" "My name is Qin Xian." Song Yulan paused, her eyes clear and bright. "My name is Song Yulan," she said softly. Song Yulan moved through the busy crowd. The cheers around her rose and fell like waves, coming one after another. Many people greeted her warmly. Some even came up to shake her hand. At this moment, all the students at Jinghai School knew about the girl named Song Yulan. Who would have thought that such a gentle-looking girl could show such amazing skill in the competition? When she raised her gun, Everything seemed to pause, and everyone's attention was on her. Especially during the final shot, the thrilling moment touched many hearts. The crisp sound of the gunshot was the best proof of her strength. They looked at Song Yuelan again, observing her carefully. For the competition, she had tied her hair up. Her neck was white and smooth, the back of her head round and full, with distinct features. Her cheeks were slightly red from the recent match, and her lips looked a bit bright. Every movement she made was more graceful than a TV dance performer. Su Jingjing held Song Yuelan's hand. "Yuelan, you were amazing. During your last shot just now, my hands were trembling." Chini said, "I'll treat you all to a meal. This is such a special occasion that it must be celebrated with a good meal." Su Jingjing leaned close to Song Yuelan's face and said, "You don't seem very excited." "But you got first place," Su Jingjing added. Song Yuelan replied, "It's okay." Although she was happy to win first place, she didn't feel very excited. She reached into her pocket and took out a caramel candy, putting it in her mouth. The sweet smell filled her mouth. She wondered what Qin Yan was doing now. Professor Liang heard the door knock. "Come in," Qin Yan asked. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Professor Liang smiled and took out a note, handing it to him. "Go ahead. Today, you're allowed to make one call outside. The Research Institute keeps strict secrecy, so making external calls requires approval from higher authorities." Qin Yan looked at the note and said, "Thank you, teacher." Professor Liang waved his hand and said, "Go ahead." "I was young once too. Inside the institute, there is a special call room. It's small but simply decorated. There are 2 desks inside, each with a phone. One phone connects directly to the higher authorities, and the other connects to the outside world. There is also a person in charge, whose job is to record every call." When Qin Yan entered the call room, the person in charge was sitting at the desk, carefully organizing some files. Qin Yan quickly walked over and handed him the note. The person in charge took the note, looked at the content, then nodded at Qin Yan, signaling that he could make a long-distance call. Making a long-distance call is not easy. It requires manual transfer through the operator. Qin Yan picked up the phone on the desk and dialed the long-distance number. The operator transferred the call manually. Qin Yan dialed the long-distance number. Soon, a voice came from the other end, a service representative from the long-distance station. "Hello, where would you like to call?" Qin Yan's voice was a little hoarse. "Jinghai University, Traditional Chinese Medicine Department, Song Yuelan." He wasn't sure if the call would be connected, but he didn't want to give up any chance. There was a crackling sound on the line, like electrical interference or the passage of time. Qin Yan's heart fluttered. He didn't know if Song Yuelan could answer the call. The waiting time was both sweet and cruel. He didn't know how long it had been. Suddenly, he heard light, quick footsteps. Perhaps someone was running over. Her breathing was a little hurried. On the other end of the phone, a female voice said, "Someone is calling for Song Yuelan." Qin Yan's heart felt like it was being squeezed tight. Then, he heard the other person's voice again. "Hello, this is Song Yuelan." Qin Yan pursed his lips slightly. "It's me, Yuelan." Li Nan turned to Qin Xian. "Xianji, we have to wait a little longer to get the award." Li Nan gently nudged Qin Xian's shoulder with his elbow and smiled. "I'm planning to go see my sister. Do you want to come with me?" They sat apart from the students of Jinghai University, and Li Nan's sister happened to be a student there too. Li Nan thought it would be a good chance to say hello to his sister. Although he knew very well that Qin Xian would probably refuse, he still casually asked. Qin Xian showed interest. "Okay." This answer surprised Li Nan a bit. He had thought Qin Xian would refuse as usual. But since Qin Xian agreed, Li Nan didn't say anything more. The two of them stood up from their seats together. Jinghai University's sports field was very large. Looking around, the crowd was dense and lively, making it a bit dizzying. Li Nan stayed in place, carefully scanning the crowd until he finally spotted his sister's figure. Qin Xian followed behind Li Nan, attracting quite a few glances along the way. He was tall and strong. His military training jacket was casually draped over his shoulders, revealing a dark-colored tank top underneath, showing broad shoulders and muscular lines. His skin was a healthy wheat color, and there was a faint scar near his eye, adding a bit of rebellious charm. He had a slight look of impatience on his face, giving off a somewhat aloof vibe, which made him stand out among the crowd. In a place like Jinghai University, boys like Qin Xian were very rare. His appearance drew a lot of attention. Along the way, some people kept secretly looking at him, and a few girls whispered and talked about him. Yang Xiaohong looked up, and her eyes met two boys walking toward her. One of the boys was actually Chun Xian. Her cheeks instantly turned red, as if her secret feelings had been seen through. She shyly looked down at the ground. Yang Xiaohong's mother and Qin Xian's mother were classmates, so they often met when they were young. They were childhood friends. As they grew older, they saw each other less often. However, Qin Xian's mother once joked that Yang Xiaohong should be Qin Xian's wife someday. Li Nan playfully teased his sister Yang Xiaohong. "Sister, do you think my brother looks handsome today?" Li proudly replied, "Aren't you always saying your school's sports are great?" Then she challenged, "So, are the girls from Jing High School impressive?" Li Nan quickly nodded and praised, "Yes, very impressive." Especially when he saw Song Yuelon beat Qin Xian in a competition, he admired her very much. "She beat Brother Xian. I really respect Song Yuelon from your school." Throughout, Qin Xian stood quietly to the side without saying a word. When he heard Song Yuelon's name, he finally asked, "Which class is Song Yuelon in?" Li thought for a moment. "She's a new student, probably sitting on the south side." She pointed to where Song Yuelon was sitting.
Yang Xiaohong struggled internally.
She hoped Qin Xian would recognize her, but he never looked her way. Qin Xian squinted and looked at that spot. He then stepped toward it. Seeing Qin Xian about to turn away, Yang Xiaohong couldn't hold back her feelings anymore and blurted out, "Qin Xian." Her call didn't get his attention. He walked further away, leaving Yang Xiaohong with only a cold, distant back. Yang Xiaohong looked around and saw many classmates had heard her call Qin Xian's name, and they looked at her curiously. "Xiaohong, do you know Qin Xian?" a girl asked, leaning in with a curious look. Yang Xiaohong nodded and smiled shyly. Although Qin Xian is from the neighboring sports college, he is very popular among the girls. Even though he is just a first-year student, a few days before military training, some girls from her class had already gone to watch Qin Xian train. Qin Xian is a special person. He seems like a contradictory individual. People who like him think he is extremely handsome, a cool and confident bad boy, full of energy. Those who don't like him might find him a bit scary. Maybe it's because he is tall and muscular, giving off a strong presence. Yang Xiaohong's eyes closely follow Qin Xian as he walks toward the first-year students. Her palms unconsciously tighten, leaving deep marks. "Song Yuelon, the teacher wants you to go to the office." Most students at Jinghai are on the sports field now. The school office building has only a few students and teachers on duty. Song Yuelon stands up out of curiosity. She doesn't know what the teacher wants to see her about. Su Jingjing reminds her, "Come back early. The award ceremony will probably start soon." In September, many osmanthus trees are in bloom on campus. As the autumn wind blows, the whole campus is filled with the scent of osmanthus. Unfortunately, Song Yuelon isn't interested in flowers right now. She walks to the office, where the duty teacher smiles kindly and says, "Song Yuelon, you have a phone call." Her breath catches. She has a faint premonition. The only person who would call her is someone she knows. She walks a few steps to the phone, picks up the red handset, and says, "Hello, this is Song Yuelon." A faint electrical noise comes from the other end, and her heart beats faster. She hears a deep, magnetic voice. "Yuelon, it's me." Song Yuelon smiles. "Yenge." Qin Yan's voice sounds a bit distant from the phone. "Have you been doing well lately?" Song Yuelon nods, but she remembers that the other person can't see her nodding. "Yes, very well." "Yenge, how have you been?" "Today we had a shooting competition and I took first place. I heard from the instructor that your shooting scores are also very good." Since she hasn't seen Qin Yan for a long time, she suddenly opens up and starts talking nonstop about some small things happening around her. From the hard training to getting along with classmates, she even mentioned the taste of the food in the cafeteria. Qin Yan didn't interrupt her, but listened quietly. Occasionally, he responded briefly to show he was paying attention. Time passed unknowingly. Suddenly, Song Yulan realized she had said a lot of small, trivial things. She shyly asked, "Am I talking too much?" "Just some boring little things." She shared many small details. The amber melon at home started to bear fruit, and in about a month, they could eat it. Xiaohei now looked completely different. He was now like a grown-up dog. During school days, Xiaohei stayed at Grandma's house and was very happy playing with the triplet cousins. Qin Yan said, "I really enjoy listening." Song Yulan thought for a moment and asked, "Brother Yan, how have you been?" Qin Yan replied, "Pretty good, but there is one thing that's not so good." Song Yulan's heart tightened. "What's wrong? Did your leg injury flare up again?" Qin Yan said, "My leg is fine, but I miss you here." Song Yulan caught sight of the fragrant osmanthus tree outside the window. The autumn wind swept through, leaves swaying. Golden flowers fell all around. She didn't see Qin Yan's expression, but her heart was beating a little faster, just like the rustling leaves outside. She couldn't help but touch her cheek. That sentence sounded too romantic. Song Yulan took a deep breath and said, "Me too." The broadcast announced that the award winners should prepare. Qin Yi looked a bit anxious. "Yulan, hasn't she come back yet?" Su Jingjing stood up. "I'll go find her in the office." A dark figure approached her. "I'll go find her. You tell the host to switch the award presentation with the next segment." Su Jingjing stared blankly at Chen Xian. Chen Xian frowned. "Hurry up," Su Jingjing finally reacted. "Oh." Chen Xian spoke again. "Wait, where did Song Yulan go?" Su Jingjing felt something was off. She couldn't quite explain it. She went to the duty room on the administrative building. Chen Xian turned and headed toward the administrative building. Su Jingjing quickly walked toward the stage, only realizing something halfway there. Why did she want to listen to Chen Xian? Moreover, why was the other person looking for Song Yulan? He wasn't from Jinghai Sports College, so what was he doing here? Forget it. Su Jingjing shook her head. Since neither of them came to the award ceremony, it was even more reason to postpone it. Chen Xian left in a hurry. He walked quickly. The duty room in the administrative building is on the second floor. The whole building was empty. Only his footsteps could be heard. The duty room was half open. He stood outside and saw Song Yulan standing there on the phone. Because of the hot weather, she took off her military training jacket. She looked a bit thin, with a slender waist that seemed like it could be held in one hand. From his angle, he could only see her profile. But he could tell that Song Yulan was in a good mood. Her eyes and eyebrows were soft, and she was smiling gently. She was holding the red microphone very tightly. Although she had been talking for a long time, she didn't want to hang up the phone. Chen Xian heard her cheerfully call out, "Brother Yan." Her voice was sweet. Chen Xian lowered his eyes. The closeness was too much. It was like a lover's teasing. He stood in the shadows. Since the moment Song Yulan won against him, he had started to be interested in her. He wasn't lacking in female admirers, but he didn't like any of them. That shot from Song Yulan gave him an indescribable feeling. Not disappointment or sadness, but more like excitement. No matter who was on the other end of the phone, it was the same to him. At worst, he could just take it away. He came from a wealthy family, the only child, with a rebellious personality since childhood. He never lacked anything he wanted. He knocked on the door. Chen Xian said in a deep voice, "Song Yulan, it's time for the award." Song Yulan turned around and looked surprised outside the door. On the phone, Qin Yan also heard this voice. For some reason, he didn't like this voice. Qin Yan said, "Go ahead." Song Yulan hesitated. "Will you call again next time?" Qin Yan coaxed her. "Yes." Hearing this, Song Yulan was happy. "I'll wait for you to come back. I eat caramel candies every day." Qin Yan's heart softened. He can easily imagine the expression on the other person's face when they speak. "Qin Yan, good boy, I will definitely take a good look at your medal when I get back." Song Yulan reluctantly ends a call. Her eyes shine brightly as she looks at Chen Xian. They walk one after the other. When they leave the administrative building, a gust of wind blows. The nearby osmanthus flowers sway and fall gently. Chen Xian looks at Song Yulan. Her expression is more lively than during the recent competition. Zhang Zhong is in a very good mood. The food factory is finally back on track. They now produce about 1,000 bottles a day. He specially hired a small truck to deliver to Jinghai City. At first, his goal was the supply and marketing cooperative. To get his product into the cooperative smoothly, he visited Manager Sui from the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative many times. After tasting the chili oil himself, Manager Sui praised it highly, saying the flavor was very good. However, just when he was happily thinking that a deal was close, Manager Sui regretfully told him, "Old Zhang, I want to help you, but our cooperative has rules. Every product must be reported and approved before it can be sold." Although Zhang Zhong felt a little disappointed, he did not give up. To open the market, he couldn't rely only on the cooperative. He took a different approach, visiting small shops and individual stores one by one. With his two colleagues, he traveled all over Jinghai. At each shop, Zhang Zhong enthusiastically introduced their chili oil and invited the shop owners to taste it. To reassure the shop owners about buying, he also suggested they could leave 30 or 40 bottles first and pay after they sold. His efforts paid off. After some time, many shops contacted them to place orders. These shop owners said the chili oil tasted very good, and most of them would buy again. Zhang Zhong was overjoyed, but he kept busy. It now seemed certain that the food factory could survive. He planned to go to nearby cities to promote their products. They could easily double their current production. The office of the Jinghai General Supply and Marketing Cooperative is spacious and bright. Today is the day for the managers to hold their regular meeting. Everyone is sitting upright, with thick quarterly reports in front of them. Jinghai has many supply and marketing cooperatives, nearly 100 in total. Because of this, the meeting usually takes 2 or 3 days to finish. Toward the end of the meeting, Director Yu from the Jinghai General Supply and Marketing Cooperative stands up and smiles as he summarizes the quarterly reports. He looks around and then says, "All right, everyone. As we have some remaining time, feel free to share your opinions and suggestions. This is also a usual part of the meeting. After all, such a large cooperative faces new problems every day. Everyone can bring up issues and discuss solutions together." As soon as Director Yu finishes speaking, a general manager raises his hand, catching everyone's attention. Director Yu smiles and signals him to speak. The manager stands up, clears his throat, and says, "Director Yu, I have a suggestion." He pauses briefly and continues, "Recently, I noticed that many customers come to our store looking for a specific brand of chili oil. Our staff members have kindly recommended other brands of chili oil, but most customers refused." He raises his voice slightly and adds, "So, I was thinking, maybe we could try to introduce this new brand of chili oil. This might meet customer needs better and increase our sales. Usually the brands we stock are decided during fixed times each year, and changes are rarely made easily." Manager G's cooperative mainly sells pickled vegetables and daily necessities like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Recently, their chili oil sales have been struggling, and sales are not doing well. Meanwhile, other cooperatives haven't seen a significant drop in their sales. Faced with this situation, Manager Gu starts to feel uneasy. To find out the problem, he decides to personally taste the popular chili oil on the market. After trying it, he finds that the flavor is indeed very good. No wonder many customers specifically request to buy this brand of chili oil. After understanding the situation, Director Yu thought for a moment and said, "If this chili oil really tastes as good as you say, we can consider adding it to our supply store." However, he quickly emphasized, but only if its quality is truly excellent. After all, the products in the supply store are carefully selected and approved. Each item has its own reliable supply channels and sales methods, and they cannot be changed randomly. Before introducing new products, we must ensure their quality and market demand meet the store standards. Manager Gu took out a few bottles of chili oil from his briefcase. "It's almost lunchtime. I'll give some to the cafeteria staff, and everyone can try it." Director Yu smiled and said, "Old Gu, you came prepared." Manager Gu is quite confident about this product. At the school cafeteria during lunch, the chili oil brought by Manager Gu became the most popular food item. Whether it tastes good or not, only eating it can tell. The cafeteria food is usually plain, but adding a little chili oil makes it much tastier. Director Yu held a steamed bun, tore it open, and added freshly cooked shredded potatoes. He scooped a big spoonful of chili oil. Eagerly, Director Yu took a bite of the bun, and immediately, a spicy and fragrant flavor exploded in his mouth. His mouth was filled with aroma, and he felt he could eat 3 buns like that. He smiled this time and said, "If we don't introduce this kind of product, it would be a real shame. Old Ge, this time you are in charge. Contact the manufacturer." Manager Ge replied, "No problem, Director Yu." The day after military training ended was Saturday and Sunday. This was the first weekend off since school started. After 2 weeks of tough military training, everyone was exhausted. Most people chose to rest in their dorms or go out for a walk to relax. Su Jingjing felt a bit regretful and said to Song Yulan, "Yulan, why don't you come shopping with us?" She planned to visit some attractions in Jinghai with 2 other roommates. Song Yulan smiled and shook her head, replying, "Next time. You all have fun." Although Su Jingjing felt a little disappointed, she understood. "Okay, I will bring back some souvenirs for you." Song Yulan has her own plans for the next few days. She plans to visit the bun shop first to check the situation and also to verify the food factory's accounts with Zhang Zhong. So, she hasn't had time to go sightseeing recently. Since the end of military training, Song Yulan has noticed a big change in her dorm mate's attitude toward her. Everyone seems to accept her completely, except Yang Xiaohong. Although Yang Xiaohong still wants to isolate Song Yulan, everyone has been ignoring her intentions, intentionally or not. No one agrees with Yang Xiaohong. This makes Yang Xiaohong realize that if she continues like this, she might end up being the one isolated. She pulls Han Huiqiao aside to complain. Han Huiqiao also feels uncomfortable. She had originally wanted Yang Xiaohong to make things difficult for Song Yulan, but now she feels uneasy herself. Han Huiqiao pats her friend's hand and says, "Don't worry, take your time." She doesn't believe that Song Yulan will be in the spotlight again after this. Everyone has their weaknesses. Zhou Gang, sister-in-law, business at our shop has been really good lately. The shop mainly sells 3 types of buns, along with tea eggs and marinated duck products. They sell about 3,000 buns a day and around 400 tea eggs. The marinated duck products are prepared in the afternoon around 3 or 4 o'clock and sell out in less than an hour. The duck products are a bit more expensive, but still cheaper than marinated pork. They're also more leisurely to enjoy. 1 duck neck can last a long time. For just 50 cents, you can have a small drink. Many retired grandfathers ride their bikes specially to buy these duck products. Because these items sell well, Zhou Gang has hired 3 more aunties to help. Now, the shop makes about 400 yuan profit each day. In a month, that adds up to over 10,000 yuan. Based on their shares, Zhou Gang and Qin Yan each get over 2,000 yuan a month. Song Yulan alone can earn more than 7,000 yuan. This bun shop doesn't look very impressive, but it sells a lot. The owner himself doesn't realize how profitable it is. Song Yulan knew that the bun shop would do well, but the profit she earned was even more than she expected. Forget about the 1980s. Even in her past life, earning 7,000 yuan a month was considered good for an ordinary person. Song Yulan nodded and said, "Let's make some red bean buns today. To keep a shop running for a long time, it's good to add new products now and then. After all, eating the same things all the time can get boring." Zhou Gang said, "Sister-in-law, the red beans are already soaked in advance. Before going to school, she had mentioned that she would make red bean buns after the holiday." He hadn't forgotten and soaked the red beans early in the morning. The soaked red beans were put into a large pot and steamed until cooked. Once the beans were soft, they were mashed into a smooth paste using a special tool. The red bean skins were filtered out with a sieve, leaving pure red bean paste. A suitable amount of sugar was added to the paste, and it was slowly cooked over low heat. As the sugar melted and mixed well with the paste, the purple red bean paste gradually released a tempting sweet aroma. They prepared the dough for the buns, then placed small portions of the bean paste in the center of each piece. Making the bean paste buns was not complicated. A few people worked together, quickly making rows of neat, small buns. Because the bean paste was quite sweet, eating too many might become tiring. So, Song Yulan deliberately made the buns slightly smaller than usual. This way, 2 bites would be enough, balancing the sweetness and allowing everyone to enjoy the delicious bean paste. Zhou Gang went to the shop entrance and took down the menu hanging outside. He picked up a brush and carefully added a line of words to the menu. New product, red bean buns. Su Jingjing rubbed her calf and complained, "Oh, where are we going now?" She and her 2 roommates had been shopping for most of the day. Now she was tired and just wanted to go back to the dorm to rest. But her roommates didn't seem to want to let her rest. One of them held her arm tightly and said excitedly, "Come on, I'll take you somewhere nice." Without waiting for her, they pulled Su Jingjing and headed toward the indoor swimming pool at Jinghai Sports College. Jinghai University is just across the street from Jinghai Sports College. Usually, the security guards wouldn't stop them. Su Jingjing looked confused and asked, "Are we going to watch swimming?" She wasn't very interested in swimming. She instinctively shook her head and said, "Forget it, I just want to go back and lie down." But Zhang Hemei wouldn't let go and said eagerly, "No, we must go today. Tomorrow you won't be able to come." Recently, Jinghai was hosting the National College Student Sports Meet, and the Jinghai Sports Institute was in charge of the swimming events. Su Jingjing was still a bit reluctant. Zhang Hemei insisted, "Don't hesitate. This afternoon, the athletes will come to warm up." "It's a rare chance," Su Jingjing muttered. "There's a competition tomorrow." "Why are we going now?" Zhang Hemei patiently explained. "This afternoon, the athletes will definitely come to the pool for warm-up training. This is a great opportunity to observe them up close. Swimmers usually have very good physiques." Su Jingjing immediately understood. The 3 of them entered the swimming hall. There were quite a few people gathered, watching the event. Su Jingjing also saw Yang Xiaohong and Han Huiqiao. She rolled her eyes inwardly. These 2 were excluding Song Yulan, and she didn't like them either. Since they shared a dormitory, Zhang Hemei thought it was polite to say hello, and did so. Of course, Yang Xiaohong didn't like Su Jingjing either, and the 2 exchanged a cold, indifferent glance. It's easy to tell who the athletes are. Their demeanor and build are very different from ordinary people. They all have broad shoulders, narrow waists, and long legs. Sure enough, many athletes had already started warming up. Su Jingjing spatted a familiar face. She asked curiously, "Is Chen Xian also on the swimming team?" Zhang Hemei nodded. "Yes, he's a top contender for the championship. Chen Xian is from Jinghai, and Zhang Hemei went to the same school, 1 grade above him. Her junior is quite a well-known figure at school." Su Jingjing said, "I thought he practiced shooting." Zhang Hemei replied, "His main strength is swimming, but he's good at many sports." Her junior often won gold and silver medals in various events at the high school sports meet. He would run 100 meters and then switch to 800 meters, and he always won awards. His stamina is truly impressive. Chen Xian swam 4 or 5 laps in the pool. Jingjing Su noticed that almost everyone's eyes were focused on Xian Chen. He was the most outstanding among all the contestants. In the water, he looked like a fierce wild animal. Suddenly, Xian Chen stood up from the water, droplets splashing everywhere. He picked up a dry towel and casually wiped his hair. In that moment, he saw Jingjing Su. Xian raised an eyebrow and strode toward her confidently. Yang Xiaohong and Jingjing Su were standing together. She saw Xian approaching and thought he was greeting her. She took a step forward, about to smile and say hello, but Xian Chen brushed past her without stopping. Xian Chen. Jingjing Su. He remembered that Song Yuelan seemed to have a good relationship with her. Jingjing Su greeted him dryly, not expecting Xian to start a conversation with her. It seemed Xian wasn't the type to initiate greetings either. Xian looked around but didn't see Yuelan Song. He was a little disappointed. "Are you coming to watch my match tomorrow?" Jingjing Su felt a bit pressured. The word "you" probably referred not just to her. Zhang Miao was a bit excited. "Junior, can I come too?" Xian Chen clearly didn't remember Zhang Miao. "Who are you?" Jingjing Su interrupted. "We share the same dorm." All in the same dorm as Yuelan. Jingjing Su already had some doubts. She deliberately mentioned Yuelan Song's name. Sure enough, she heard him say, "Sure, I'll give you a few more tickets. You can invite everyone from your dorm to watch the match. If you paid a little attention, you could notice that when Xianqin said everyone, his tone was slightly heavier. Yang Xiaohong couldn't help but interrupt. Xianchun were also in the same dorm. She saw that Xian was eager to give tickets to Jingjing Su and her group.
Xuanchen glanced at Yang Xiaohong indifferently.
She thought he would call her by name. Xianqin just nodded casually, acting as if he didn't know her. He turned back to Jingjing Su. Don't forget, tell everyone. Su Jingjing felt a bit worried. She sensed that Qin Xian's intentions might not be purely friendly. She thought that Qin Xian might have only given them tickets to see Song Yuelan. He even specifically told everyone in the dorm to go watch the game. But Su Jingjing hesitated and brushed her hair nervously. Last time, Coach Qin told her that Song Yuelan was his sister-in-law. This meant Song Yuelan was already in a relationship. Should she really help Qin Xian? Song Yuelan had never mentioned having a partner. She was curious about what kind of person Song Yuelan's partner was. Su Jingjing thought all the way but couldn't find a solution. In the end, she decided to ask Yuelan directly at the bun shop. After all, Qin Xian hadn't said he liked Song Yuelan or anything similar. Maybe he just admired Song Yuelan and gave the tickets out of respect. When Su Jingjing arrived at the bun shop, she saw a new item on the menu. Red bean buns, she said, leaning toward the window. 2, please. Song Yuelan was watching the first batch of red bean buns steaming. When she heard the familiar voice, she looked up and saw Su Jingjing. She smiled and waved at her. Come in, Jingjing. Su Jingjing stepped into the shop. Yuelan, do you have red bean buns today? Song Yuelan lifted the lid. Under the hot steam, the soft, plump red bean buns puffed up. She picked out 7 or 8 buns and put them into a bag to give to Su Jingjing. I was planning to bring these to you tomorrow at school, but since you're here today, I want to treat you. Su Jingjing hesitated and lowered her voice. Won't your boss say anything? She saw Zhou Gang in the shop. Giving her so many buns so generously, she wondered if Yuelan's boss might criticize her. She always thought Song Yuelan worked at the bun shop. Song Yuelan didn't explain. She just shook her head and smiled. Our boss is very kind. By the way, Su Jingjing took out a ticket from her pocket. Yuelan, do you want to go? This was given to us by Qin Xian for our dorm. Song Yuelan shook her head. I don't have time these days. The game is tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow morning, she needs to settle accounts with Zhang Zhong. In the afternoon, she also has to study with Professor Hua. Su Jingjing took a deep breath. All right then. Her words were heard, and since Yuelan wouldn't go, she didn't think she was causing any trouble. Su Jingjing finally relaxed. She picked up a red bean bun and took a big, hearty bite. The bun was small and delicate, like a toy. With one bite, she could taste the smooth, sweet red bean filling. The sweet flavor spread on her tongue. For someone who loves sweets like her, it was very delicious. Su Jingjing took out a souvenir for Song Yuelan and placed it all on the table. That's the gift I bought. We'll meet again the day after tomorrow. Zhang Zhong smiled and handed the account book to Song Yuelan. Yuelan, I have good news for you. Curious, Song Yuelan looked up. Her eyes focused on the account book, then shifted to Zhang Zhong's face, waiting for him to continue. The manager Ge from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative contacted me. Our chili oil can be supplied to them. I'm thinking maybe we should start another production line. Nearly 100 supply and marketing cooperatives need about 5,000 bottles of chili oil each week. Our current production line can handle that. But Zhang Zhong plans to expand into nearby cities, so the current output might not be enough. Song Yuelan carefully looked through the account book, her brow slightly furrowed. She pointed to 3 payments and asked, Uncle Zhang, what are these 3 payments for? Zhang Zhong quickly took the account book and explained, Oh, these stores just opened and they're short on funds. They don't have enough money to pay for the goods right now. So, these 1,000 bottles of chili oil are on credit for now. Zhang Zhong didn't think this was a big problem. In the early days of expanding the market, he had also given some small shops a few dozen bottles to sell first. But Song Yuelan didn't see it that way. She worriedly said, Uncle Zhang, that's quite a lot of credit this time. We need to find a way to get the money back quickly. She knew how important cash flow is for business. If problems arose, the consequences could be serious. If all customers started to buy on credit like this, They wouldn't have enough money to buy raw materials. And if the cash flow stopped, the business could be in real trouble. Zhang Zhong is a professor of Chinese language and literature. He does not have much experience in managing a company. But when he heard Song Yuelon say this, he immediately became nervous and asked, "Is it that serious?" Song Yuelon replied, "Chili peppers are a crop whose market price can change." She continued, "If next year the raw material prices go up, we need to prepare in advance. We can't just raise the price of chili oil immediately when chili prices increase. A bottle of chili oil costs just over yuan. For such cheap products, even a small increase of a few cents can be noticed clearly by consumers." At that moment, two employees came in with serious looks. One of them said, "Manager Zhang, we just tried to order glass bottles, but they suddenly said they want to raise the price." The other added, "The price for each bottle is going from 3 cents to 4 cents. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong frowned. He said unhappily, "We had an agreement with their glass factory. How can they change it just like that?" The two employees shook their heads helplessly. One of them explained, "We told them about the previous agreement, but they said their new manager won't recognize it. Sometimes, these state-owned factories can be quite stubborn, refusing to cooperate without considering the customer's feelings." Hearing this, Zhang Zhong felt even more upset. He stood up, decided to go, and talked to the glass factory himself to see if there was room for negotiation. Just as he was about to leave, Song Yuelon suddenly stopped him and asked, "Uncle Zhang, did we sign a contract with them?" A hint of regret flashed across Zhang Zhong's face. He hesitated for a moment and replied, "No, we didn't." At first, the food factory started work in a hurry, and many things were not yet clear. This led to them not signing a contract with the glass factory at that time. Song Yuelon thought for a moment and asked, "How many glass bottles does our factory still have?" One of the employees said, "About 10,000. 10,000 bottles are enough for about 10 days of production." Song Yuelon frowned and said, "Uncle Zhang, we didn't sign a contract with them before. Now, the current manager won't acknowledge this price, and there's nothing we can do." Zhang Zhong sighed and said, "I'll check with other glass factories to see if there's a chance to cooperate." Song Yuelon nodded and then said, "We always pay on time. There should be some glass factories willing to work with us." Zhang Zhong agreed. "In business, no matter what, we must sign contracts. Otherwise, we're too vulnerable." They had just finished talking with the supply and marketing cooperative about supplying goods, but now the price of glass bottles suddenly increased. If they didn't have some stock left, it would be hard to deliver on time, which would cause big problems. Song Yuelon continued, "Moreover, we must never extend credit again." Zhang Zhong quickly responded, "Okay, I understand. I'll go get the previous debts back tomorrow and look for another glass factory." Song Yuelon reminded him, "Look for several options so they can supply us. If we only rely on one glass factory, they might think we depend on them too much, which isn't good for us." After hearing this, Zhang Zhong admired Song Yuelon even more. She always points out problems clearly and can think of solutions. The swimming pool at Jinghai Sports Academy. This year is 1984, a very important year for China's sports world. The Olympics just ended. Athletes fought hard and finally won China's first Olympic medal. This was a historic breakthrough. News of this spread quickly, sparking a sports fever nationwide. People's enthusiasm for sports reached new heights. Various sports events attracted a lot of attention. The swimming competition held by Jinghai Sports Academy naturally drew many spectators. Zhang Miao watched the swimmers on the pool. She leaned close to Su Jingjing and said, "Jingjing, I feel like Qin Xian has been looking at us." Su Jingjing took a red bean bun from her bag and took a bite. She had kept 2 of the sweet buns from yesterday, without eating them. Su Jingjing replied vaguely, "Maybe." When the host started introducing the competitors, Zhang Miao immediately focused her attention on the pool. Chun Xian was in the second lane.
He looked up again at the audience seats.
He clearly saw Su Jingjing but could not see Song Yuelon's figure. His mouth tightened. With a whistle, everyone jumped into the pool. Chun Xian felt a bit sad. He poured all his emotions into the race. His arms moved powerfully through the water, each tearing through the surface. Soon, he pulled far ahead of the other competitors. The waves of cheers rolled one after another. Today, Chun Xian was truly the star of the competition. Zhang Miao shouted until her throat was sore. Yang Xiaohong, sitting nearby, rolled her eyes at her. She also cheered with all her might. She wanted to outshine Zhang Miao's voice. Chen Xian looked at the results, but showed no reaction. It seemed that even winning the gold medal wouldn't make him very happy. Until the award ceremony was over, he had no smile on his face. He took the medal and headed to the lounge. Spectators who wanted to greet him were scared off by his cold expression. Chen Xian stood expressionless in the lounge, quickly changing into his clothes. Li Nan pushed the door open and entered, wearing a slightly pleading smile. "Brother Xian, I have something to tell you," Li Nan said. "My sister's teacher is a famous traditional Chinese medicine master. Her medical skills are very good. How about we go for a therapy session together later?" Chen Xian frowned slightly and replied coldly, "I'm not going." Li Nan explained, "Come on, Brother Xian, don't underestimate my sister's teacher. It's hard to get an appointment with her. If it weren't for my sister's connection, it wouldn't be easy to book her." Li Nan continued persuading, "And your arm hasn't been feeling well lately, right? 2 days ago, you were practicing shooting, so you definitely need to relax. Because of the competition, they couldn't take medicine casually. Sometimes getting a massage, acupuncture, or cupping at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic felt very relaxing." Chen Xian didn't seem interested in what Li Nan said. He kept dressing silently, tying his shoelaces, and finally, impatiently said, "All right, let's go." If he didn't go today, Li Nan would probably keep nagging for days. Li Nan's face lit up with joy. "Okay, Brother Xian, be gentle with the doctor." Hua Yongchun smiled warmly and enthusiastically introduced Song Yulan to her several students. "This is a junior sister I specifically brought along this year. Don't underestimate her. Her massage skills are even better than yours." There are only 4 students in Hua Yongchun's group, including Song Yulan. One is a boy, and the other 2 are girls. Since there are relatively few people studying traditional Chinese medicine now, most students prefer to choose Western medicine when selecting their major. Therefore, the number of students Hua Professor teaches is quite limited. When Hua Professor takes on students, she always checks their character carefully. If a student doesn't have good character, no matter how talented they are, she wouldn't accept them. All 3 students greeted Song Yulan very friendly. Lili stopped her. "Junior sister, your shooting competition the other day was amazing." This made them all feel proud. Song Yulan modestly said, "It was just luck." Lili replied, "Luck is also part of skill." Lili looked at Song Yulan with curiosity and softly asked, "Junior sister, have you thought about joining any clubs?" Song Yulan looked confused and asked back, "Clubs?" Seeing this, Lili patiently explained the club culture at Jinghai. Right now, the most popular clubs at Jinghai University are the Literature Club and the Poetry Club. These clubs have many activities. They hold various lectures, publish magazines, and even organize poetry recitation events. Lili sighed and said, "I really want to join these clubs too, but unfortunately, my literary skills aren't good enough, so I was rejected." After hearing this, Song Yulan thought for a moment and said, "I also can't write well." Clearly, she wasn't very good at that. Li's eyes lit up and she suddenly suggested, "How about joining our dance club?" She quickly added, "Even if you don't know how to dance, it's okay. I can teach you." Participating actively in clubs can also help you earn extra points at school. These extra points are related to the job assignments after graduation. So, every student at Jinghai University joins at least one club. During this time, Song Yulan has been practicing dance moves. She was very interested in Li's suggestion. Recently, she has been busy studying and earning money at the same time. Joining the dance club fits her needs. She doesn't want to spend too much time on the club, just enough to improve her overall score. When she heard Song Yulan wanted to join their club, Li was very excited. "Wait until next week. If you don't have classes, just come find me." They were chatting happily. At that moment, they heard the sound of the door opening. Song Yulan turned around to look. She saw 5 or 6 tall boys walking into the room. Their figures looked a bit crowded at the door. The leader was Li Nan. He looked honest and said to Li, "Sister, the team members and I are here." Li smiled and replied, "Okay, I'll go call Teacher Hua." Seeing this, Song Yulan picked up the medical record form from the desk and started filling in everyone's information. She softly asked, Which of you is feeling unwell? At this moment, Chen Xian pushed past Li Nan from behind. Chen Xian said, I'll go first. Song Yuelon nodded and said, that's fine. She wrote Chen Xian's name on the form. Chen Xian, where do you feel unwell? Chen Xian looked at the form in Song Yuelon's hand. He spoke in a low voice. Why didn't you go to watch the match today? Song Yuelon was a bit confused by the question. She looked at Chen Xian with doubt and asked, what match? Chen Xian said, did Su Jingjing not tell you? Then Song Yuelon remembered that Su Jingjing had given her a ticket yesterday. She thought Chen Xian's question was a bit strange. She politely replied, as you can see, I have other things to do, so I couldn't go to watch the match. Chen Xian looked at Song Yuelon for 2 seconds. He sighed softly, like a deflated ball, and said, forget it. He felt frustrated, but the other person seemed completely unaware. It was a feeling of hitting cotton with a fist, powerless. Chen Xian steadied himself and decided not to dwell on it. Instead, he asked, what are you good at? Song Yuelon was slightly surprised. Aren't you going to see teacher Hua first? Hua Yongchun came out from the inner room. She happened to overhear their conversation and interrupted, asking, are you feeling unwell? Chen Xian pointed to his right shoulder and arm and said, here. Hua Yongchun nodded and said, take off your clothes so I can look at it. Chen Xian had no hesitation and quickly took off his white short-sleeved shirt. As the shirt was removed, his tan skin was fully visible, showing a healthy glow that seemed sunny. His chest and abdominal muscles were clearly defined, and the 2 other girls in the room couldn't help but glance several times. Hua Yongchun carefully examined Chen Xian's shoulder and arm. Yes, this is a sports injury. You might try acupuncture treatment. Hua Yongchun asked, Yuelon can do the acupuncture. She's our intern here. Do you mind? Chen Xian naturally agreed. Hua Yongchun said, Yuelon, come here. Song Yuelon nodded and replied, okay, teacher. She signaled for him to follow her into the treatment room. The room had about 7 or 8 beds, making it look a bit empty. Chen Xian sat down on one of the beds. Song Yuelon used tweezers to pick up a cotton ball and gently clean the spot where she would insert the needle. Getting a closer look, you could really feel the strength in Chen Xian's body. But in Song Yuelon's eyes, he seemed no different from anyone else. She picked up an acupuncture needle and said, if it hurts, just tell me anytime. As soon as she finished speaking, she accurately inserted the silver needle into the acupuncture point. Chen Xian kept his eyes on Song Yuelon. Suddenly, the room became very quiet, only the faint sound of the needle piercing the skin. To break this awkward silence, Chen Xian asked, are you new here for your internship? Song Yuelon looked up, nodded in response. Chen Xian felt a small surge of excitement. He then asked, am I your first patient to get acupuncture? His tone was a bit hopeful. But her reply made his mood drop instantly. Not exactly. Her voice was calm, as if she didn't notice his change in mood. He stayed silent, and she didn't speak either. Chen Xian couldn't hold back anymore and asked casually, who is your first patient? Song Yuelon focused on pinching a silver needle and replied casually, my husband. Hearing this, Chen Xian's body suddenly trembled, almost dropping the silver needle from Song Yuelon's hand. Seeing this, Song Yuelon quickly warned, don't move around. If I needle in the wrong spot, it could be trouble. Chen Xian finally snapped out of it and felt a bit annoyed. He had guessed before that Song Yuelon might have a partner, but it was just a guess. Now, hearing her say, my husband, directly, the feeling was completely different and very shocking. Plus, she said those words very naturally and confidently. This showed she probably had a very good relationship with that man. Lili was carefully giving her brother Li Nan a cupping treatment. When she heard Song Yuelon's words, her hand suddenly trembled, and the flame from the fire cup accidentally burned her brother's skin. Li Nan cried out, my dear sister, are you trying to hurt your own brother? Lili quickly removed the cup and patted her brother's back. She said impatiently, what are you yelling about? It was just a small burn, no flesh was torn. Don't make such a fuss. She turned around and looked at Song Yuelon with surprise, saying, Yuelon, what did you say? You have a partner? It was only a short time since school started, and Song Yuelon already found someone? Song Yuelon remained calm and said, not a partner. I got married. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the room looked at her as if under a spell, all with disbelief on their faces. After all, Song Yuelan was just starting university. How could she get married so quickly? Li Nen also forgot about his pain, widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, "You're so young, and you're already married. Having a partner is understandable, but getting married so early is surprising." Chen Xian, who was nearby, was struck like by lightning. He wondered if he had heard wrong. He slowly looked up, staring directly at Song Yuelan, trying to see if there was a joke in her expression. But her face showed no hint of teasing, only calmness. Chen Xian's heart suddenly felt like it was hit hard by a heavy hammer, and his hope, which was about 70 or 80%, was instantly shattered. He quickly stood up from his seat. Seeing this, Song Yuelan hurriedly warned, "Hey, don't move around." With his movement, the silver needle inserted in him also gently swayed. The thin silver needle shimmered faintly under the light, looking a bit unsettling. Seeing this, Song Yuelan frowned and said, "Aren't you going to get the needle? If you move around like that, it might shift." Chen Xian felt extremely irritable, but a warm feeling was slowly spreading over his shoulders. The acupuncture point stimulated by the silver needle made him feel much more comfortable. Seizing the moment, Song Yuelan said seriously, "Sit down quickly, I need to do the third needle." Chen Xian, feeling gloomy, sat back on the bed without saying a word. During the next period, Chen Xian remained very quiet. He silently cooperated with Song Yuelan to complete the entire treatment. Until the last needle was done, he didn't speak again. After the treatment, Chen Xian got up and left directly. Night had quietly fallen, and the early autumn evening brought a slight chill. Chen Xian walked alone on the street, feeling full of disappointment and confusion. Since he was young, he loved the feeling of racing on the field. The moments of fierce competition with opponents and finally winning gave him an indescribable sense of satisfaction and achievement. As long as he was willing to work hard and give his best, he could always get the results he wanted. But this time was completely different. Chen Xian was told cruelly before he even started that he was already eliminated. What does marriage mean? Song Yuelan can eat, sleep, and live with her husband. They are protected by law. As long as they love each other, no one can separate them. His little bit of feelings was like a seed just beginning to take root, but before it could grow strong, it was ruthlessly pulled out. This was too cruel for him. On the entire street, pedestrians hurried along, each with their own destination and things to do. Chen Xian walked aimlessly, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. He instinctively raised his hand and gently wiped his eye. When his hand touched the corner of his eye, the slight dampness surprised him and made him stop in shock. Dongcheng Glass Factory. An employee entered the office. "Manager Liu, we haven't heard anything from the food factory yet." Manager Liu stood up. "That's strange. I heard that the food factory recently signed a big order with the supply and marketing cooperative. He has relatives at the cooperative, so his information is quite accurate. He is a new manager, eager to make changes. The previous manager wanted to supply the other company. He wondered if he could raise the price. Glass bottles make up about a third of their production line. These bottles aren't expensive, but they are produced in large quantities. He thought about raising the price by just 1 cent, which could improve the factory's profits. He told his staff to inform the other side that they would raise the price of the glass bottles by 1 cent. Manager Liu expected the other side to come and talk to him. But he had been waiting at the factory for a week and still hadn't seen anyone from the food factory. He felt a bit uneasy. Could there be some change in plans? He decided to go to the food factory himself to see what Manager Zhang thought. When Liu arrived at the food factory, he saw a truck loaded with glass bottles being unloaded. He felt a little nervous. He wondered how these bottles got there since their factory wasn't selling glass bottles. He went into the office and saw Manager Zhang talking with a young girl. He thought the girl was Zhang Zhong's daughter. Liu smiled and said, "Manager Zhang, I am Liu, the new manager at Dongcheng Glass Factory." He placed some fruit on the desk. Zhang Zhong looked at him and then introduced him to Song Yuelan. "This is Manager Liu from the glass factory we worked with before." Liu smiled. "Manager Zhang, I've noticed you haven't been coming to the factory lately. Zhang Zhong smiled back. We've been busy lately. You know, we recently signed a big order with the supply and marketing cooperative. Lu felt a bit awkward. You know, the factory hasn't been doing well these past few years. He paused and asked, Manager Zhang, can we talk again? Zhang Zhong sighed. The glass bottle issue isn't something I can decide alone. You should talk to our big boss about it. Manager Lu looked confused, not understanding what a big manager was. Isn't this food factory owned by Zhang Zhong? Zhang Zhong gestured. I only own a small share. The main owner is Comrade Song Yulan. This is true. Song Yulan and Qin Yan together own more shares than he does. They are a married couple, so naturally, Song Yulan is the main owner. Manager Lu looked at them with some disbelief. Song Yulan, who looked like a young student in her early 20s, could actually be the major shareholder of the food factory? Song Yulan put down her ledger. Manager Lu, our factory has found a suitable glass factory. Your factory's price is really higher than we expected. Song Yulan sighed. Your price exceeded our expectations. Recently, we found a glass factory willing to sell us bottles at 2.8 cents each. Manager Lu became a bit anxious. No, let's talk it over. If we lose this order, I will be the one to blame. I can't afford to lose the order right after I start. Manager Lu was worried. We can negotiate the price. 2.8 cents is acceptable, Song Yulan said. Didn't you say last time it was 4 cents each? Manager Lu replied. Everything is negotiable. Zhang Zhong interrupted. Manager Lu, we have already signed a contract with them. Manager Lu became a little impatient. We can also sign a contract. Song Yulan and Zhang Zhong looked at each other. Song Yulan stepped in to smooth things over. You supplied us with 1,000 units before, and it's still 1,000 units now. Manager Lu was a bit anxious. Aren't you supposed to need 2,000 units a day? Song Yulan apologized slightly. We've already found another supplier. Once an agreement is made, we can't just change our mind, right? Manager Lu looked annoyed. That last remark was a direct hit. They accused his factory of breaking promises. Song Yulan comforted him again. We also plan to expand into nearby markets. In the future, the demand for glass bottles will definitely increase. Maybe. In the future. Before Song Yulan could finish, Manager Lu couldn't hold back. Let's sign the contract. This is a case of trying to save money, but ending up losing more. They originally wanted to raise prices, but instead, prices were lowered. Song Yulan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, the new factory they hired can only supply up to 1,000 glass bottles a day. They can't produce more. She was about to visit Manager Lu to discuss this, but unexpectedly, he came to visit her first. At this point, the negotiation required patience. It was an unexpected good deal, even cheaper than last time by 2 cents. Both parties signed the contract and saw Manager Lu off. Zhang Zhong then continued his previous topic. A few days ago, I managed to get back the money for the 1,000 bottles of chili oil we sold on credit last time. That money was hard to get. He had been working on it for several days before finally collecting the payment. Zhang Zhong sighed. Next time, we can't sell on credit anymore. Song Yulan nodded. Uncle Zhang, maybe we should grow our own chili peppers. Zhang Zhong looked surprised. Grow our own peppers? That's too slow. We don't have land. Song Yulan explained. I mean, we could cooperate with farmers. We can provide the chili seeds, and by the harvest next year, the raw materials for chili oil are very important. If the raw materials have problems, no matter how secret the recipe is, the chili oil won't taste better. Zhang Zhong agreed. That's a good idea. Chili peppers are seasonal, and he still needs to keep searching for raw materials during this time. All the peppers need to be checked one by one. Zhang Zhong said. We need to think long-term about this. Leave it to me. His wife's brothers-in-law grow a lot of land at home, so he can try to persuade them. Yang Xiaohong looked surprised. Are you serious? LV Xia shrugged. How could I lie? Our student council senior has seen her profile. Her personal info says she's married. Song Yulan is married. Yang Xiaohong asked. Who is her partner? LV Xia shook her head. I don't know. But I guess he's not impressive. After all, she's from a small place, so her partner is probably just okay. Yang Xiaohong felt more at ease. She had suspected that Song Yulan was interested in Chen Xian. But since Song Yulan is married, she naturally wouldn't do anything with Chen Xian. If she really dares to have other ideas, then she should report herself. If she dares to have an affair at school, I don't believe the school will protect her. Lu Shuya. I also heard she joined Li Xinhua Dance Club. She and her cousin Yang Xiaohong are both members of the dance club. There are 2 dance clubs at Lin Medical College. One is called Xinhua, and the other is called Haiyun Dance Club. She and Yang Xiaohong are both in Haiyun Dance Club. Most members of Xinhua Dance Club are students from other places, and anyone interested in dance can join. Haiyun Dance Club requires students to be local and have some dance skills to join. So, Haiyun Dance Club has always been considered better than Xinhua Dance Club. They create their own dances, which win awards at the City Arts Festival every year. The school has rules. Winning awards at big events can earn extra points in overall scores. Yang Xiaohong. Why don't we suggest to the school this year that Xinhua also participate in the competition? Lu Shuya was a bit confused. No, sister. Why should we help them? Xinhua Dance Club hasn't participated in competitions for 3 years in a row. Yang Xiaohong pouted. Losing face only at our school isn't enough. Losing face across the whole city. That's real shame. Lili looked at the form in her hand and frowned. Participate in the arts festival competition? Han Huiqiao nodded. Yes. Our school was merged into Jinghai University this year. The school requires each club to achieve results. If they don't have impressive achievements, they might be disbanded. Lili frowned. That's so troublesome. The founding of Xinhua Dance Club was inspired by a passionate senior girl. Initially, some students rejected by Haiyun Dance Club chose to join Xinhua. Although the girls in the club are passionate about dance, they still lag behind Haiyun Dance Club in skills. Xinhua Dance Club hasn't participated in competitions for 3 years. During this time, the members kept practicing, but lack of competition experience made Li feel uncertain. Han Huiqiao. All of this has been approved by the student council and reported to the higher authorities. You still need to prepare well, or else after the club disbands, the extra points you've earned each year will be cancelled. Li immediately said, That's not right this. If the extra points don't count anymore, then all their hard work would be for nothing. She is already a senior and about to graduate and look for a job. Lili suddenly felt even more pressure. Han Huiqiao smiled and said, There's nothing we can do about that. Who asked Song Yuelan to join your dance club too? Lili took the form and went back to the dance club. The school provided them with an empty classroom just for practicing dance. When she reached the door of the dance room, she saw Song Yuelan already standing there, as if she had been waiting for a while. Seeing Lili, Song Yuelan smiled gently and said, Senior. Lili felt a bit sorry. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Yuelan, I'm really sorry, but you might have to consider joining another club. At this moment, other members gathered around and asked, President, what's wrong? Lili sighed and explained everything. The other members discussed among themselves. Are you kidding? We've spent 3 years earning these extra points, and now they're gone. Next summer, the school will assign jobs. Even if we rejoin the club, it might be too late. Each student's job assignment depends on their final grades plus their daily performance. The higher the score, the more job options they have. Students with lower rankings might have fewer choices when it's time for job placement. Lili looked up, thoughtful, and said, Maybe we should check if other clubs are recruiting. Although hope was very slim. But even gaining a little extra point is better than nothing. Song Yuelan suggested, Since we're a dance club, why don't we participate in the arts festival directly? Lili smiled a little and replied helplessly, Yuelan, honestly, we mostly practice basic skills in our daily training. We're still far from being able to participate in the arts festival. The dance for the arts festival needs to be original. Before, they only learned dances made by others. They are not as good as the Shanghai Rhythm Dance Club, which has professional dance teachers to help with choreography. Before, they also tried to showcase their dance at the arts festival. But they were quickly rejected. After all, the arts festival has certain requirements. Song Yuelan softly said, Maybe I can give it a try. Her tone was gentle but confident. After all, she had learned a lot of dance in her previous life. Those dances would be completely new to people from the 1980s. Li's eyes showed a hint of hope. She hurriedly asked, Do you know how to choreograph? Song Yuelan smiled modestly and replied, Just a little. One girl, however, said dismissively, What does it matter if you can choreograph or not? Her words carried a bit of disdain. Our Xinhua dance club hasn't participated in competitions for 3 years. Even if we get into the arts festival, we probably won't win any awards. Another girl echoed. Yeah, in the end, it's just a waste of effort. Her words made others nod in agreement, and the once hopeful atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy. Li calmly thought of a plan. She looked at Song Yuelon and firmly said, I want to stay and try with Yuelon. Then she turned to the other girls and said, if some of you want to leave, I won't stop you. After all, everyone has their own choice. Her tone was very calm, as if she wasn't upset by their attitude. Li added, I also know some club presidents. If you want to join other clubs, I can help ask around. The Xinhua Dance Club had about 20 members. Most of them wanted to leave. Many were in their 3rd or 4th year of college and needed to think about jobs, so they wanted to leave early. At that moment, many decided to quit and join other clubs. Li understood and accepted this. In the end, only 7 people remained from the original 20-plus members, including Song Yuelon and Li. These 5 were girls who loved dance very much and practiced basic skills diligently every day. A girl with a round face smiled and said, I'm also a senior this year, about to graduate. I'll think about jobs later. But if I give up now, I think I'll regret it when I'm 40. When people are young, they often feel impulsive and brave, wanting to do something different. Another girl also smiled and said, just try. At worst, it's just a bit more practice with dance. The arts festival is only 2 months away. If they don't succeed, it's just a 2-month delay compared to others. Their love for dance has lasted so long. Giving up now would be such a shame. No matter what, they should do something to leave a mark on their passion. Song Yuelon was clearly moved by their words, her mood gradually lifting. Li, however, slightly smiled, seeming to want to laugh out loud, but her eyes looked a little red for some reason. She took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision, and said, what are we afraid of? Let's give it our all and fight for it. After all, being in the 4th year and preparing a dance before the club disbands is a very precious and memorable time. In her past life, Song Yuelon was best at a dance called Dunhuang Flying Apsaras. She explained to her classmates where this dance came from. Many people today don't know much about Dunhuang. In her past life, she traveled to Dunhuang to learn this dance better. Dunhuang is a unique place in the world. Over 1,700 years ago, monks painted murals and carved Buddha statues there. As more monks practiced, their art became richer. The flying apsaras are a treasure of Dunhuang, full of artistic beauty. They seem to fly without wings, with many lively movements. Their poses change constantly. Some moves are very rhythmic. They dance with bouncing pipa and scattering flowers. She stood up to show her classmates the dance poses. For the past 2 months, she had been practicing the basics. Song Yuelon was wearing a simple white dress. Everyone immediately felt the charm of this dance. They had never seen this kind of dance before, but it was beautiful enough to touch their hearts. Li quickly decided, let's dance this one. The others were also very excited. It's so graceful and beautiful. I'll go to the library later to look up this place called Dunhuang. I'll go with you. I remember some classmates from our class are from there. In the 1980s, media was not very developed. When people wanted to learn a dance, they usually needed a teacher to guide them. At that time, some families had difficulty watching TV. Even if they saw a beautiful dance on TV, they couldn't watch it repeatedly. Song Yuelon was also very happy. This dance needs lots of practice. Li said, the arts festival is in 2 months. Let's check our schedules later and set aside time for practice. The round-faced girl said, the National Day holiday is coming. My hometown is far away, so I can stay and practice more. Others raised their hands one after another. I can do that too. Since there was nothing much to do during the holiday, it was better to practice dance seriously. Song Yuelon was everyone's dance teacher. Everyone liked practicing dance, so she wouldn't miss it. No problem. During this time, she spent all her free time practicing dance besides studying. She also needed to practice more, because her strength was still a bit weak. Song Yuelon began her daily routine of training and studying. Every day, she felt very fulfilled. Besides classes and studying, she only practiced dance. She worked even harder than other members of the dance club. Of course, she also had her little secret. Recently, after drinking this spiritual spring, her stamina improved a lot. In the past 2 days, she noticed some changes in her space. Since the last time she used her space to sell stockings, she hadn't used it much. When she entered the space, she surprisingly found she could control the flow of time. Inside the space, time moved at a completely different speed from outside. Spending 5 hours inside the space only felt like 1 hour outside. This discovery made Song Yuelon very excited because it was extremely useful to her. Besides practicing dance with the dance club members, she now goes to her space once a day to practice dance. This space can even be customized freely. It is a small area, but the most eye-catching feature is a clear, large mirror. This mirror not only reflects her every move clearly, but also has a special function, saving videos of her dance practice. With this mirror, she can review her practice anytime. By slowing down and enlarging the footage, she can carefully observe her movements, find problems, and correct them. As a result, her dance skills improve quickly and each practice becomes more efficient. Practicing in this space also has another benefit. She doesn't get tired easily. Sometimes she can dance for 6 or 7 hours straight without feeling exhausted. When she feels really tired, she simply drinks a sip from the spiritual spring nearby, and she feels energized again. Recently, Song Yuelon has been very busy, almost like a spinning top. Of course, she gets tired. But since she is young, a quick drink from the spring and a good sleep can make her feel refreshed the next day. She enjoys this busy life. After all, she only lives once, and now she has a second chance at life. She wants to make the most of this opportunity. When preparing for anything, she always pushes herself to her limit. Just like a member of the dance club said, she doesn't want to have any regrets about her youth. Learning and dancing. Song Yuelon doesn't even have time to go to the bun shop or the food factory. Time slips away between her fingers. Unknowingly, half a month has passed. Today is National Day. It is a day of celebration across the country. This year's National Day is especially meaningful because a grand military parade will be held. To help students better experience the festive atmosphere, the school organized everyone to watch this spectacular parade together. Lilit bought a lot of snacks to share with everyone. These days, you've worked hard practicing dance. Today, they took a half-day break. National Day doesn't happen every year, so it must be watched. Song Yuelon knows that her country will become even more prosperous and strong after 40 years. She watches the military parade on TV, not wanting to miss any shot, afraid to overlook any detail. In the parade, rows of soldiers march in perfect unison, their footsteps loud and clear. The sound is crisp and powerful, making the ground seem to shake. The whole classroom is silent, with no one making a sound. Everyone is deeply focused on the TV images, watching this impressive parade with full attention. Time passes second by second. When the parade ends, everyone comes back to themselves, and the classroom erupts with applause and praise. Was that a female soldier just now? This is the first time a female soldier team has appeared in the parade. She looks so brave and elegant. Song Yuelon feels more excited, her heartbeat speeding up with her emotions. Suddenly, a noise from outside the classroom catches her attention. She quickly walks out. Outside, many students have gathered, celebrating their country's birthday together. Everyone's face shows happiness and pride. Inspired by the lively atmosphere, Song Yuelon also cheers happily. The weather in October is cool and clear, with a bright blue sky that looks like it has been washed clean and fluffy white clouds floating like cotton candy. She looks up, facing the gentle breeze, and shouts loudly, "Long live our country!" Her voice echoes in the air, blending with others' cheers. Her thoughts drift naturally to Qin Yan, who is far away. She remembers his focused expression and his quiet dedication to science. She misses him deeply and feels very proud of him. Li argued strongly, "We are participating in the art festival competition this year, but we don't have enough money." Han Huiqiao replied, "Then I can't do anything about it." Li said, "Last year, we even received 20 yuan." Han Huiqiao said, "Senior sister, You also need to understand us. The Haoyun Dance Club still hasn't received the substitute teacher's pay. You should consider the school's situation. The club funds are reported by the student union and approved by the school. Lily said, I will go to the school to explain. Han Huiqiao said, Senior sister, since the money has already been given out, there's no point in wasting effort. I think the school has given you enough money already. Lily noticed a form on Han Huiqiao's desk and asked, Is the Haoyun Club's fund only 100 yuan? That's too little. Han Huiqiao immediately turned the form upside down and said, Senior sister, your club hasn't achieved much, so it's normal for the funds to be low. If you really win awards, then you can think about the funding. Lily said, You. The Haoyun Dance Club. Lu Xia looked curious and asked, Sister, I haven't heard you mention Song Yuelan recently. Yang Xiaohong lowered her voice, as if afraid someone might overhear. She whispered, She's still with Xinhua Dance Club. She leaves early and comes back late every day. I don't know what she's busy with. Lu Xia nodded thoughtfully, but I heard they're preparing to join the art festival competition. Yang Xiaohong sneered, Just them? They're brave to participate in the art festival. Lu Xia agreed. Yeah, their club doesn't even have a proper dance teacher. How can they do well? Yang Xiaohong nodded in agreement. Exactly. Without professional guidance, what good dance can they perform? At this point, Yang Xiaohong's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. But that's good too. Xinhua Dance Club has been embarrassing itself for years. They can't participate in the art festival every year, and they never win any awards. For a club that doesn't achieve results, the school naturally gives the lowest funding each year. She paused for a moment, then said, In my opinion, this year the Star Hua Dance Club might not even afford dance costumes. You two aren't practicing dance seriously. What are you whispering about? Teacher Sui looked at the two students with a serious face. She was a bit impatient and knocked on the table with a loud bang. Teacher Sui felt quite helpless inside. She was a teacher at Jinghai Dance Academy. She couldn't even manage her own students, so she had no time to guide the students of Haoyun Dance Club. If it weren't for personal connections, she wouldn't have come at all. In the past, some students from Haoyun Dance Club had been practicing dance with her since they were young. They had a good relationship, so when Haoyun Dance Club invited her to guide them, she couldn't refuse and agreed. At first, they agreed to pay her 10 yuan per lesson. But last semester's funds hadn't been released yet. What disappointed her even more was that the new students in Haoyun Dance Club were not very good. These students not only needed supervision while dancing, but also weren't purely professional, with weak basic skills, making practice very difficult. Recently, Teacher Sui had been working very hard, teaching each move step by step. She had shouted until her throat was hoarse, and demonstrated until her hands and feet were numb, but some students still made many mistakes. Like the two students by the window. They had just started practicing, but they already began chatting. They completely lost focus on dancing. Oh well, just your best. This was just a part-time job anyway. Lily looked worried as she took out 10 yuan for expenses. Our new dance costumes will need to be bought, right? Only 10 yuan in total. What should we do? A girl placed a photo of Dunhuang on the floor. Not only are costumes expensive, but accessories will also cost a lot. There are half a month left before the competition. They had been collecting Dunhuang information during this time. There are no such dance costumes available on the market. Song Yuelan said, Then maybe we can go to the market to look at fabrics and see if we can find someone to make the costumes. Lily's eyes lit up. My aunt works at a cotton textile factory. We can ask her. Another girl asked, What should we do about our headpieces? Lily replied, Let's go for a walk first. Staying here won't help us make clothes or accessories. They decided to visit a cotton textile factory. Lily's aunt, Xia Hua, listened to their plans. Xia Hua said, Since you mentioned it, I don't really know what kind of fabric you need. Come with me to the warehouse and take a look. She led everyone to the warehouse. Dunhuang-style clothing has bright, bold colors that catch the eye. Song Yuelan carefully picked out fabrics. In the end, she chose cinnabar red, earth yellow, and gemstone green. Xia Hua watched her selections with curiosity. She asked, I really can't imagine what these fabrics would look like as clothes. Lily quickly hugged Xia Hua's shoulder and smiled. Auntie, don't worry. They will look great. She added playfully, Auntie, could you give us a small discount? We don't have much money right now, so any savings help. Hearing this, Xiahua laughed out loud. She shook her head helplessly and said, "All right, since you're entering a competition, I support you. These fabrics, I'll sell them to you for just 1 yuan each." Li Li's eyes widened. "Really, Auntie? The factory won't say anything, right?" Xiahua sighed. "The fabrics you chose are hard to sell, but taking them is also helping me clear some space." Everyone was surprised by this unexpected good fortune. Li Li asked, "Annie, do you know anyone who makes accessories? As long as it's not too expensive." Xiahua said, "We do have someone like that at the factory. I'll take you to see him." Xiahua led them through a long workshop. She explained as she walked, "Old Jiang is one of our veteran workers. He's been living at the factory since he retired." She paused briefly before continuing, "But be careful when you go in. Old Jiang has a bit of a strange temper." The room quickly echoed with a deep voice, "Come in." Xiahua immediately pushed open the door, and everyone entered one after another. As soon as they stepped inside, they were immediately amazed by what they saw. Inside several glass cabinets, various hair accessories were neatly arranged, bright and colorful, dazzling to the eye. These accessories ranged from delicate and small to grand and elegant, or simple and understated, each radiating its own charm. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Old Jiang sat behind the table, wearing reading glasses. When he saw them come in, he put down what he was holding. Old Jiang spoke in a rough voice. "Xiao Xia, why have you brought so many people to see me? What do you need?" Xiahua smiled. "Uncle Jiang, a few children want to join a competition. We want to see if you have suitable hair accessories." Old Jiang glanced at them briefly. "Oh, take a look." Sometimes, dance or drama groups come to him for hair accessories, and he's used to it. Song Yuelan's attention was caught by the hairpin Old Jiang was holding earlier. She had bought a similar one in her past life. Back then, she was a blogger and often wore traditional costumes. This hairpin was probably made using the fluffy flower craft. In her previous life, this type of hairpin was very popular online. She had bought quite a few of these fluffy flower hairpins. Of course, she also tried making them herself, but she was not very skilled, so her creations weren't very detailed. With the development of the internet, this craft became a basic skill for hairpin makers. Old Jiang and Song Yuelan looked at the hair accessory in their hands. "Do you know what this is?" he asked. Li Li, curious, said, "Isn't this just a hairpin?" Old Jiang sighed and put down the hairpin. Song Yuelan tentatively asked, "Is this made using the fluffy flower craft?" Old Jiang, who had been expressionless, suddenly became excited upon hearing her words. "You know what this is?" Song Yuelan nodded. "I just have a little understanding." When she bought this fluffy flower hairpin, she did some research. The fluffy flower, also called Manhwa, symbolizes good luck and blessings. In her past life, it had already become an intangible cultural heritage. But in the 1980s, this craft was still ignored by most people. Old Jiang sighed with emotion. Getting old, and this craft is about to be lost. His ancestors specialized in making plush flowers, which were once offered as tribute to the imperial palace. However, over time, fewer people knew this craft. By the time it reached him, only a few knew about it. Some people even didn't recognize what the skill was. "These are treasures left by our ancestors," Song Yuelan said. "It won't be lost. This plush flower craft will develop very well in the future." Old Jiang was comforted by Song Yuelan's words. His attitude became much kinder. "What kind of hair accessories do you want?" Song Yuelan took a photo out of her bag and handed it to Old Jiang. Old Jiang put on his reading glasses. "Is this Dunhuang?" Song Yuelan explained. "Grandpa Jiang, we want hair accessories with Dunhuang colors." Old Jiang stood up, walked to his bookshelf, gently pulled open a drawer, and took out a thick drawing album. This album looked a bit old. The paper was slightly yellowed, but the patterns on it were still clear. "I went there many years ago. Back then, Old Jiang was young. The government funded a group of people to protect Dunhuang's relics. Because he was good at painting, Old Jiang was chosen to copy the murals. He stayed in Dunhuang for 3 years. In his last year there, he suddenly fell seriously ill, and his health kept getting worse. His family was very worried. They tried everything to bring him back to Jinghai. After some treatment, old Zhang's condition gradually improved. But his family was worried his health might decline again, so they refused to let him return to Dunhuang. He was assigned to work at a cotton spinning factory until he retired. Though life was simple, he always missed Dunhuang deeply. Old Jiang started talking about his experiences, and he seemed to shine with a special light. He never thought that after 20 or 30 years, someone would still want to talk to him about Dunhuang. Song Yulan looked through old Zhang's sketches. Each piece was colored. Over time, the paper had slightly yellowed. But his excellent painting skills never faded. The group talked for over 2 hours. Old Jiang patted his chest and said the hair accessories were with him. Old Jiang frowned. Money? Don't underestimate me. I'm not that easy to fool. When everyone left the factory, they all felt a bit dizzy. Who would have thought that the difficult problem everyone faced could be solved so easily? Lily felt a little emotional. We only have 9 yuan left, which is enough to buy clothes for the 6 of us. One girl said, Yuan, it's thanks to you knowing that velvet flower. Yes, otherwise Grandpa Ren wouldn't have agreed. Yuan said, it was just a coincidence, and we also need to thank Lili's aunt. Lili cheerfully said, it's all because of everyone's hard work. A group of young girls chatting and laughing, they were the brightest sight on the street. One round-faced girl stopped walking. She looked through the supply store's glass and saw the yarn on the shelves. By the end of October, the weather was getting colder every day. Lili smiled and said, Tian, you don't want to knit another sweater, do you? Tian is very good at knitting sweaters and does it every year in her dorm. Tian said, it's getting cold. Lili asked, are you planning to knit one more this year? Tian has a boyfriend this year. Her face turned slightly red. He hasn't bought a sweater yet, Yuan asked curiously. Is knitting a sweater difficult? She wanted to knit one for Qin Yan. Tian replied, it's a bit complicated, but you can start with a scarf. Yuan thought that a scarf would be good too. No matter when Qin Yan comes back, Yuan wants to give it to him. Yuan took Tian's hand and said, help me pick some yarn. I want to knit a scarf. Let's go look too. Yuan chose a maroon ball of yarn. In winter, this color is both festive and warm. A slender hand picked up a piece of jade on the ground. Qin Yan straightened up and looked at what he was holding. The jade was pure white, delicate, and semi-transparent. For a moment, he remembered touching Yuan's face when he left. Qin Yan stared at the jade, feeling a gentle affection rise in his heart. He had an idea, to use this jade to make an orchid flower. Zhang returned home from work. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw his brother-in-law, Dinyo, and Nyo sitting in the living room. He felt happy inside and quickly greeted warmly, Dinyo, Nyo, why didn't you send me a letter before coming? I would have come to meet you. Dinyo scratched his head and smiled honestly, saying, brother-in-law, this isn't our first time visiting your house. We know the way, so we didn't write a letter. Then he added, this time we just came to see you and my sister and to bring some grain. Dinyo and Nyo live in the countryside of Shirtu City, over 100 miles from Zhang's home. To deliver over 100 jin of grain to his sister and brother-in-law, they rode a bicycle all the way, bouncing along the rough road. Zhang listened to Dinyo and felt very touched. Although his father-in-law's family had gradually improved over the years, Dinyo and Nyo still lived hard lives. In earlier years, when their family was not well off, they often helped support the family. At this moment, Nyo also spoke, brother-in-law, don't worry. Our family has raised quite a few sheep this year. Now, we can have a meal with meat every half month. His face was full of satisfaction. Life is really good now. After the country implemented the household responsibility system, rural life changed a lot. Families not only had enough food but also had extra grain to sell, and their lives gradually became more comfortable. Zhang thought about his discussion with Song Yulan. Nyo, I recently started a food factory. Would you like to work with me? He knew the character of Dinyo and Nyo. They were honest and trustworthy, so he felt at ease. Dinyo and Nyo looked at each other. Brother-in-law, now that you have a factory, isn't it only the government that can run one? Hearing that Zhang was starting a factory, they immediately thought he was very capable. Zhang explained the government policies to them. Daniel asked. So, the factory isn't just a secure job. Zhang Zhong nodded. That's right. Ernyo said, brother-in-law, we still have land at home. We can't work at the factory. Zhang Zhong shook his head. It's not about working at the factory. Would you like to grow chili peppers? Our factory always needs to buy chili peppers. Buying from outsiders isn't as good as helping our local farmers. Years ago, Zhang Zhong went to the countryside as a young worker to his wife's village. Would you like to grow chili peppers? Our factory always needs to buy chili peppers. Buying from outsiders isn't as good as helping our local farmers. Years ago, Zhang Zhong went to the countryside as a young worker to his wife's village. He was new to the countryside and knew nothing about rural life. He couldn't even do basic farming tasks like planting crops, earning very— It's already the end of October. Since it's late October and the weather is getting colder, peppers won't grow now. If you really want to plant peppers, you'll have to wait until spring next year. Zhang Zhong stood up and took out a newspaper. Look at this, the greenhouse seedling technology. Denyo and Ernyo took the paper. They had farmed for half their lives, but had never seen this method before. Zhang Zhong thought for a moment and said, it might be okay if you haven't tried it. If you're willing to learn, I know a teacher from the agricultural college who can teach you. Our factory sells peppers at 25 cents per gene this year. Denyo quickly did the math in his head. Their wheat field yields about 500 gene per acre each year. 1 gene of wheat sells for about 15 cents. The newspaper said that with greenhouse-grown peppers, 1 acre can produce 800 to 1,000 gene of peppers. It's clear that growing peppers could make a good profit. He was a bit excited and said, brother-in-law, I'll go back and talk to my parents about it. Zhang Zhong replied, you can ask the villagers. If anyone wants to grow peppers, I can buy them all. Zhao Shuixing, what are you two doing? Suddenly, Song Yomei appeared in front of them, looking angry. Without saying a word, she threw her lunchbox at them like a bomb. With a loud bang, the lunchbox hit the girl right on her. Soup splashed everywhere, covering her with food, and she let out a sharp scream. The girl was shocked and angry, staring wide-eyed at Song Yomei and shouting, are you crazy? Song Yomei puffed up her chest and said proudly, you're the crazy one. Don't you know Zhao Shuixing got married? Troublemaker, trying to steal someone else's husband. The girl's face turned red with anger. Zhao Shuixing, don't talk to me anymore. Seeing this, Zhao Shuixing hurried to explain, but the girl didn't want to hear a word. She turned and walked away quickly. Both of them seemed crazy. Zhao Shuixing wanted to borrow her notebook, but she hadn't even said anything yet. The person was splashed with vegetable soup by Zhao Shuixing's partner. Zhao Shuixing grew angrier the more he thought about it. He turned to scold Song Yomei. Didn't I tell you not to come to school? But Song Yomei didn't care and argued confidently. If I didn't come, would you just go and be with that other woman? Zhao Shuixing felt annoyed. Whatever you think. He didn't want to explain and turned to leave. Since registering their marriage, he had become the joke of the school. The girl earlier was their class monitor. Her notes were the exam material. Song Yomei kept talking behind him. Finally, Zhao Shuixing couldn't hold back. Are you trying to get me expelled? He had already failed several classes. If he didn't find a way, he would really be expelled. Song Yomei was tired of Zhao Shuixing's constant threats of expulsion. She suddenly remembered something from her past life. Although Zhao Shuixing graduated from college, he didn't go to work. Instead, he chose to start a business and made a lot of money. Compared to that, the small salary from a regular job was not attractive to her. At that moment, an idea flashed in Song Yomei's mind. In her past life, she often heard about a businessman named Wen. Wen was a big boss, much richer than Zhao Shuixing. If she could establish a connection with Wen earlier in this life, making money would be so much easier. Thinking of this, Song Yomei felt excited. She quickly grabbed Zhao Shuixing and said eagerly, we can go find Wen. As long as we start doing business with him early, we'll definitely get rich. But Zhao Shuixing completely dismissed her words. He thought she was crazy and impatiently shook her hand off. He scolded, let go, you crazy person. Song Yomei didn't know what kind of mental illness she had, always talking about making big money. If making money was that easy, he wouldn't be in the mess he's in today. In Shirtu City, 10 Miles Township, Hualong Village, an old man in his 60s was smoking dried tobacco with a puff. After listening to Dinyo and Nyo, he pondered for a long time. He is not a strict person, having been a village party secretary for most of his life. He thinks Zhangzhong's words are an opportunity. Although the village mainly grows wheat now, listening to Zhangzhong, it's clear that growing peppers could bring much higher profits. The old man thought for a moment and said, Dinyo, go to the village and call everyone for meeting. There are only about 100 households in Hualong village, so soon everyone gathered. The old man said, Dinyo, tell everyone what your brother-in-law said. Many villagers felt excited after hearing Dinyo, but some hesitated. After all, they had never grown peppers before, and if the harvest was poor. The old man thought for a moment and said, My family has 10 acres of land. I will plant peppers on 8 acres. With the village secretary leading by example, others responded one after another. Maybe try planting a few acres first. Most families in the village have about 10 acres of land. They didn't dare to plant all, so they decided to try with 2 acres. Soon many people agreed. Someone asked doubtfully, Old secretary, I don't doubt you, but crops and vegetables only have one harvest a year. Zhangzhong said that this year's pepper price is 2.5 cents per pound. If next year the price drops below that, Dinyo reassured them. Everyone don't worry. My brother-in-law said that if the price drops next year, he will still buy at 2.5 cents. If the price goes up, he will pay the market price difference. He definitely won't let everyone lose out. Others listened and discussed, is there really such a good deal? Dinyo and Nyo also felt a bit confused. They didn't understand why their brother-in-law was doing this, as it seemed like a losing business. Zhangzhong didn't understand at first either, but after listening to Song Yuelan's explanation, he gradually understood. The food factory's business is expanding constantly. They don't just need raw materials for a few years. If they want to grow big and strong, they need stable supplies. It might seem like they are losing money now, but in the long run, it benefits the factory's development. With Zhangzhong's words, everyone in the village decided to join in planting peppers. Dinyo's words reassured them. At Jinhai University, in a public classroom, the teacher on the podium said, All right, everyone take a 15-minute break. We will continue the class afterward. Song Yuelan took out a ball of yarn from her canvas bag. Recently, she started knitting a scarf for herself again. From knitting the scarf, she realized more and more that she is not good at handcrafts. One scarf, she unravels and rewinds it repeatedly. 10 days have passed, but she still hasn't finished the scarf. Lately, she has little time, so she knits the scarf whenever she can find a moment. Su Jingjing watched Song Yuelan working on her scarf and couldn't help but laugh. Yuelan, you made another mistake in those few stitches. Hearing this, Song Yuelan looked at her scarf with curiosity and examined it carefully. Sure enough, she found a misstitch somewhere. She sighed helplessly, unraveled the mistake, and started knitting again. Seeing this, Su Jingjing found it very amusing. She smiled and said, I thought you were good at everything. Turns out, you're not perfect at everything. Song Yuelan playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, I'm not a fairy. How could I be good at everything? Su Jingjing said, among first-year students, you are truly versatile. After all, not many students get to intern with a professor in their first year. And her shooting skills at the start of the semester were outstanding. Knowing this, Su Jingjing felt very envious. As long as Song Yuelan keeps studying hard with Professor Hua, her future career will definitely be bright. Su Jingjing suddenly felt someone's gaze on her. She turned around with a surprised look and raised her eyebrows. It was Chen Xian. She stood up and went outside to greet him. After all, Chen Xian had given her tickets to a competition last time, so they knew each other. Chen Xian had been there for a while. Recently, he visited Professor Hua for a checkup, but he didn't see Song Yuelan there. He had come to Jinhai University many times these days. He had seen Song Yuelan a few times on campus. She always looked busy and hurried. He didn't go over to say hello. His mind told him not to look for Song Yuelan anymore. He tried to act as if he didn't notice her, but any news about her would stir his feelings. He had observed Song Yuelan. Her husband had never appeared. Maybe their relationship wasn't good. If her husband treated her well, why would he leave her alone at school? He also heard from his family that some small places still have arranged marriages. They got married after only a few meetings. Maybe Song Yuelan was forced into marriage? Maybe her marriage isn't happy? He can't imagine a responsible man leaving his wife at school for so long. If it were him, he wouldn't do that. He would treat Yuelan well. He still couldn't give up, he wanted to try. After class, he saw Song Yuelan sitting at her desk, carefully knitting a scarf. She was very focused, with a gentle look in her eyes. Chun Xian looked at Su Jingjing and said, "Help me call Song Yuelan." "You have to try," Chun Xian told himself. Like in a competition, don't give up until the last moment. Song Yuelan was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Chun Xian to look for her. Since the last time she gave him acupuncture, they hadn't interacted much. Yuelan left the classroom. Chun Xian stared at her and asked, "Is he treating you badly?" Although he didn't say the name, Yuelan immediately knew who he meant. Yuelan shook her head. "No, he's good to me." Chun Xian looked at her for a few seconds. "You're lying. If he treated you well, why doesn't he come to see you?" "Song Yuelan, if your marriage is arranged, I can help you." Yuelan shook her head. "He has more important things to do. We truly love each other. I like him." In a way, Chun Xian guessed part of the truth about her marriage with Qin Yan. Yuelan naturally wouldn't admit it. Chun Xian took a deep breath. "I like you." Saying this was difficult for him. Yuelan looked at Chun Xian with calm and firm eyes. She replied softly, "Thank you, but I refuse." Her voice was gentle but like a sharp sword piercing Chun Xian's heart. Chun Xian nodded bitterly. Okay. At this moment, Chun Xian felt like a person sentenced to death. Yuelan's rejection was just another way to end his life. She seemed to realize her words were a bit cruel. She paused briefly, then continued, "From now on, let's not meet again. I don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings." Her tone remained cold, with no hesitation or doubt. For Song Yuelan, the best way is to refuse quickly and clearly. This can help avoid causing more trouble or hurt to each other. X Research Institute. Qin Yan's jade was gradually revealing its shape. It slowly turned into a beautiful jade magnolia flower. The carving was very lifelike, with clear and lovely petals. Suddenly, Qin Yan felt a strange sense of irritation. He didn't know where this feeling came from, only that he felt uneasy inside. The carving knife in his hand also seemed to become a bit unruly. It suddenly pierced his finger, causing blood to flow out and form a small red stain on the table. Qin Yan didn't treat the wound. He just rubbed the jade with his finger. "Wait for me." To help the villagers grow good chili peppers, Zhang Zhong worked very hard. He specifically asked Yang Jun to come and help. When Yang Jun heard about Zhang Zhong's plan, he didn't hesitate at all. He happily replied, "I happen to have a group of graduate students with me. I've been looking for a good place for an experiment field. In that case, let's go to the village where your father-in-law lives." Yang Jun's agricultural college recently proposed an important plan. They want to settle in rural areas and help farmers increase their crop yields. They have contacted several villages, but all of them refused. The reason is simple. The villagers are suspicious of these college students. When they hear that these students want to help with farming, their first reaction is distrust. They think, "You're all college students who sit in offices all day. How can you teach us how to farm? We're just simple farmers. We may not be as educated as you, but we know how to farm better than you." Similar doubts keep coming up. In fact, the farmers know very little about agricultural science. They don't believe that college students can teach them farming skills. In their view, farming is a craft passed down from generation to generation, relying on experience and practice, not on theories from books. Letting teachers and students guide them in farming seemed like a big joke to them. After all, everyone relies on farming to feed themselves, and no one dares to joke about their livelihood. If these people messed up, they would waste a whole year of work. So Yang Jun contacted several villages, but all were turned down. When they heard that Zhang Zhong wanted to lead villagers in chili planting and asked for guidance, they immediately agreed. Yang Jun then told his students, "Hulong Village gave us this chance, so we must do our best to help them. If Hulong Village has a good chili harvest next year, and they set an example, I believe other villages will gradually trust us too." Farm students need to go deep into the community to truly learn and apply their knowledge. Zhang Zhong specially arranged for a truck from the factory, carrying himself, Yang Jun, and 2 students to Huolong village. In the past few days, the villagers had already cleared the land and were eagerly waiting for Zhang Zhong and his team. After all, this greenhouse technology was something new and exciting for them. Especially in the cold weather, how to farm was a big curiosity. When the truck slowly entered Huolong village, Daniel, who was harvesting wheat straw in the field, immediately recognized the people on the truck. He excitedly waved his arms and shouted, "Brother-in-law!" His shout drew the attention of many villagers, who gathered around. As soon as Zhang Zhong and his team got off the truck, they were surrounded by enthusiastic villagers. Before they could settle, a villager asked eagerly, "Zhang Zhong, you said you would teach us how to grow chili. How exactly do we do it?" Zhang Zhong smiled and reassured everyone, "Uncles and elders, don't worry. I've brought a teacher from the agricultural college, and he'll explain in detail how to plant chili." Hearing this, the villagers felt a bit more at ease. A few days ago, everyone had been asking Daniel about chili planting. Since the fields had already been plowed, they were worried about whether they needed to prepare seeds in advance. Now Zhang Zhong was here, bringing along a bunch of steel pipes and plastic films, which made the villagers a little confused. Some people looked at these materials with suspicion and asked, "Can we really grow peppers just with these things?" Yang Jun quickly explained with a smile, "Uncle, this is called a greenhouse or a big shed." He pointed to the steel pipes and plastic sheets as he spoke. Once the greenhouse is built, the temperature and humidity inside can be well controlled. This allows us to grow peppers out of season. Yang Jun continued, "Growing peppers in the greenhouse also reduces pests and diseases, so we use fewer pesticides." Someone nearby asked, "That must cost a lot of money, right?" After all, buying pepper seeds already cost them quite a bit, and building the greenhouse is an extra expense. However, Zhang Zhong waved his hand and smiled, saying, "It doesn't cost anything." His words surprised the villagers, and they couldn't believe what they heard. Zhang Zhong added, "This greenhouse is built for free by the factory. As long as everyone grows peppers and sells them to us for 5 years in a row, the greenhouse is yours." He paused and then said, "And the pepper seeds are free, so don't worry." The villagers looked at each other in disbelief. Could there really be such a good deal? It felt like a gift from heaven. Zhang Zhong expected their reactions. When he came to Huolong village, he also discussed with Song Yuelan at the school. Song Yuelan suggested that the factory would pay for the greenhouse and the seeds. At first, he didn't understand, but after hearing Yang Jun's story, he realized that convincing farmers all at once wasn't easy. From a development perspective, this plan benefits their factory. After all, the food factory isn't planning to run for just a few years, but aims to grow into a business lasting 50 or more years. To develop well, they need to think long-term. Zhang Zhong was moved by the bright future Song Yuelan described. He truly wanted to run a successful business. Now, it's not just about making himself richer, but also helping his fellow villagers. This is something to be proud of. Zhang Zhong brought everything over, and the villagers finally felt reassured. Everyone worked together to unload the materials from the truck and start building the greenhouse. Building this project is not difficult for everyone. Soon, each family came to pick up materials and started building greenhouses in their fields. Within 3 days, rows of greenhouses appeared in Huolong village. Daniel looked at the newly built greenhouses with curiosity. This really isn't cold. It's November now, and daytime temperatures are only a few degrees. Inside the greenhouses, it's warm, and thick clothes are unnecessary. Since villagers don't know how to read thermometers, Yang Jun brought 2 students to teach them about temperature. Yang Jun took out a thermometer and hung it inside the greenhouse. Yang Jun said, "Chili peppers sprout best at 25 to 30 degrees. We can make the seeds sprout well in the greenhouse. During the seedling stage, the temperature should stay below 30 degrees. In recent days, villagers have become more convinced by Yang Jun and his team. Every night, people gather in Daniel's greenhouse to learn. Villagers who can record these important data. They make several copies and distribute them to each household. This helps everyone remember these key points. Zhang Zhong and Yang Jun stayed in Huolong village for a week, teaching villagers step by step how to plant chili peppers before returning to Jinghai. Time is like the scarf in Song Yulan's hands. The scarf gets longer, and days pass faster. Star Dance Club. Song Yulan and others just finished practicing their last dance. Everyone sits on the floor. Another girl looks at their costumes with admiration. Grandpa Zhang's headpieces are so beautiful. The flying fairy hairdo from Dunhuang is light and lively, matching the overall graceful style of Dunhuang. Tian guides Song Yulan to finish the edges of the scarf. Lily hugs her knees. The competition is tomorrow, and I feel so nervous. Tian also looks worried. Me too. They pass the preliminary review of the arts festival smoothly. Tomorrow is the official competition. It's her first time participating in such a contest. Song Yulan's knitting needles pause slightly. Don't be afraid. As long as we practice as usual, we won't have any problems. They are chatting happily. Suddenly, a big flattened face appears on the glass door. Tian is startled and screams. Song Yulan comforts her. Don't be afraid, it's just a person. It is now after 6 in the evening, and the dance studio's lights are a bit dim. At first glance, the faces outside the door can suddenly startle you. Lily got angry. Who is it trying to scare us like this? She stood up quickly and opened the door. The people outside didn't expect Lily to open the door so fast and froze in place. The two people outside surprised them, Yang Xiaohong and Lu Shuya. Lily frowned. What's the matter? She recognized these two from the Haiyun Dance Club. People who have no business come to the wrong place. These two probably didn't come for something good. Yang Xiaohong said, I heard you got selected for the art festival competition? Not bad at all. Song Yuelan stood up. What does that have to do with you? Lu Shuya said, Song Yuelan, you don't think just passing the preliminary round of the art festival means you'll definitely win, do you? Song Yuelan shot back. Don't worry, we'll definitely be better than you. Before they could reply, Peng closed the big door. Yang Xiaohong, who was close, almost bumped into her nose. Song Yuelan turned around. Let's go, ignore them. Lu Shuya said, people from the Haiyun Dance Club heard that Xinhua Dance Club also made it into the art festival this year. Everyone was very curious. They had been busy practicing dance and hadn't paid attention to Xinhua Dance Club's news. They didn't expect that this year, Xinhua really had the ability to get in. Haiyun Dance Club wanted to find out more. Someone from the club said, Yang Xiaohong, you're in the same dorm as Song Yuelan. Why don't you ask her? We don't know her, but you definitely can find out. Yeah. What program are they rehearsing this year? Yang Xiaohong bravely agreed. But just as she and her cousin tried to peek through the glass on the door, they were caught. Yang Xiaohong was both angry and anxious. When they returned to Haiyun Dance Club, everyone gathered around. Did you find out anything? What kind of dance are they doing? Yang Xiaohong and Lu Shuya didn't remember what Song Yuelan was wearing. Yang Xiaohong said irritably, They said no matter what, they will definitely be first. They are definitely much better than us. Someone was surprised. That's quite a bold attitude. Although the Haiyun Dance Club wins awards every year, they usually only get third place. Teacher Sui frowned and asked, Did they really say that? Lu Xian added, Absolutely true. Someone commented, They are overestimating themselves. How many dance experts are there at Jinghai University? It's not their turn to boast about being the best. In this cold November, the university auditorium at Jinghai became the stage for the dance competition of the Arts Festival. Early in the morning, before sunrise, Song Yuelan and her friends woke up early to prepare for this important event. They put on their dance costumes, carefully did their makeup, making sure every detail was perfect. Then, they went backstage, waiting for the show to start. Outside, the north wind was blowing loudly, and the cold air seeped through the door cracks, making everyone shiver. Despite the cold, Song Yuelan and her friends were not defeated. Wrapped in thick coats, they stayed excited and hopeful. Time passed slowly. Finally, the host's voice announced the upcoming performance in the auditorium. When they heard their names, Song Yuelan and her friends became nervous. They quickly adjusted their emotions and prepared to go on stage. They walked onto the stage one by one. The flying celestial figures from Dunhuang come in many styles, dazzling to watch. There are bouncing pipa dancers, ribbon-flying celestial beings, lucky flying figures, and offering celestial dancers. Although some costumes look similar in certain ways, careful observation reveals subtle differences. Song Yuelan's costume was the bouncing pipa, celestial. She held a colorful pipa tightly in her arms. The stage lights dimmed. She took a gentle breath. She took a deep breath. Her fingers moved swiftly across the strings of the pipa like lightning. Music and pipa sounds intertwined. The lights gradually brightened. 6 young girls appeared on stage. They all faced away from the audience. As the music played, they turned around one by one. Their costumes created beautiful arcs in the air. Below the stage, some people were whispering. But as the music started, the talking gradually stopped in the audience. They had never seen this style of dance before. Song Yuelan spun quickly, and the ribbons above her arms floated high with her movements. Golden tassels hanging from her waist made a soft clicking sound as they swayed with her dance. She was barefoot, and her ankles were decorated with shiny gold anklets that sparkled brightly. Every step seemed to crush the golden light beneath her feet. Everyone's attention was focused on the stage. Suddenly, Teacher Sui, sitting in the judge's seat, loudly clapped the table and said, "Stop. Your group, pause. Turn off the music first." Song Yuelan was stunned. The dance had only been about 1/3 finished. Why did they have to stop? What was going on? In the X Research Institute, Jiang Zhou stretched lazily, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. He mumbled, "My goodness, this business trip is finally over." He sighed happily and patted Qin Yan's arm sitting beside him, saying gratefully, "Thanks so much for your help this time. The experiment went smoothly." If Qin Yan hadn't firmly stuck to his research plan, they might have had to stay here longer. Trying different methods one by one would have taken at least 3 more months. Jiang Zhou smiled happily and teased Qin Yan. "Haha, we're going home now. Are you really happy?" He knew that the bus was supposed to pick them up the day after tomorrow. But Qin Yan clearly didn't want to stay even one more day, so the higher-ups approved for him to drive back himself. As Qin Yan's good friend, Jiang Zhou naturally decided to go with him and drive home together. They packed up their things and got into the car. As soon as the car left the research institute, Qin Yan suddenly pressed the accelerator to the floor, as if he had been holding back for a long time. The car sped away, like an arrow shot from a bow. Jiang Zhou felt a bit dizzy from the sudden acceleration and quickly shouted, "Hey, Qin Yan, slow down." He felt like he was about to be thrown out. The speed was almost like flying low in the air. The people below heard Teacher Sui say this, and immediately started talking excitedly, as if a pot had exploded. "What's going on? I thought they were dancing quite well," someone said. "Yeah, why did they suddenly have to stop?" another asked. Lily looked at Song Yuelan with a puzzled face and asked, "What exactly is happening?" Song Yuelan also looked confused. "Teacher, may I ask why we have to stop?" At this moment, Teacher Sui was too busy talking to a man in black nearby. This man had been sitting in the judging area of the art festival, but he was not actually a judge. He looked a bit excited, as if arguing with Teacher Sui about something. Han Huiqiao watched the scene with a secret smile, her lips slightly curved, showing a small, hard-to-notice smile. Yang Xiaohong and Lu Shuya looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. They had already finished their performance and were waiting for the final results. Song Yuelan's group was one of the last 3 to perform. Yang Xiaohong said happily, "Teacher Sui didn't let them finish dancing." "That's so embarrassing," Lu Shuya agreed. "Yeah, they talked too big." Han Huiqiao smiled and said, "Exactly." After talking with Teacher Sui for a moment, the man in black showed a kind smile. He slowly turned his head and looked at Song Yuelan's group. "Students, don't worry. We asked you to stop not because you danced badly. On the contrary, your performance was excellent." His voice was gentle and friendly, making people feel good. Then, the man in black introduced himself. "I am Lu Xian, the director of the big stage show on Jinghai TV. Our TV station wants to record your dance, so please wait a moment." Lu Xian continued, "Our staff will quickly set up the scene and it won't take long." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience was surprised. People whispered and discussed, clearly shocked by this sudden change. In contrast, The judges on the judging panel remained very calm. They seemed to know who Lu Xian was and didn't show much surprise. Is the director of the big stage actually coming in person to record the show? This is so sudden. How come the school didn't tell us anything? People below the stage were shocked and started talking excitedly. Han Huiqiao and Yang Xiaohong heard Lu Xian's explanation and exclaimed, "No way." They found it hard to believe that the TV station would choose to record a dance by Song Yuelon. Lu Shuya immediately got worried. Is there some misunderstanding here? Even if they were recording a dance, it wouldn't be Song Yuelon's group. They would at least choose the Hainan Dance Club. Lu Xian let out a sigh of relief. He was feeling a bit excited. He had directed the big stage for 2 years. Recently, the show's ratings had been dropping steadily. The station leaders seemed to want to cancel the show. Lu Xian had made many dance programs over the years, but the audience had started to decline. He felt sad. He had built this show step by step, and now it was hard to see it go. The station leader said, "Old Lu, I know it's not easy for you." The station approved one more episode, just as a farewell to the audience. Lu Xian saw the show as his own child. His colleagues knew it might be the last episode and felt sad too. Everyone planned to prepare well for this final show, giving it a proper ending. This Friday was the scheduled broadcast date. They had plenty of footage, but Lu Xian still felt something was missing. He and Teacher Sui were old classmates. He heard that his old friend had recently become a judge at the arts festival and came to see if there were any new and interesting dances. That's when he discovered a dance program that caught his eye. Dunhuang Flying Apsaras. When he saw the name, he was curious. He had visited Dunhuang before, but couldn't imagine what the dance would look like. Below the program title, there was a brief history of Dunhuang. They even drew some images of the Dunhuang Flying Apsaras. This showed how thoughtful the dance program was. Director Lu waited with a bit of hope, eager to see this program. Within the first 3 minutes of the dance show, Director Lu told Teacher Sui to quickly have the performer stop. He suddenly changed his mind and decided to use the dance piece, Dunhuang Flying Apsaras, as the final segment. Since it was chosen as the main feature, he wanted his cameraman to film it carefully. The lighting and sound effects needed to be adjusted to the best quality. The stage had some flaws, so he planned to fix them. He didn't want to waste this dance performance. Teacher Sui really wanted to give this opportunity to her dance group, Haiyan Dance Society, but she couldn't argue with her old classmate. She finally relented and said, "At least you should watch the remaining performances." Lu Xian got anxious and said, "The show airs the day after tomorrow, my sister." They also needed to take the tape back for review and editing, so time was tight. As a dance teacher, Teacher Sui naturally knew how good Song Yuelon's dance was. She finally agreed, saying, "All right, fine." Lily widened her eyes and looked at Song Yuelon with suspicion, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. Her voice trembled slightly. "Yuelon, I heard right? Our performance is going on TV." This news felt like a dream to her. She had never imagined she would have a chance to be on TV for dancing. Thinking back to last year, 1983, the first Spring Festival Gala caused a huge sensation across the country. The scene was so lively that it seemed everyone was watching. She couldn't believe she would be on TV, which made her both excited and nervous. Song Yuelon also looked very excited. She nodded firmly and said, "You heard right, we're going to be filmed." Next to her, Tian heard the news and was so excited she looked like a happy child. She sniffed and then turned to Song Yuelon, saying, "Pinch me quickly. I feel like I'm not pinching hard enough. I think I'm dreaming." Song Yuelon quickly patted Tian's shoulder and comforted her. Okay, don't get too excited. Just don't pinch too hard, or you'll get bruises. We have to record the show later." Tian was so excited she couldn't hold back. She immediately said, "I'll send a telegram to my parents and tell them to watch the show at the village secretary's house." Lu Xian came over and started giving instructions to the staff to get everything ready. He told everyone that the stage lighting needed to be readjusted to ensure the best filming results. At the same time, because sound recording was required on site, He specifically reminded the audience not to speak while Song Yuelon and her group were dancing, so as not to affect the audio quality. Han Huiqiao, Yang Xiaohong, and Lu Shuya did not want to cooperate at all. Han Huiqiao rolled her eyes and said, "I won't be part of this." She was already tired of watching and turned to the other two. "Are you guys leaving or not?" Yang Xiaohong hesitated a bit. Lu Shuya made up her mind. "I don't want to leave. This was a TV show, after all, and she had never been on one before." Seeing her cousin not leaving, Yang Xiaohong also shook her head. Actually, she didn't want to leave either. Such opportunities are rare, even in 4 years of college. If the camera suddenly panned over them, wouldn't they also be on TV? In her mind, Han Huiqiao cursed silently. Her eyelids fluttered, and she stood up angrily and left. Staying any longer would make her explode. Lu Xian took the initiative to approach Song Yuelon for a chat. "Your costumes are very unique. Is that a ribbon?" One of the features of Dunhuang flying celestial dancers is the ribbon. Long, flowing ribbons that move smoothly look more elegant. Lu Xian thought it would be great if they had a fan or a blower to make the ribbons flutter more naturally. He said, "Classmate, I'll ask the staff to open the window so we can try the natural breeze." Today was cloudy and the north wind was howling. Their dance costumes were light, so opening the window might make them cold. But they all agreed easily, saying that as long as the show was recorded well, a little cold was not a problem. Lu Xian checked the stage again. "All right, let's get started." The lights dimmed again. The sound of the pipa music resumed. Song Yuelon stood in the center of the stage. Golden lights shone on her. She held a colorful pipa behind her back. The audience below held their breath, watching quietly at the center of the stage. As the music grew faster, the dance reached its. She spun around, and her dress fluttered like blooming golden lotuses. Today, the wind seemed to favor her even more. Her hair swayed, and the ribbons on her costume fluttered in the breeze. It was truly like a fairy floating in a mural. As the drumbeat grew faster, her spinning speed also increased. The light shifted with her graceful movements. Her steps were light, spinning and dancing freely. The audience's hearts beat along with the drums. They dared not make a sound, afraid to disturb the beautiful scene. Song Yuelon's mind went blank. She didn't think, just relied on muscle memory from before. Whether she won an award or not, she had already forgotten about it. She followed the music, performing each move carefully. The cold wind blew in through the window. She didn't feel cold at all. Instead, she felt warmer as she danced. The arch of her foot was slightly pink, tense, and lifted. She tiptoed, the beads on her jewelry making a soft sound. She was transported back 1,000 years. Desert artisans. She stood in front of the mural, hearing distant sounds of chiseling. The clatter of armor, drums, and the huqin instrument. The sound of camel bells echoed through the centuries. Suddenly, the music stopped. Her spinning pose immediately froze. The whole audience was so silent they could hear their own breathing. The pipa music started again. She turned around, holding the pipa behind her back. Then she leapt into the air, drawing a perfect arc with a backflip. She cleared her mind, her heart calm like still water, until the cameraman and Lu Xian both gave a thumbs up. Lu Xian clenched his fists tightly and waved them fiercely in the air. He looked excitedly at the audience and loudly said, "Thank you all for your cooperation." At that moment, the audience finally relaxed. They burst into applause. Some enthusiastic viewers stood up and clapped. "Wonderful, truly wonderful, beautiful, really beautiful." Yang Xiaohong and Lu Shuya were stunned. Even if they didn't like Song Yuelon, they had to admit she danced very well. Her originality and dance moves were eye-catching. Teacher Sui sighed deeply. Although she had her own reasons, watching the whole dance made her feel a bit scared. Fortunately, Lu Xian insisted, or she would be the one to blame. If others found out, they would just laugh at her for mistaking a pearl for fisheye. The gap was small, but her bias was clear. But when the opponent's strength was too great, all she could do was look up in admiration. Jiang Zhou rubbed his eyes and yawned. He squinted his eyes. On this trip, he and Qin Yan took turns driving. They drove for over 50 hours but managed to return in less than 40 hours. Jiangzhou. Qinyan, you're just an endless energy monster. Treating his brother like a beast of burden. Qinyan didn't speak. He smoothly parked the car. He threw the keys to Jiangzhou. Qinyan, you go back first. Jiangzhou. He just realized that Qinyan had already parked the car at the entrance of Jinghai University. He still is a strict wife's man. Qinyan entered Jinghai University. It had been over 3 months since he last came here. The campus hadn't changed, only the leaves had fallen. It felt cold and wintry. Qinyan first went to the department where Song Yulan studied. Unfortunately, she wasn't there.
He asked a student about Song Yulan.
A girl passing by said, "Are you looking for Yulan?" She went to the auditorium for the art festival competition. Su Jingjing looked at the person up and down. The man was tall and straight, wearing a white shirt under a black coat. His features were perfect, and his amber eyes made him seem cold. He looked neat, straight, and reserved. Su Jingjing was sure she wouldn't forget if she had seen him before. She was curious. "Who are you to her?" Qinyan nodded slightly. "I'm her boyfriend." Su Jingjing couldn't help but gape. She never expected Song Yulan's partner to look like this. Many students at school knew Song Yulan was married. They spoke badly about her behind her back. At first, many male classmates liked her. After all, Song Yulan was beautiful, well known for her marksmanship in military training. Professor Hua, who specialized in traditional Chinese medicine, also favored her. She was only a freshman but already doing internships with senior students. Her future seemed bright. But once they found out she was married, everyone lost interest. In some male students' eyes, a beautiful woman isn't worth much once she's married. Su Jingjing once overheard some boys discussing Song Yulan's marriage. It was rare for someone to get married so early in college. One of the boys said, "Is Song Yulan only able to attend college because of an older man? Maybe her boyfriend is old and ugly. She took advantage of him and now wants to dump him. Getting married so young shows she's pretty clever." Seeing the group's words getting more and more harsh, Su Jingjing couldn't help but defend Song Yulan. Someone responded, "Then tell me, why has Song Yulan's boyfriend never appeared? If she found a good husband, she would definitely show him off." Su Jingjing felt angry but didn't tell Song Yulan, worried it might hurt her feelings. Today, she unexpectedly saw Song Yulan's boyfriend on campus. She couldn't help but feel happy for Song Yulan. She really wanted to see the faces of those classmates spreading rumors. Qinyan walked quickly. When he reached the school auditorium, there were students at the door, stopping people from entering freely. Seeing him, a student opened the door and said, "Professor Qin." Qinyan entered the auditorium. The lighting inside was a bit dim. He took a few seconds to get used to it. He didn't need to look for Song Yulan. He saw her immediately. Her skirt fluttered, and her ribbons danced in the air. He stood quietly, almost forgetting to breathe. Zhao Shuixing seemed not to hear her at all, sitting quietly in the chair with a blank stare, as if he had lost his soul. Song Yuemei saw that Zhao Shuixing had no reaction and felt a little angry. She raised her voice again and shouted, "Zhao Shuixing, can't you hear me? I said I'm hungry." Zhao Shuixing suddenly stood up from the chair. He went to cook with anger. Song Yuemei watched his back and loudly said, "Stop giving me the cold shoulder. If you don't want to cook, just say so. Don't act all high and mighty. If you don't want to do it, then get out. Let your parents come and cook. I'm not carrying your family's grandson inside me. Who doesn't take care of their daughter-in-law when she's pregnant?" Song Yuemei didn't go back to her hometown. The two rented a small house near Zhao Shuixing's school. Although they had a marriage certificate, they never held a wedding. As her pregnancy progressed, Song Yuemei's tastes became more and more picky. At first, she still ate the meals Zhao Shuixing brought home. Now, she demanded better food. In her past life, she was used to the life of a wealthy wife and couldn't stand this kind of life at all. She also occasionally scolded Zhao Shuixing. "Why don't you go out and earn money? When will you bring back some money?" Zhao Shuixing sometimes tried to defend himself. At these times, Song Yuemei would cry loudly, "My life is so unlucky. I finally found a husband and got married. He went to college and I took care of him, but he treats me like this. they rented a small, old house which was also home to several other families. Because the space was small, there was almost no privacy. So, after Zhao Shuisheng and Song Yumei moved in, the neighbors quickly found out everything about them. In the eyes of these neighbors, Zhao Shuisheng was a lazy college student. He was so attracted to beauty that he couldn't control himself and married such a wife. As for Song Yumei, she was seen as a persistent woman who clung tightly to Zhao Shuisheng, making it hard for him to escape. Everyone watched their lives with a mix of amusement and judgment. Whenever Song Yumei cried about her bad luck, a few middle-aged women from nearby houses would come out. They would comfort her and blame Zhao Shuisheng at the same time. Come on, you're a college student. Why don't you take good care of your wife? Your wife is pregnant. It must be hard for her. Hey, if your school finds out, that's really irresponsible. Under their criticism, Zhao Shuisheng would have nothing to say. Song Yumei would use their words to cry loudly, disturbing Zhao Shuisheng completely. She would pick up chopsticks and search through the dishes on the table. She raised an eyebrow at the 2 plates of greens. No meat. Zhao Shuisheng moved his lips. No money. Maybe tomorrow. Song Yumei threw down her chopsticks. You have no heart. Are you going to let your son starve? Now, she refused to eat without meat at every meal. But Zhao Shuisheng's parents only gave them 100 yuan a month. She needed to buy clothes and other things, so there was not enough meat to eat. Song Yumei said, You, a grown man, stay at home all day. Your wife is pregnant, and you can't even give her a little meat. What kind of man are you? Zhao Shuisheng ate his food silently, not caring about Song Yumei's angry words. Song Yulan looked at him with a face full of indifference. She suddenly flipped the table over. Do you even have the nerve to eat? The bowls and chopsticks shattered on the ground. Zhao Shuisheng chewed his bun coldly, staring at Song Yumei. He angrily threw his chopsticks away. His face twisted with rage, looking like a wild dog out of control, and he kept growling. I've had enough. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped Song Yumei hard across the face with all his strength. The slap was heavy and fierce. Song Yumei felt her vision darken and her head buzz. She covered her face and shouted, You dare hit me? Are you crazy? She also tried to hit back. But she was no match for a grown man's strength. Seeing her resist, Zhao Shuisheng slapped her again. It was all her fault. Song Yumei blamed herself for embarrassing herself at school, for her parents not caring, and for almost going to jail. It was all because of this woman. Zhao Shuisheng slapped her lightly but firmly. Song Yumei suddenly realized something was wrong. She covered her face and begged, Stop hitting me, please. She staggered trying to run away, but her back hit the corner of the table. Song Yumei held her stomach. She felt a warm sensation below. She screamed, Someone's hurt. Her shout was heard by everyone in the house. A few neighbors nearby hurried over. What's wrong? What happened? This couple argued every day, more dramatic than a TV show. Zhao Shuisheng was standing in the middle of the room, panting and looking scared. Song Yumei was lying on the ground, pale as paper, with a pool of bright red blood underneath her. The aunt who just came in patted her thigh and said, Oh no, someone might get seriously hurt. Qin Xian sat quietly at the back of the auditorium, feeling very complicated. He had told himself not to think about any news related to Song Yulan. But love, although it sounds sweet and romantic, often comes with possessiveness and losing control. He had failed to confess his feelings. Yet, he still couldn't help but sit in the Jinghai auditorium. His eyes never left Song Yulan since she appeared. He watched every move and expression she made, even thinking her hair looked perfect, as if it grew just to please him. When Song Yulan was on stage, his world couldn't hold anyone else. His love for her was priceless. She on stage drew everyone's attention. In the dim auditorium, Qin Xian's love grew wildly, like weeds, impossible to stop. Backstage in the auditorium, there was a tense yet excited atmosphere. Several dance groups were nervously preparing for their final rehearsals. When Song Yulan left the stage, the members of other dance groups all looked at her and made way for her, giving her space. By this time in the competition, it seemed clear who would win the first prize. Faced with this situation, the other dance teams relaxed their minds. The backstage fitting room was lined up with people. Song Yuelan and her friends were not in a hurry to change clothes. They simply found a spot by the window to chat. Lily tightly held Song Yuelan's hand. Her face showed disbelief as she said, "I still feel like I'm dreaming right now." Next to her, Tian agreed, "I also find it so unbelievable." "When do you think we'll see ourselves on TV?" Song Yuelan smiled. "Didn't director Liu just say? This weekend at 8 p.m., we can see our dance on TV." Hearing this, Tian almost jumped with excitement. She couldn't help stomping her foot and said excitedly, "I need to send a telegram soon to tell my family this good news." Tian secretly thought to herself. She never imagined she could achieve so much in her life, and that she would be on TV. Her family lived in a remote countryside. There was only one TV in the whole village, and it was at the village secretary's house. Tian's family was not well liked in the village, because they only had 2 daughters and no sons. People in the village often mocked her family, saying that without a son, their family line would end. Tian and her sister were very hardworking. They studied hard and always ranked top in school. Finally, Tian was accepted into Jinghai University, which gradually improved her family's status in the village. After all, she was the first university student in the village. Tian still remembered how happy her father was when she got into university. He ran home excitedly, saying, "The village secretary even handed me a cigarette." If the villagers really knew she was on TV, it would mean a lot for her family, and life in the village would be much better than before. They would no longer be looked down upon. Tian asked, "I want to send a telegram. Will you help me?" Lily said, "I've sent one before." "I'll go with you." While they were talking, Song Yuelan suddenly sensed something. She looked out the window. In that moment, she froze in surprise. She thought she had seen it wrong. She raised her hand and rubbed her eye corner. Only then did she realize she hadn't been mistaken. Behind the auditorium is the school's small garden. Outside the small garden, there are 2 swings set up. The north wind made the swings sway back and forth. Under the swing set, the straight figure was Qin Yan. Song Yuelan's heart suddenly sped up, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. She widened her eyes and stared at that figure without blinking, afraid it would disappear in an instant. Finally, she seemed to come to her senses, suddenly turned around, and rushed out the door without looking back. Lily was a bit anxious. "Yulan, it's too cold outside," but Song Yuelan no longer cared. The weather was gloomy, and the north wind howled. Song Yuelan ran like a gust of wind straight to where Qin Yan was. Because she ran so hurriedly, she completely lost control and shot toward Qin Yan like a cannonball. Her body suddenly collided into Qin Yan's embrace. This sudden impact made her feel dizzy, but at the same time, a familiar cold aura hit her face. Qin Yan did not dodge. He stood steadily as if he had expected this. Then, Song Yuelan suddenly felt a strong sense of weightlessness, and her body involuntarily lifted into the air. A pair of strong hands held her waist. She was easily lifted by Qin Yan. Before she could react, she found herself being carried onto the swing. Before she could regain her composure, a warm coat was draped over her. Qin Yan's voice sounded in her ear. "Lift your foot." Her mind still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. She instinctively followed Qin Yan's instructions and lifted her feet. She had run out so quickly that she didn't even wear shoes. Before going on stage, she left her shoes in the fitting room. There was someone in the fitting room earlier, and she didn't want to go in to get them. Her smooth, white feet were covered in dust, creating a stark contrast with her fair skin. Because it was too cold, the skin on the top of her feet looked semi-transparent, and through this thin skin, she could see the blood vessels inside. The faint blue veins were barely visible. Like light ink strokes in a watercolor painting, they added a delicate beauty to her feet. For a moment, Song Yuelan felt shy. The dust on her feet made her feel a bit embarrassed. At this moment, Li hurriedly ran out. "Your shoes, Yuelan." Song Yuelan wanted to stand up, but Qin Yan stopped her. Qin Yan said, "Thank you, you can give me the shoes." Li froze, not expecting it to be Professor Qin. She became nervous and shy. Okay, Professor Qin. The actions of Song Yulan and Professor Qin looked unusual. Song Yulan reached out. Brother Yen, let me do it. She wanted to take back her shoes. But Qin Yen silently refused. Qin Yen squatted down and took out a white handkerchief from his pocket. His face showed no disgust. He helped Song Yulan wipe her feet clean, then put her socks and shoes back on. Song Yulan was stunned. She bit her lower lip tightly. Qin Yen smiled and said, Don't be nervous. Long time no see. Are you feeling awkward around me? Song Yulan shook her head quickly. No. How could that be? Chun Xian appeared at the main hall's entrance. He bypassed the hall, wanting to see Song Yulan backstage. Even just seeing her once would be good. Her dance made his heart burn with excitement. He had been to Jinghai University many times. He knew there was a small path leading directly to the backstage of the hall. Just after passing the outer wall of the hall, he saw a man with his back to him, standing beside a swing. He didn't pay much attention at first. But the man was dressed in a long black coat, tall and straight, making him look twice. Chun Xian slowed his steps. At this moment, he saw Song Yulan run out happily. Then she rushed into the man's arms. Chun Xian stopped in his tracks. What he saw hurt his eyes, but he forced himself to watch. Jealousy flooded over him. Why was Song Yulan smiling like that at him? Was it just because he knew Song Yulan earlier than himself? She is slender but not fragile, with longer hair now. Because she was dancing, she styled her hair into a high bun and painted bright colors on her face. Her eyes lift slightly at the corners, giving her a charming look. If she was once a closed bud, now she is fully open, like a blooming orchid. He gently reached out and pinched Song Yulan's soft cheek, speaking kindly. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Song Yulan happily replied, Okay, I'll go change my clothes first. Qin Yen smiled and nodded, watching her closely. She ran back to the backstage happily. Song Yulan still wore Qin Yan's large coat, feeling wrapped in his warmth. Although the weather outside was getting darker and colder, she didn't feel cold at all, only full of happiness. She walked briskly back to the backstage, entered the dressing room, and quickly changed into her own clothes. Now, the scene backstage was very different from before. There used to be a dance team with about 20 members. After they performed on stage, the backstage became empty, with only a few people left. Li and Tian saw Song Yulan return. They hurried over, curious, and asked, Yulan, what's going on between you and Professor Qin? They were both students at Jinghai University, though not Qin Yan's students. But they knew each other. Qin Yan was so impressive at Jinghai University that people could only look up to him. At such a prestigious school, talented students were common. Getting into this university meant excelling academically and standing out. But Qin Yan's talent and achievements went far beyond ordinary expectations, as if he stood at the top, overlooking everyone. He was the youngest and most handsome professor. Having all these qualities in one person was very rare. Qin Yan became an almost unreachable figure. Only Song Yulan and Qin Yan's close actions made people surprised. Song Yulan smiled and said, He is my husband. Although she had guessed this already, they both still took a deep breath in surprise. Song Yulan remembered that Qin Yan was still teaching at Jinghai. She thought for a moment and said, Please don't tell the other classmates about this. Most students in the class didn't know who her partner was. Song Yulan didn't want everyone to know who her husband was. After all, she was a student and Qin Yan was a professor. She was worried that this might affect Qin Yan's work. Li and Tian exchanged glances. They whispered, no problem. Since there were few people in the back area now, not many noticed what Song Yulan had just done. Song Yulan happily walked out holding Qin Yan's clothes. Chun Xian finally couldn't hold back his nervousness. After Song Yulan left, he suddenly took a step forward. Are you Song Yulan's husband? Qin Yan turned around and looked coldly at him. That's right. Chun Xian's heart was full of jealousy and frustration. He couldn't hide his hostile look. If he could, he really wanted to rush over and fight him to vent his anger. But Chun Xian asked himself, what position was he in to do such a thing? What was his relationship with Song Yuelan? Qin Yan suddenly spoke. His voice carried a hint of sarcasm. You're the one who interrupted when I was talking to Yuelan on the phone, right? Qin Yan had a good memory. Although Chun Xian only said a few words to Song Yuelan, he recognized him immediately. He continued, you must rely on that silly look of yours to make Yuelan willing to talk to you, right? Chun Xian stared at Qin Yan intensely. Of course, he understood that as a man, he couldn't show weakness in this situation, or he would be completely dominated. But compared to Qin Yan's maturity, his behavior only looked childish and funny. At this moment, Song Yuelan hurried over, panting. She finally noticed Chun Xian. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment, then quickly shifted away, showing no interest. Seeing this, Qin Yan's smile grew warmer. He softly asked, Yuelan, is this your friend? Song Yuelan remembered what she had said to Chun Xian last time. She quickly shook her head and explained, I don't know him. Qin Yan's smile deepened. He responded with a half-smile. Oh, I see. Song Yuelan didn't seem to notice the unusual tone in Qin Yan's voice. She looked up and handed him her coat. Brother Yan, your coat. Qin Yan smiled as he took the coat, but didn't put it on himself as usual. He draped the coat over Song Yuelan. It's too cold. You wear it first. This winter is colder than usual. He liked seeing Song Yuelan wear his coat. It felt like a hug from afar. They both ignored Chun Xian. Qin Yan casually put his arm around her shoulder. What do you want to eat? Song Yuelan thought for a moment. Let's have hot pot. Today is very cold, and she felt that eating hot pot would warm her up. Qin Yan tilted his head, listening to Song Yuelan with a gentle smile. But he gave Chun Xian a cold look. He didn't even see him as a real rival. Chun Xian's lips tasted of blood. The order of life's encounters is very important. If he had met Song Yuelan first, he would have kept her hidden away, not letting anyone find out, making her his own special treasure. Jinghai's hot pot with sliced meat is the most famous. The charcoal fire heated the stove until it was very hot. The hot water in the pot finally boiled. A full chopstick of meat was put into the pot. Soon, the thin, tender slices of meat were cooked, dipped in seasoned sesame paste. When Song Yuelan took a big bite of meat, she finally felt warm all over. She couldn't help but sigh. It smells so good. Recently, because of preparing for this dance, she mostly ate at the school cafeteria. Of course, the food there was only enough to fill her stomach. The cafeteria's dishes often included a few slices of fatty meat. Song Yuelan didn't like eating fatty meat, so she had been eating vegetarian lately. Now that she could eat meat again, she felt very satisfied. Qin Yan saw her happy and ate quite a bit himself. When he first saw her, she was a little reserved, but under Qin Yan's guidance, Song Yuelan started talking more. By the end of the meal, Qin Yan helped with the hot pot. All Song Yuelan had to do was enjoy her food. She shook her head and covered her stomach. I can't eat anymore. The tiredness from these days was gradually eased by this hot pot meal. Song Yuelan casually glanced outside at the darkening sky and asked, What time is it now? Qin Yan heard her and looked at his watch. It's almost 8 o'clock. They took a long time to finish this meal. Suddenly, she stood up quickly, looking anxious. Oh no, I need to check in at 8:30. I have to go back quickly. Qin Yan looked down. Can you check my leg for me? Song Yuelan patted her head. I almost forgot. Brother Yan, your leg still hurts, right? Qin Yan's voice was low. Yes, I need you. Song Yume was lying in the hospital bed. Her face looked a little pale. The hospital ward was busy with people coming and going. A nurse said to Zhao Shuixing impatiently, She's injured now and needs to stay in the hospital to rest. Go downstairs and pay the bill. Zhao Shuixing took the receipt absent-mindedly. He felt a strange regret inside. He was sad that the baby was still safe inside Song Yume's belly. The baby was very strong. He took the bill from the nurse and went to pay. The staff at the payment desk said, Pay 50 yuan first. Zhao Shuixing looked surprised. That much, the staff replied. This is a deposit. If you don't have it now, come back tomorrow to pay. He nodded and turned to leave. He didn't have money for tomorrow either. His monthly living expenses were all managed by Song Yume. 100 yuan was enough for a worker's monthly salary. He and Song Yume spent money freely. But unfortunately, Song Yume bought clothes, shoes, and cosmetics every month. Before long, their money was gone. Every day, Song Yume only bought vegetables for him. He looked coldly at her and said, "Let's go home." Song Yume was annoyed. "You didn't hear the doctor say I need to rest in the hospital?" Zhao Shuixing simply said, "No money. If you want to stay, just do as you like." He turned to leave, thinking there was nothing worse he could do. He didn't care anymore. Song Yume was furious and angry. She said, "Zhao Shuixing, do you believe I will call the police and catch you, scoundrel?" She thought the other person would apologize like before. Zhao Shuixing looked indifferent. "Do as you like. You better call the police now, and then your child will be a little wild one. You are a cruel woman who sent the child's real father to jail." Song Yume shrank back slightly. She wasn't as afraid when Zhao Shuixing begged or yelled, but his cold, sinister tone made her feel uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to soften her attitude. She slowly got off the bed, her body heavy, and walked to Zhao Shuixing. She spoke softly, "Brother Shuixing, I was just joking with you earlier. Please don't take it seriously." Zhao Shuixing looked at her, and his coldness didn't lessen much. "Brother Shuixing, if we don't have money, we can earn it. As she spoke, Song Yume was calculating in her mind. Suddenly, she remembered the boss one from her past life. Zhao Shuixing had become wealthy because of him. Thinking about the time, boss one should be in Jinghai now. She grabbed Zhao Shuixing's hand. "Brother Shuixing, trust me. We can make a lot of money. That boss one from Port City can help you earn money. We can become millionaires and buy our own house in Jinghai. Believe me, he will definitely help us." This was the second time Zhao Shuixing heard Song Yume mention boss one. But she spoke as if she knew everything. Zhao Shuixing was suspicious. "Who is boss one? Why do you think he can help us get rich?" Song Yume quickly thought. "I heard from others that he came to Port City to invest." In her past life, Zhao Shuixing also said the same thing. He was generous and willing to help Zhao Shuixing. He admired him very much. She even met him once. Boss one was kind and friendly, and he gave her a famous brand bag. Song Yume held Zhao Shuixing's hand. "He's in Jinghai now. He's staying at the Hiyu Hotel." She remembered Zhao Shuixing mentioning that Mr. Wen had even rented a room at the Hiyu restaurant and stayed there all year round. Zhao Shuixing was unsure but thought maybe it was worth a try. Anyway, trying wouldn't cost anything. He nodded and said, "Let's leave the hospital. Tomorrow, we will go see Mr. Wen." Song Yume covered her stomach, still feeling unwell. But she looked at Zhao Shuixing with a cold expression. She silently comforted herself. Zhao Shuixing had already agreed to meet Mr. Wen, so her good days were coming. She slowly followed behind Zhao Shuixing. Qin Yan was happily accompanying Song Yulan back to the dormitory to ask for leave from the dorm manager. The weather was extremely cold, and the campus paths were empty, making everything look very quiet. Suddenly, Song Yulan remembered the scarf she finished yesterday. She quickly turned around and said to Qin Yan, "Yan Ge, wait a moment." In such cold weather, her scarf would be very useful. Song Yulan hurried back to the dorm. As soon as she entered the room, she went straight to her bed and started looking for the finished scarf. Just as she was about to leave, Su Jingjing reminded her, "Yulan, they will check the dorm later." Song Yulan was so anxious, she forgot to tell Su Jingjing that she wouldn't be sleeping in the dorm tonight. She whispered, "I asked for leave from my aunt. I won't come back tonight." Then she hurriedly left. Yang Xiaohong was lying on her bed resting. When she heard that Song Yulan wouldn't be back tonight, she immediately sat up. She pretended to be surprised and said, "Not coming back tonight?" How bold! Su Jingjing guessed that Song Yulan was probably with her boyfriend. She rolled her eyes at Yang Xiaohong's words and said, "None of your business. Just take care of yourself." Song Yulan took a deep breath, her hands trembling slightly as she carefully handed the red scarf to Qin Yan. This was the first time she had made a gift for someone herself. She felt a little nervous and stammered, This is handmade by me. Although the scarf took her a lot of time and effort, it was her first try, so the finished product looked a bit crooked. Qin Yan didn't mind these things. He looked at Song Yuelan with a hint of surprise and happiness in his eyes. His eyes darkened slightly. Thank you. I like it very much. Qin Yan slightly bowed and leaned his neck closer to Song Yuelan. Please help me tie it. Song Yuelan's heart suddenly beat faster. She clumsily took the scarf, wrapped it around Qin Yan's neck twice, and tied a knot. After tying it, Qin Yan nodded with satisfaction, feeling the warmth of the scarf. He smiled and said, "It feels very comfortable." A blush appeared on Song Yuelan's face. She happily responded, "Really? I'm glad you like it." Qin Yan took out something from his coat pocket. It was a jade hairpin with an orchid flower design, which he had kept in his pocket all along. Song Yuelan's hair was gently pulled. She instinctively raised her hand to touch the hairpin but was quickly stopped by Qin Yan. His voice was deep and gentle. "It's very beautiful. Let's look at it again when we get home." Song Yuelan became even more curious. But soon, her attention was diverted. She looked up. Wow, it's snowing. This was the first snow of the winter this year. Under the dim yellow light, snowflakes drifted down slowly. There were only the two of them on the whole street. It was the first time she saw snow in this life. A snowflake landed on her eye corner, melted quickly, and flowed down. Song Yuelan turned and smiled. "Brother Yan, I am so happy today." Qin Yan, "Yes, me too. Having you here makes me very happy." Song Yuelan and Qin Yan returned home. She gave Qin Yan acupuncture treatment for his leg. His leg was healing well. The once fierce scar under the ointment was now just a faint mark. In a little while, the scars would be completely gone. Song Yuelan carefully removed the needles. She smiled at Qin Yan. "Brother Yan, rest early." Qin Yan casually said, "Do you want to come back and stay? That way, it's easier for you to help me with acupuncture." Song Yuelan hesitated. "But the school rules say I can't live outside before my senior year." Qin Yan's acupuncture needed a 3-day treatment cycle. Since she was back, she couldn't stop treating him. However, it is not very reasonable to ask for leave from the dormitory supervisor every day. Qin Yan relaxed his eyebrows. "That rule is for others. Isn't it the same for you? Because you're married, you can apply to the school to not stay in the dorm." Song Yuelan was surprised. "You can do that." This rule was not made up by Qin Yan. After the college entrance exam was restored, many educated youths only managed to get into university in their 30s. Not to mention marriage, some even had children. At that time, the school made a special rule that married students could apply to live off campus. Song Yuelan nodded. "All right, I'll apply tomorrow." Qin Yan looked at his watch. It was now late at night, 11 o'clock. It was time for Song Yuelan to go to sleep, but he was reluctant to let her leave. He wanted to stay with her a little longer. Even if they didn't say anything, just being together made him very happy. Song Yuelan packed her things. "Brother Yan, good night." Qin Yan nodded. "Good night." As Song Yuelan went upstairs and was about to disappear around the corner, Qin Yan looked at her back. Curious, she turned around. "Brother Yan?" Qin Yan was standing in the living room. The dim yellow light softened his usually cold appearance. He lowered his eyes. "Can I hug you? I don't mean anything else. No one is talking to me there, and I feel a bit." Qin Yan rarely explained himself. He had been very tired these days. Apart from necessary rest, he was working all the time. When he saw her today, he really wanted to hug her. Not only that, he also wanted to kiss her. He hadn't kissed her before, but he had imagined countless scenes of kissing her in his mind. Kissing her little by little, sometimes just thinking about it made him excited. Qin Yan kept telling himself not to be in a hurry, or he might scare her. After not seeing each other for a long time, when he finally saw Song Yuelan, his restrained feelings burst out uncontrollably. He rarely asked for anything, but now he was begging her for a little hug, a little comfort. He was like a traveler in the desert, about to die of thirst. Under the faint light, Song Yuelan's face looked softer. She was surprised, but she didn't refuse. She thought Qin Yan looked a bit pitiful, especially when she heard him say he was very lonely. The first thing she thought was that he must be going through a tough time. He was such a proud person, yet hearing him say those words made him seem pitiful. She walked down the stairs and took the initiative to hug Qin. Of course, you can borrow my shoulder for 5 minutes. His warm embrace surrounded her. That cool, clean scent belonged only to Qin. A faint, unclear thought rose in her heart. Maybe Qin liked her, even just a little. The thought came and went so quickly that she almost couldn't catch it. When Song Yuelan returned to her room, her steps were a little unsteady. She didn't even know how long she had hugged Qin. Touching her face, she felt it was warm. Absent-mindedly, she changed into her pajamas. Then, in the mirror, she noticed the hairpin in her hair. It was shaped like an orchid. She could almost smell the faint fragrance of magnolia. She sniffed again. There really was a gentle scent in the air. Following the fragrance, she looked toward the window. On the windowsill, the orchid she had brought from her hometown had quietly bloomed. A few delicate flowers nestled among the green leaves. Holding the magnolia hairpin tightly, Song Yuelan drifted into sleep with a soft scent around her. The next morning, after washing up, Song Yuelan went to the living room. Qin had already finished his morning exercise and was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. A steaming breakfast sat on the table. The snow from last night hadn't been heavy. This morning the ground was just a little wet, but the air was still cold. Qin said, "I'll take you to school later." Song Yuelan asked, "Aren't you going to work?" Qin replied, "There's nothing urgent at the research institute. I'm going to visit the university." He still had 2 graduate students there. It had been a while since he last saw them, and he wanted to check on their progress. Once again, Song Yuelan sat on the back seat of the bicycle. Qin said, "Hold on tight." Song Yuelan hesitated for a moment.
Oh.
She hadn't reached out to hold him yet. As the scenery changed, she couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" Qin answered, "I'm taking the side gate." Jinghai University had 7 gates, and this route was the closest to their home. It connected the residential area with the campus, so only staff members were allowed to use it. Song Yuelan usually walks through the main gate, but she didn't expect there to be a small side door here. Sure enough, she soon saw the side door. Qin voluntarily stopped the car and greeted the security guard inside the guard room. "Uncle Hai, this is my wife." The old man in his 60s smiled as he came out of the room. He looked at both of them carefully. "Qin, long time no see. Oh, such a handsome couple. Uncle Hai has worked at Jinghai University for 40 years. He knows all the staff and teachers here. Qin has been like a family to him since he was young. When Qin was a child, he used to come to the workplace with his father. Now he even brings his wife along." After a few words, Qin and Song Yuelan entered the school. Jinghai's campus is very large. Qin's workplace is opposite to where Song Yuelan has her classes. Yuelan tentatively said, "Brother Yen, maybe we should go separately." If she let Qin take her around the university, in less than an hour, everyone would know about their relationship. She still didn't want to be too obvious. Qin said, "Wait for me at this gate after school." Yuelan nodded. They parted at the side door, one heading east, the other west. "Professor Qin, recently our school merged with Xinglin Medical College, so the old office building has been turned into a teaching building. Your office is now on the 5th floor at the far east side." A graduate student of Qin's showed him the way. Recently, Qin was on a business trip. They helped move each other's belongings to the new location. Qin nodded. Okay, he is only 2 years older than his students, but the 2 students he supervises seem a bit afraid of him. They reached his office. This floor has mostly laboratories, with only a small office space separated by simple wooden boards. The boards look very thin, as if a slight kick could break a big hole. Forget about soundproofing. Speaking inside might be heard clearly outside. Xiao Hai looked at Qin nervously. Xiao Hai said, "Professor Qin, we will keep quiet while doing experiments next door." Qin is very responsible and never loses his temper with them. Compared to some difficult teachers, he is easy to get along with. However, Xiao Hai always feels a bit afraid of Qin. Qin speaks very little and rarely jokes. Plus, His excellent grades give him an air of superiority. Because of this, the small office makes Xiao Hai feel a bit oppressed, like Professor Qin is distant. Qin Yan nods and says, "No problem." He opens the door and enters the office. He takes off his coat and scarf, hanging them on the coat rack. Xiao Hai is curious because Qin Yan rarely wears bright-colored clothes. He usually wears black, white, or gray all year round. This red scarf is quite special. Qin Yan turns around and sees Xiao Hai staring at the scarf, lost in thought. Qin Yan says, "My wife knitted this for me." Xiao Hai is surprised and realizes Qin Yan is chatting casually with him. Qin Yan didn't invite them to his wedding. Xiao Hai heard from other teachers that Qin Yan's wife also studies at this school. Xiao Hai awkwardly compliments, "It looks nice. The color is pretty, but the craftsmanship is average." Qin Yan smiles slightly and says, "You have good taste." He also thinks the scarf is cute. Even the uneven stitches make it interesting. He can imagine Song Yuelon carefully knitting the scarf. For a moment, Xiao Hai feels happy when Qin Yan mentions his wife. Qin Yan says, "Go get the experiment records." "And where is Chen Rong?" Before he finishes, a young man in his early 20s rushes into the office. He raises a letter in his hand. Chen Rong grins and says, "I just met someone who wants to see you. He gave me a letter. He said you'll know what it is once you see it." Since the other person refused to give him the letter directly, he couldn't bring a stranger to see Qin Yan. He showed his student ID, and only then did the person hand over the letter. Qin Yan glances at it, but doesn't open it. He says, "Chen Rong, show me your short paper." Before leaving, he assigned them some tasks. Chen Rong's face wrinkles in frustration, and Xiao Hai gives him a helpless look. Chen Rong felt deep sadness. Professor Qin's business trip was too short this time. Zhao Shuixing stood in front of the grand entrance of the Hiyue Hotel, feeling a bit nervous. He looked at Song Yuemei beside him and hesitated before asking, "Are you sure that Mr. Wen lives here?" Song Yuemei nodded repeatedly, confidently replying, "Yes, it's here. I won't remember it wrong." After exchanging glances, they both stepped into the hotel. As soon as they entered, they saw a smiling staff member at the front desk. She warmly approached and asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" Zhao Shuixing asked, "Is Mr. Wen staying here?" The staff member shook her head with a smile and explained, "Sorry, sir, we can't share guest information freely. It's private." Seeing this, Song Yuemei quickly interrupted, "We know Mr. Wen. Please help us tell him. He'll definitely see us." The staff member maintained her professional smile and replied, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but that's our hotel policy. Please understand." Song Yuemei didn't expect the staff to be so uncooperative. Her face suddenly looked unhappy, and her voice rose slightly. "You're just a staff member. What's so special about that?" The Hiyue Hotel was busy with many people coming and going. Zhao Shuixing looked around at the crowd, feeling a bit ashamed of his own appearance. Meanwhile, Song Yuemei argued with the staff, her voice sounding loud in the quiet hotel. Zhao Shuixing felt his face burning with embarrassment. Just as Song Yuemei was about to say something, Zhao Shuixing grabbed her. He pulled her outside the hotel. Frowning with impatience, he raised his voice slightly and asked, "Do you know Mr. Wen?" Song Yuemei nodded. Although she had only met Mr. Wen once, she remembered his appearance clearly. Zhao Shuixing said, "Then let's wait here for him to come out." Since they were already here, they decided to wait. Time passed slowly, and they stood in the cold wind for over 3 hours. Just when they started feeling anxious, they suddenly heard the roar of a car engine in the distance. A black car slowly approached and finally stopped nearby. The driver quickly got out and smoothly opened the door. Then, a middle-aged man in his early 40s, dressed in a suit, stepped out of the car. He walked steadily with a refined demeanor, giving a mature and calm impression. Behind him, a beautiful woman in her 20s followed closely. She was tall, attractive, and wore a long dress that fluttered in the wind, making her stand out even more. Song Yuemei's eyes lit up instantly. She excitedly pointed at the middle-aged man and said to Zhao Shuixing, "Look, that's Mr. Wen." Before she finished speaking, she eagerly grabbed Zhao Shuixing's arm and ran toward the man. As she ran, she called out loudly, "Mr. Wen, Mr. Wen." The man turned around, showing a puzzled expression. This was his first day in Jinghai. How could anyone recognize him? Song Yuemei asked, Mr. Wen, can you help us do business with you? I know you're a big boss. When Fu Hua asked, who are you? He wondered if his competitors had leaked his whereabouts. And how did they even know his name? Zhao Shuixing saw the situation and realized that this Mr. Wen was indeed a powerful person. He hurriedly said, my name is Zhao Shuixing. Song Yuemei added, this is my husband. Mr. Wen, please let us work with you. This Mr. Wen was very capable with business all over the country. If they followed him, they could make endless money. When Fu Hua didn't seem interested in their request, he shrugged and coldly replied, why should I? I don't even know you. He couldn't understand why these two strangers suddenly appeared and made such unreasonable demands, which made him feel confused. After saying that, he turned to leave. Song Yuemei wanted to follow, but was stopped by the woman behind her. She looked at the woman impolitely and said, go away, what are you? The woman smiled and said, I'm Mr. Wen's secretary. Please leave. Zhao Shuixing said, please let us talk to Mr. Wen. The driver warned, if you don't leave now, I won't be polite. Zhao Shuixing's face turned bright red. Song Yuemei wanted to say something, but no one paid attention to them anymore. The woman quickly walked into the restaurant, following the boss. When Fu Hua entered the elevator, Shao Jie, go check on those two people just now. He suspected someone was trying to harm him because they came to him unexpectedly for business. The woman nodded. When Fu Hua thought for a moment, send me a telegram later, Shao Jie asked, boss, what do you want to say? When Fu Hua shook his head, never mind, I'll write a letter. Later, you go to Jinghai University and deliver in person. Hui Qiao, come watch TV with mom and dad, Han's father called out to his daughter. Hui Qiao was standing nearby, distracted and not paying attention. She reluctantly walked over and sat on the sofa. Seeing this, Han's mother quickly picked up a peeled apple from the fruit tray and handed it to her daughter. She asked kindly, Hui Qiao, why have you been so gloomy lately? Is someone making you unhappy? Hui Qiao slightly pouted and muttered, no. Her eyes looked away, as if she didn't want to talk about it. Han's mother wasn't convinced by her daughter's evasion. She gently squeezed her daughter's hand and said softly, don't hide things from mom. I know you well. If something's bothering you, tell us. We can help. Hui Qiao hesitated for a moment but finally couldn't hold back and said, I heard Qin Yan is back. A few days ago, Qin Yan returned from a business trip. Hui Qiao learned this from a senior student, but she hadn't seen Qin Yan in person during these days. Qin Yan had been at Jinghai University all this time. Hui Qiao couldn't help but wonder if he was staying there because of Song Yuan. The thought made her feel terrible, like a cat scratching her heart. Huan's father listened to his daughter's words, his face darkening slightly. Stop asking about others. Qin Yan is already married. You should forget about him. But Hui Qiao still had her mind on Qin Yan. She bit into her apple and said nonchalantly, we will break up soon. When Han's mother saw this, she quickly reached out and gently patted her daughter's arm, scolding, child, how can you say such things? At that moment, music started playing on the TV. Everyone's attention was drawn to the program on the screen. As the scene played, Han Huiqiao felt more and more uncomfortable. Finally, when the camera showed Song Yuelan's face and hands, she couldn't sit still anymore. Han's mother added fuel to the fire. This girl looks so lively, and her dance is very beautiful. She always thought her daughter was pretty. But she had to admit, the girl dancing on TV looked even more beautiful than her daughter. She had never seen such a dance before. Han Huiqiao couldn't take it anymore. What's so good about it? Even her mother wondered why Song Yuelan was praised. She walked up and suddenly turned off the TV. Han's mother asked, child, why did the TV upset you? Han Huiqiao didn't want to speak. She quickly went back to her bedroom and lay on her bed. She cried while hitting the bed, wishing Song Yuelan would just leave her life. Old Sun sat nervously, then simply squatted on the ground and smoked dried tobacco. The village chief had already turned on the TV. The room was full of people, many of whom were leaning on the windows to watch. Even though it was winter, the villagers' enthusiasm was high. This TV connected them to the outside world. Jingjing held her mother's hand tightly, staring at the TV. Yesterday, she told her classmates at school that her sister was going to be on TV. Her classmates said her sister was a liar. Jingjing was not convinced. Her sister was not a liar. She was a college student and her role model. Her sister said that being on TV was just being on TV. As the music played, Old Sun was so nervous he didn't dare lift his head. Suddenly, a gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. Someone shouted, "Is that Sun Tian?" Yes, 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 it's her. Wow, her dance is so good, like a fairy from a painting. Seeing Old Sun squatting in the yard, someone grabbed him. What are you doing squatting there? Come over and see your daughter. Jingjing and her mother were invited inside to watch TV together. The village chief, holding a cigarette, almost burned his finger. Where did Old Sun go? This sweet girl has been on TV now, so she can be recorded in the family tree. She is the first person from their village to appear on television. Someone couldn't help but sigh. It's better to go to school. Don't look at her as just a girl. I think you're still stronger. Anyway, no boys in their village have been on TV before. The village chief cleared his throat and summarized, so from now on, when we send children to school, it doesn't matter if they're boys or girls. Everyone should go. Exactly, going to school is how you get ahead, some people responded. Yes, yes, girls should also go to school, others agreed. Originally, a few families in the village planned to let their daughters study for a year or two, just to learn a few characters, then go home to help with chores. But now, after hearing the village chief, they started to have doubts. Look at Sun Tian. She only got the chance to appear on TV because she went to college, one villager said thoughtfully. Yeah, maybe if our daughters study well, they can also have a bright future, another added. People started discussing among themselves. Parents who hadn't planned to let their daughters continue studying now began to waver. Sun Tian was able to get on TV because she went to college. If their daughters study well, they might also succeed. Song Jiangwo finished eating and lay on the sofa. He casually turned on the TV. This TV was only bought last month. He specifically got it with industrial tickets from Zhao Shuixing's parents. His wife was right. They had already married their daughter to Zhao Shuixing, so they shouldn't ask for too much in return. Even though Zhao Kun became a factory director, he was very stingy. He only gave 500 yuan in bride money and a few industrial tickets. Recently, he had been watching the show Grand Stage. Both he and Li Ping loved to watch it. When the music started, he suddenly sat up straight. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Li Ping also came over and sat down, but when she saw Song Yulan's face on TV, she froze in place. Song Jiangwo, in a hoarse voice, asked, "Is that Song Yulan?" Li Ping nodded. Song Jiangwo suddenly stood up and asked, "Why did you cut off all ties? How could Song Yulan be so successful?" In Song Jiangwo's mind, he kept thinking about the people at the factory mocking him. They laughed at him for being blind to his own daughter. They said that even though he had a smart daughter, he let her marry whoever she wanted. These words felt like sharp needles stabbing deep into Song Jiangwo's heart. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't help but massage his temples, then pointed his finger at Li Ping. He said angrily, "It's all your favoritism that made that child turn away from us." Li Ping was so angry at Song Jiangwo's accusations that she trembled all over. She widened her eyes and retorted, "Just me being biased? What about you?" She felt that Song Jiangwo was only regretting now, like he was too late. "Now you regret it? She doesn't even call you dad anymore." Li Ping's voice trembled with anger. She remembered the last time she saw Song Yulan. Yulan was not polite at all, acting like a stranger. How did this little girl get so lucky? Why wasn't this good opportunity given to Song Yumei? Inside Jinghai TV station, it was busy and lively. "Director Liu, the station chief, wants you to go to the office," a staff member told Liu Xian. Liu Xian nodded. Being called to the office at this time, could it be something important? But he didn't hesitate much. After all, the last episode was finished, and he had no regrets left. Liu Xian pushed open the office door and asked, "Station chief, you wanted to see me?" The station chief saw Liu Xian, stood up and greeted warmly. "Liu Xian, come and sit." Liu Xian sat down as told, feeling a bit nervous, unsure what the station chief wanted to talk about. "Let's talk about the show, The Big Stage." The station chief spoke directly. Do you have any thoughts lately? Lu Xian was confused by this question. The show was about to be cancelled, so what ideas could he have? He thought it was just following the station's arrangements. He honestly replied, Station chief, aren't we supposed to disband? The station chief looked surprised and asked, You didn't know? Lu Xian looked confused and asked, What do you mean? The station director smiled and explained, Your last show became the most watched program on our channel. Hearing this, Lu Xian immediately stood up from his seat, looking very surprised. The director nodded and continued. The audience was very excited. It was the first time they saw such a dance full of exotic charm. Listening to the director, Lu Xian felt even more excited. He never expected that a show about to be cancelled would achieve such good results. Lu Xian, you did a really great job this time. The director praised Lu Xian highly for his work. Next week, the channel plans to replay your episodes several times, he said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Xian felt a surge of happiness. He knew that TV resources are limited, and often popular shows are replayed to fill empty slots. The director continued, So, we want you to keep working on this show. We'd like to hear your thoughts. Lu Xian was so excited he could hardly speak. He never thought that a show once considered a failure could come back to life. He had thought his career might be affected, but now everything seemed to be turning around. This is wonderful. Lu Xian finally found his voice, his face full of uncontrollable excitement. I really appreciate the channel giving me this chance. I will do my best to make this show even better. Lu Xian understood that the show's renewed attention was largely thanks to Song Yulan and the others. He truly wanted to thank them sincerely. Song Yulan looked a bit helpless and said, Yanji, are you still watching? The show, the big stage, had been replayed 3 or 4 times. Every time, she was dancing a Dunhuang dance. Every time, she saw Qin Yan sitting on the sofa watching the replay. At first, Qin Yan watching her dance made her feel shy, but now she was numb to it. Qin Yan looked up, nodded seriously, and said, It looks good. Seeing this, Song Yulan smiled and said, All right, once you finish watching, let's go eat. Recently, she moved back home to live. These days, Song Yulan has moved back to live at home. Every day, she and Qin Yan go to and from work together, and time passes quickly. Since they usually part ways at the side gate of the school, not many people notice them inside. However, during this time, after their Star Hua Dance Club appeared on a TV show, the school praised them a lot. The Star Hua Dance Club was not disbanded. Each member also received extra points for their overall score. Now, their club has the highest total score among all clubs. This means that for the next 4 years, they won't have to worry about their overall scores anymore. Zhou Gang's bun shop and Zhangzhong's food factory are both doing well. When Qin Yan returned, he could help check the accounts, which eased her workload. Because of this, Song Yulan could finally relax a little this weekend. Whenever she has free time, she likes to cook something tasty. Today is the weekend, and she asked Zhou Gang to buy a free-range chicken for her. She slow-cooked it for 3 or 4 hours, and now the chicken soup is the most delicious for noodles. She also added 2 ginseng stems. The chicken soup is not greasy at all, clear and shiny. The noodles float in the broth. Drinking a hot bowl of free-range chicken soup in winter warms you from head to toe. This chicken tastes much better than the quick-cooked chicken from her previous life. In this ginseng chicken, there is not only ginseng, she also added some other herbs. Anyway, Qin Yan is currently doing acupuncture, so eating this ginseng chicken is good for his health. This was the first meal Song Yulan made after Qin Yan came home. She ate half of the chicken soup noodles, but couldn't finish the rest. She tends to overestimate her appetite, thinking she can finish a bowl of noodles. But she left more than half. Qin Yan asked, Can't finish it. Song Yulan replied, Yes, I'll eat the rest tonight. Qin Yan said calmly, Give it to me if you can't finish. When Song Yulan heard this, her face slowly turned red again. Brother Yan, that's not very good. Qin Yan said, Saving food is important. The noodles won't taste good if left until tonight. Reluctantly, Song Yulan pushed the bowl toward him. Qin Yan took the remaining noodles from the other person and ate them eagerly, head bowed. There was no sign of dislike on his face. Song Yulan bit her lip. Since Qin Yan returned, her small actions had increased noticeably, making her feel more shy and hesitant. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Does Qin Yan only see her as a friend? To calm herself, Song Yulan even looked up the marriage agreement she had signed with Qin Yan, trying to steady her mind. Breaking the balance suddenly might cause embarrassment. She thought it was better to keep their current relationship. She had no experience in dating, and when faced with things she didn't understand, Song Yulan instinctively wanted to avoid them. As for the future, she decided to think about it later. Qin Yan finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen. Tomorrow, I need you to accompany me to meet someone. Curious, Song Yulan asked, Who? Qin Yan replied, A friend of my father's. Song Yulan said, I need to go to Hue restaurant tomorrow. Maybe I can take a day off. Qin Yan said, No need. After you're done with your work tomorrow, just wait at the restaurant. He currently lives at Hue restaurant. When Fu Hua looked at Qin Yan and Song Yulan with a smile, he felt a bit emotional. Qin Yan, you've really grown up. He was an old friend of Qin Yan's father, Qin Jixiang. He never expected that the son of his old friend would get married. The girl looked very beautiful and matched Qin Yan perfectly in appearance. Having been immersed in the business world for many years, when Fu Hua had sharp eyes for people, the first impression of Song Yulan was that she was very comfortable. Her manners and expressions showed she was gentle and good-tempered. Such a girl was undoubtedly a good match for Qin Yan. When Fu Hua waved his hand, his secretary, standing behind him, immediately understood and stepped forward holding a delicate red gift box. When Fu Hua said, Xiao Yan, I didn't attend your wedding. This is a small token of my goodwill, mainly for your wife. The secretary handed the gift box to Song Yulan. It was a gift given out of respect for Qin Yan. Song Yulan instinctively looked at Qin Yan. Qin Yan smiled and said, Just accept it. It's Uncle Wen's kind gesture. Song Yulan then expressed her thanks and continued to speak. When Fu Hua started chatting with Qin Yan, many years ago, he almost lost his life in Port City, but thanks to Qin Yan's father saving him. Since then, he has worked with Qin Yan's father. He is clever and eager to learn, and soon he earned a lot of money working with Qin Yan's father. Later, when Qin Yan's father was leaving Port City, he gave most of his contacts and connections to Wen Fu Hua. They established a company together, with Qin Jixiang holding a 30% share. When Qin Jixiang passed away, these shares were inherited by Qin Yan. When Fu Hua meets with Qin Yan every few years, they discuss the company's recent progress. At first, he only did this out of respect for Qin Yan's role as a shareholder. But later, he found Qin Yan's advice very helpful. He began to value Qin Yan's opinions more and more. Over the years, the company has grown bigger in Port City, and he is starting to feel a bit dissatisfied. When Fu Hua's face shows a hint of excitement, I plan to invest in Jinghai and open a few factories. Also, I want to open a department store. Jinghai is different from Port City. Here, the economy is just starting to develop, and his business experience from Port City can be applied here. He is very optimistic about the future development. When Fu Hua, I am thinking of setting up an electronics factory and a clothing factory. Qin Yan nods. That works. Qin Yan, make sure the technicians and workers in the factory are carefully selected. When Fu Hua nods, I'll bring technical staff from Port City first. Then, I will gradually train local technicians. Song Yulan is seriously enjoying the delicious food on the table. When Fu Hua's hospitality is very thoughtful, and he ordered a big table of dishes. Although she has been to Hue restaurant several times, there are still many dishes she hasn't tried. Especially the spicy chicken on the table, she is very happy to eat it. It is both numbing and spicy, very satisfying. Qin Yan, and when Fu Hua discussed the details of opening the factory, Qin Yan suddenly says, Don't eat too much on an empty stomach, or your stomach might feel uncomfortable later. He has been paying attention to Song Yulan's actions. She really likes the spicy chicken, but she is on an empty stomach now, and Qin Yan is worried she might feel unwell if she eats too much. He saw the other person outside of work for the first time. When Fu Hua gave the female secretary a look, the secretary understood immediately. Madam Qin, after dinner, would you like me to accompany you shopping? I saw many suitable dresses in the shop window when I passed by Friendship Store. Don't worry, Mr. Wen will pay. Even Song Yuelon, who was slow to catch on, could tell that when Fu Hua wanted her to leave. She obediently put down her chopsticks. Oh. Anyway, today she was here to accompany Qin Yan. Qin Yan frowned. You eat first. He turned to Wen Fu Hua. Uncle Wen, she is my wife. We don't need to hide our conversations from her. When Fu Hua was clearly caught off guard by Qin Yan's words. He paused briefly, then smiled and quickly replied, Of course, of course. When Fu Hua told the secretary, Xiao Jia, you can go out now. When doing business in Harbor City, When Fu Hua often met clients who came with their wives. When the meal was almost finished, he would arrange for his secretary to accompany the wife to shop or visit other places. Meanwhile, he would stay with the husband to continue discussing business. This practice had become a common routine in their circle. In Wen Fu Hua's view, wives should be pampered. They only needed to enjoy shopping and spending, then focus on having children. Business matters were men's topics, and wives didn't need to get involved much. However, Qin Yan's thoughts seemed different. When Fu Hua just saw Qin Yan's behavior as a sign of affection between newlyweds and didn't pay much attention. Song Yuelon was unaffected by what happened earlier. She focused on eating her favorite dishes seriously. After all, the cuisine at He restaurant was really good. Seeing that Song Yuelon was full, Qin Yan took the initiative to speak. Uncle Wen, you just mentioned opening a department store and a clothing factory. When Fu Hua started a new topic, now that fabric supplies are enough and people's lives are improving, everyone likes to dress up. I plan to build a clothing factory to produce clothes locally. Our main focus will be on mid to high-end fashion. He had also run a clothing store in Harbor City. With the economy growing, clothing was no longer just about wearing. It also led fashion trends. This is a huge potential market. Instead of opening a clothing store and buying stock, it's better to control the source directly by working with factories. Qin Yan thought for a moment and then looked at Song Yuelon. Yuelon, do you have any ideas? Song Yuelon was a bit surprised. Me? Earlier, when Fu Hua and Qin Yan talked about the appliance factory, she listened in. Honestly, she didn't understand much about technology and related topics. But when it came to clothing factories, she actually had some ideas. She thought about the clothing stores she visited in her past life. If we focus on high-end clothing stores, we can start with display arrangements, lighting, and store decoration. To sell clothes at high prices, quality isn't the only factor. Clothing has a strong social aspect, and it's important to build a clothing brand that leaves a lasting impression on customers. In her past life, people relied on luxury brands. Even when luxury prices increased, they still bought those products. That's the power of brand influence. High-end brands and mid-range brands should be kept separate. They shouldn't seem connected in any way. This way, it won't affect the reputation of the high-end clothing brand. Song Yuelon slowly shared her ideas. She looked up and saw Qin Yan smiling at her, encouraging her to continue. She gradually explained her thoughts. When Fu Hua initially didn't pay much attention, but then sat up straighter. Some of her ideas were fresh and practical, and he hadn't thought of them before. He was a bit excited. Your ideas are very good. There were details he hadn't considered, but this girl had already thought of them. When Fu Hua carefully examined Song Yuelon from head to toe. Your wife is truly impressive. Qin Yan smiled happily. Yuelon is very capable. Don't underestimate her. Then he asked Yuelon, do you want to try opening a store? When Fu Hua felt a bit puzzled. He didn't understand why Qin Yan wanted Song Yuelon to go into business. Qin Yan's wealth was enough to support 10 idle people for 3 generations without running out. Song Yuelon was still young and in college. Normally, after graduation, she should find a good job. As long as she focused on Qin Yan, married well, and took care of the family, she would live a happy and stable life. But Qin Yan was supporting her to start a business instead. Why make her involved in business? That's such hard work. When Fu Hua didn't understand. In the 1980s, opening a clothing store was definitely a great business choice. At that time, people had a high demand for clothes. Song Yuelon really didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. She thought for a moment and said, I'll go back and think about it carefully. She needed to consider what kind of clothing store to open. Right now, she had enough cash on hand. Even opening a clothing store was possible. When Fuhua originally thought Qin Yan was responsible for investing in opening a clothing store for Song Yulan. But after Qin Yan brought up this topic, he asked Song Yulan to discuss it with him. At that moment, a waiter gently knocked on the door, then entered and brought the main dishes to the table. The waiter smiled and said to Wen Fuhua, "Mr. Wen, here are the buns you ordered. Please enjoy." Recently, this guest had been insisting on eating buns from a bakery in Jinghai every day. The bakery near Jinghai University wasn't always easy to buy from. Today, they managed to get some and sent them directly to Mr. Wen. Wen Fuhua immediately responded warmly, "Qin Yan, Yulan, try these buns. They taste really good. I've had the best buns here in Jinghai." Song Yulan saw the familiar buns and smiled. Then she heard Wen Fuhua say, "These buns go perfectly with that spicy chili oil from La Dang Jia. The flavor is amazing. When I go back to Gangcheng, I plan to bring some of this chili oil with me." He had already contacted the manager of the La Dang Jia food factory. He wanted to get the distribution rights for Gangcheng and nearby provinces. Song Yulan and Qin Yan exchanged a glance. Qin Yan smiled and said, "Uncle Wen, let me introduce. Song Yulan is a shareholder in both the bun shop and the chili oil business." Wen Fuhua was a bit surprised. "Are you joking?" Qin Yan replied, "Of course not." Wen Fuhua looked again at Song Yulan. A young woman in her early 20s, looking like a movie star. How could she be involved in opening a bun shop and a food factory? This was completely different from what he had imagined. Was this girl really so capable? Song Yulan smiled and said, "It's not just me who started these businesses. Qin Yan, Wen Shu, you can now talk to Boss Song about becoming the agent for chili oil. Also, discuss supplying the clothing factory." After Qin Yan said this, Wen Fuhua's slight dismissiveness towards Song Yulan disappeared. Wen Fuhua, "Once the clothing factory is officially running, Boss Song, you should come to my place." He was somewhat looking forward to seeing what kind of clothing store she would open. Wen Fuhua stood at the entrance of the Hiyu restaurant. He planned to have the driver take Qin Yan and Song Yulan home. Boss Wen, Boss Wen. Wen Fuhua turned around to see the same strange couple as last time. They seemed to be a married couple. The woman was pregnant, and the man stood to the side, shrinking back and not daring to speak. He had previously asked his secretary to find out about these two. They had nothing to do with him. Maybe they heard of his reputation somewhere. Wen Fuhua didn't want to pay attention to them. But the woman kept talking nonstop, and Wen Fuhua grew annoyed. "Why should I do business with you?" Song Yumei tugged at Zhao Shuixing's sleeve. "Boss Wen, my husband is very capable. You just need to give him a chance. He is very skilled." Wen Fuhua, "You say your husband is capable? Well, is he good at a particular skill or sales?" Wen Fuhua looked at Zhao Shuixing. Zhao Shuixing naturally knew nothing, and faced with someone as wealthy as Wen Fuhua, he hesitated and couldn't say much. At this moment, Qin Yan and Song Yulan arrived at the restaurant entrance. Wen Fuhua no longer paid attention to Zhao Shuixing and the others. He warmly said goodbye to the two. Wen Fuhua instructed the driver to make sure Qin Yan and Song Yulan were sent home. He quickly walked to the car, personally opened the door for Song Yulan, and made a polite gesture. Wen Fuhua smiled and said, "Boss Song, please get in the car." At this moment, Wen Fuhua's view of Song Yulan had completely changed. He no longer saw her just as Qin Yan's wife, but as a true partner, someone worthy of respect and attention. As for Song Yuemei and Zhao Shuixing, they were very familiar with Song Yulan. But Song Yulan ignored them completely, not even giving them a glance. She walked straight to the car and sat inside with Qin Yan. Only a cold, indifferent back view was left for the two of them. When Fuhua turned around and went back into the hotel, Song Yuemei and Zhao Shuixing stood blankly at the hotel entrance. Qin Yan came with Song Yulan. Does Wen Boss know them? Song Yuemei was full of questions. Why is the powerful Wen Boss called Song Yulan's boss? Could it be that Wen Boss is doing business with Song Yulan? Song Yulan is just a woman. Why would she be able to do business? Doesn't that mean she will earn a lot of money in the future? Song Yuemei felt a sharp pain in her heart. She hugged her head and recalled past events. It's not like that. She clearly remembers when boss taking the initiative to do business with Zhao Shuisheng. Where did it go wrong? Zhao Shuisheng went to school. Song Yuemei returned to her small house. She lay on the bed. It's winter now, and her quilt is as cold as an ice cellar. There is no money at home to buy coal, so she can only shiver. She drifted into a dazed sleep. She didn't know why she dreamed of her past life. At that time, she had just divorced Qin Yan. Zhao Shuisheng took her to eat in the lobby of a restaurant on the first floor. The second floor of the restaurant had private rooms. In the dream, Song Yuemei's perspective suddenly shifted to a private room on the second floor. Inside the room, Qin Yan and Wen Boss were sitting. Wen Boss seemed to notice Song Yuemei and Zhao Shuisheng downstairs. He looked down from the window and said to Qin Yan, "Isn't that your wife?" Qin Yan replied coldly and indifferently, "Divorced," when Boss seemed curious about Song Yuemei's current situation. He continued, "Your ex-wife is doing okay. Do you want me to help her?" Qin Yan's attitude remained indifferent. "Do as you like." Qin Yan gave Song Yuemei some money. Of course, helping Song Yuemei was not difficult for them. After all, they were generous to those who had been close to them. When Boss also wanted to do Qin Yan a favor. The clothing factory has not started construction yet. Song Yuelan can take some time to think carefully about how to open the clothing store. Currently, she faces an even more important task. Her calculus exam is coming up. As a first-year student, she studies some courses with other medical students. Calculus is one of those courses. When she took the college entrance exam, she chose the art stream, and the traditional Chinese medicine program did not restrict her choice of subjects. Her math grades have always been her weakness. The teacher responsible for this subject is an elderly professor in his 70s. He teaches carefully and responsibly, but unfortunately, Song Yuelan still struggles to understand some problems. At the end of each class, the professor assigns a few calculus practice problems. Song Yuelan always completes her homework with difficulty. Every time her homework is returned, it is carefully corrected by the professor. Seeing her homework marked with red ink makes Song Yuelan feel a bit guilty. Today, the professor specifically reminded them to learn the problems they don't understand before the exam. Sometimes, Song Yuelan asks the professor for help after class. The professor is happy to answer questions and patiently explains things to her. But unfortunately, she still doesn't understand. Does getting anxious make everything easier? Not in math. Song Yuelan sighs as she stares at her homework, then resigns herself and picks up her pen to start solving. Today's homework is a small quiz. The scratching sound of her notes on scrap paper can be heard. Song Yuelan opens her eyes wide. For the first multiple-choice question, the number she calculated has nothing to do with any of the 4 options. She pats her head, feeling guilty, and chooses a number close to her answer, hoping to guess correctly. A soft knocking on the door breaks the quiet of the room. Song Yuelan calls out, "Come in." Qin Yan walks in holding a warm glass of milk. Since they ordered milk at home, Song Yuelan drinks a glass every day. She even measured her height recently. Whether it's the spring water or the milk, she has really grown an extra centimeter. She keeps drinking milk for her height. Qin Yan enters Song Yuelan's bedroom, where a faint fragrance fills the air. In this season, the small orchid on the windowsill is blooming very beautifully. Song Yuelan sits behind her desk. She was wearing a slightly thick home outfit, with the cuffs of her pants a bit loose, revealing her slender calves. She seemed a little troubled, instinctively biting the tip of her pen and unconsciously swinging her leg. Song Yuelan's feet were very beautiful, with just the right arch and round, fair toes. Qin Yan looked at her carefully. Qin Yan said, "Drink some milk and rest." Song Yuelan mumbled in response. Qin Yan placed the milk on the table. He glanced at Song Yuelan's desk. He pointed at her test paper with his finger. "Can't do this question?" Song Yuelan nodded. "Yes." Qin Yan patiently took his pen and explained the problem to her. They were sitting very close. Song Yuelan could clearly smell Qin Yan's scent, which was cool and fresh, just like him. At this moment, Qin Yan was so close that she could almost feel his breath. The question that was difficult for Song Yuelan before now became distracting because of his closeness. She couldn't even focus on listening to the key points of the question. Qin Yan didn't seem to notice her distraction. He continued, "Do you understand?" Song Yuelan quickly nodded and softly replied, "Yes, I understand," but Qin Yan didn't seem to want to let her go easily. He then said, "Then tell me how to do it, Song Yuelan." A light laugh came from above. Qin Yan pulled over a chair, sat down, and started explaining the problem to Song Yuelan again. This time, Song Yuelan focused and listened carefully. Unfortunately, after Qin Yan taught her 2 questions, she started to feel confused. Song Yuelan looked down, feeling discouraged. "Brother Yan, am I really that stupid?" Her words carried a hint of frustration. Her classmates were all very talented. During calculus class, some could finish the homework assigned by the teacher right away. But for her, it was very difficult. Math was like an insurmountable mountain for her. Qin Yan put down his pen, turned to look at Song Yuelan, and his gaze was calm and gentle. "If I can't cook, does that mean I'm also very stupid?" Song Yuelan instinctively replied, "How could that be, Qin Yan? Cooking is something many people can do." Song Yuelan quickly explained, "But everyone has things they are good at or not good at." Qin Yan slightly smiled and said, "You're already doing very well. Why are you so yourself?" Song Yuelan realized that Qin Yan was comforting her. He gently told her that everyone has strengths and weaknesses, and not being good at one thing doesn't mean everything about you is bad. Her mood improved a lot. She shouldn't be too harsh on herself, but accept her imperfections. After all, she has no special talent for math. Getting 60 points is enough. Song Yuelan felt motivated. "Then I will learn a couple more." Qin Yan said, "No, it's time to rest." It was already 10:30 p.m., and Song Yuelan had classes tomorrow morning. She hesitated and said, "I have homework to teach tomorrow afternoon." Qin Yan replied, "I'll be at the school lab tomorrow noon. You can come find me. We can have lunch together and finish the homework." At school, Song Yuelan usually avoided him. But Qin Yan didn't want to miss any chance to be alone with her. Seeing her hesitation, Qin Yan added, "My office is quiet and only has one person. No one will bother us." Song Yuelan nodded. Qin Yan urged her to drink milk. She drank the milk eagerly. She was actually very tired but had stayed awake because of calculus. She casually wiped her mouth. After finishing the milk, Song Yuelan smelled of milk all over. Soft and fluffy, she looked like she wanted him to take a bite. Qin Yan looked at her fair skin and suddenly remembered his time studying abroad. Once, Victor took him to a jewelry store. The store owner showed them the shop's treasure, a necklace with a pink diamond. It was sweet, cute, romantic, and pure. He looked at that necklace a little longer. The jewelry store owner enthusiastically recommended, "Sir, this necklace is perfect for giving to a girl you like." But at that time, he didn't have someone he liked, so he wasn't interested in the necklace. Looking back now, it was not a pity that Song Yuelan wore that necklace. He planned to ask Victor to help buy back that necklace. Song Yuelan always deserves the best. Qin Yan gently pinched her cheek. "Good night." Song Yuelan yawned. "Good night, Brother Yan." Zhang Zhong frowned deeply, looking worriedly at the 2 bottles of chili oil on the table. Today, a shop owner specifically came to their factory to complain. This owner had bought 200 cans of chili oil, but customers kept saying the taste had changed. Zhang Zhong quickly explained, "Our chili oil quality has always been consistent." But the owner didn't believe him and insisted there was a problem with the quality. As they argued, the owner took out a bottle of chili oil he had purchased elsewhere and handed it to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong looked at it and was stunned. This bottle looked exactly like theirs, but after smelling it carefully, the taste was clearly different. He suddenly realized that there were now imitation chili oils on the market. This meant that unaware customers might easily think it was their product. Zhang Zhong understood how serious the problem was. He decided to check the market himself. He spent the whole day visiting various stores in Jinghai. After investigating, he found that the supply and sales office, which was their main supplier, had not yet sold these fake products. But some other stores already had imitations. There was more than one fake. Some had the same name as theirs, others had slightly changed names, but the packaging looked just like theirs. From a distance, they looked very similar to their products. Zhang Zhong asked about the prices. That's when he understood why some stores bought fake products. The fake ones were much cheaper. He was a bit angry. He immediately decided to report the issue to the police. He knew it was important to let Song Yuelan know. Fortunately, the other party reminded him to quickly register the brand La Dangjia. In the morning, after finishing her classes, Song Yuelan went to find Qin Yan with her backpack. You have not visited Qin Yan's office yet. The building where she studies is across most of the campus from Qin Yan's office. Jinghai's campus is very large. Song Yuelan took more than 20 minutes to walk to Qin Yan's office. Qin Yan had specifically told her in the morning where his office was. She knocked on the door, but received no response. At that moment, a voice asked, "Are you looking for Professor Qin?" Song Yuelan turned around. A young man in his early 20s. She nodded. The young man said, "Professor Qin is next door, guiding students." He was holding several lunchboxes and pushed open the office door. "Would you like to wait inside?" He faintly knew the other person's name. After all, Song Yuelan had achieved two big things at university. One was shooting, the other was dance. Both competitions had excellent results. Usually, he wouldn't let anyone into Professor Qin's office. But he had a faint guess about who she was. At this moment, Qin Yan in the neighboring lab heard their conversation. He advised, "Take a rest first, continue in the afternoon." Then he walked out of the lab. Song Yuelan saw him come in and brightened her eyes. She saw Qin Yan's student here. The words, "Brother Yan," played on her tongue. "Professor Qin." Qin Yan looked at the young man and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The young man immediately replied, "No problem, Professor Qin. You should rest first." After saying that, he thoughtfully left the office and closed the door behind him. Qin Yan's lips curved into a faint smile, looking at Song Yuelan with a half smile, and softly said, "You call me Professor Qin." Song Yuelan felt a bit awkward and sniffed. She felt a little uncomfortable. Calling me Brother Yan at school might not be very appropriate, right? After all, Qin Yan's students seemed older than her. Qin Yan's smile grew more obvious, and he calmly said, "I've already told them to call you mother-in-law." Hearing this, Song Yuelan almost spat out the 2 sips of water she had just taken and couldn't help coughing violently. Seeing her cough, Qin Yan quickly stepped forward, gently patting her back. Song Yuelan's face turned red from coughing. She covered her mouth with her hand and said shyly, They all found out." Qin Yan replied confidently, "Of course. You and I are legally married, so there's nothing to hide." Song Yuelan's cough gradually subsided. A faint blush remained on her face, and she awkwardly responded, "Oh." Xiao Hai returned to the laboratory, but Chen Rong quickly grabbed him. Chen Rong whispered, "The teacher's wife just came." Xiao Hai nodded. Chen Rong was a bit excited. "What does the teacher's wife look like?" The other students in the lab also perked up their ears. Xiao Hai said softly, "She looks nice." Chen Rong rolled his eyes. That's not a proper answer. He wanted to see what the teacher's wife looked like, but out of respect for Qin Yan's authority, he only thought about it. He didn't dare to wander into Qin Yan's office now. Fortunately, there was only a thin wooden board between the lab and the office. If there was any movement in the office, they could hear everything clearly. Chen Rong listened carefully. Inside the office, the two people were probably eating. After finishing their meal, Chen Rong found it hard to believe. Professor Qin's voice was talking about a math problem? After eating, he was giving his wife a one-on-one lesson. That seemed like something only a cool and capable Professor Qin could do. Chen Rong stroked his chin. He also wanted to find a wife like that someday, someone to teach him math problems, which would feel very rewarding. After listening to Qin Yan explain 2 math problems, Song Yuelan couldn't help but yawn. Her eyes immediately became a little misty. She had just finished eating and was now listening to Qin Yan explain math problems. Despite her efforts to fight her eyelids, her brain was allergic to math. When there were more than 2 problems, her mental capacity started to overload. Qin Yan sat opposite her. He saw her yawn repeatedly, her nose slightly red. He didn't want to wake her. Song Yuelan had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Qin Yan picked up his coat from the hanger and draped it over her. When Song Yuelan woke up, she saw Qin Yan busy writing in front of her. She remembered she hadn't finished her test paper. She suddenly stood up and asked, "What time is it?" Qin Yan looked at his watch. "It's 2 o'clock." Song Yuelan looked hopeless. "Oh no, I haven't finished my homework." Qin Yan handed her the test paper. She took it and realized that Qin Yan had already finished it for her. He even mimicked her handwriting to make the answers look more authentic. Since he usually expects his students to do their own work, he wouldn't normally do this. But because Song Yuelan is his wife, he couldn't help but feel caring toward her. Song Yuelan blushed and said, "Brother Yen, this might not be very good." Qin Yan replied, "It's okay. I'll teach you calculus slowly. I promise you'll pass the final exam." Song Yuelan was a little excited. "Really?" Qin Yan assured her. "Yes, I promise." She turned around with the test paper and said, "Thank you, Brother Yen." Chen Rong listened from the next room and felt a bit jealous. He muttered to himself, "Xiao Hai, do you think Brother Yen can guarantee I'll pass the final exam?" Xiao Hai rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking?" Huan Huiqiao stood at the corner of the third floor. Her legs were numb from standing so long. She kept her eyes fixed on the office door. She saw Song Yuelan go inside, but didn't come out. She wondered what they were doing in the office. Jealousy gnawed at her like a poisonous snake. In her dreams, she saw that Qin Yan and Song Yuelan had already divorced at this time. Song Yuelan entered the classroom to the sound of the bell. Su Jingjing had already taken her seat and waved for her to come over.
Song Yuelan sat down.
Su Jingjing whispered, "Yuelan, have you finished your homework?" Song Yuelan nodded. Su Jingjing asked eagerly, "Please let me see it." Yesterday, she stayed up late drawing and completely forgot about her calculus homework. She wondered why, as an art student, she also had to learn math. Jinghai University requires all freshmen to take math classes. Even art students have to, but luckily, she won't have to deal with this terrible math after this semester. Although Su Jingjing isn't very good at math, she could tell that Song Yuelan's homework this time was very well done. Su Jingjing asked, "Have you had a breakthrough?" Song Yuelan touched her nose. "Not really." Su Jingjing quickly copied her work with a few strokes. Su Jingjing blinked and said, "Yuelan, you go submit your homework first. I'll submit mine later." Copying homework separately helps hide who did what. Song Yuelan went to hand her paper to the student in charge of collecting assignments. The student casually placed her homework on top of the pile. The old teacher took the papers, glanced at Song Yuelan's work, and his eyes lit up. "You're making great progress," he said. He remembered the student. She listens carefully in class and works hard, but her math grades are not very strong. This time, her homework was very good, with each step clear. The old teacher continued to praise her. "See, with effort, you can improve in math." Song Yuelan smiled awkwardly. In her mind, she silently thought, "No, teacher, math isn't just about effort to improve." At that moment, a commotion came from the door. Song Yuelan looked over following the noise. She widened her eyes. Qin Yan was standing at the door, looking tall and handsome, standing out in the crowd. Many students recognized him and whispered among themselves. The old teacher saw this and quickly cleared his throat to quiet everyone. Once everyone was silent, he spoke. "I had planned to finish teaching this semester's calculus course, but due to health reasons, I may not be able to complete it." The old teacher had been suffering from an old illness recently and was about to have surgery. He was reluctant to leave his students. He paused briefly, then raised his voice. "But don't worry, the remaining month of classes will be taught by Professor Qin." His gaze shifted to Qin Yan at the door, and a hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Thanks to Qin Yan knowing about his situation and volunteering to help teach the rest of the course. Many students in the classroom were excited. "I heard Professor Qin teaches graduate students. Is it a dream to learn calculus from such a great teacher? I wish Professor Qin would keep teaching this course so I can love math forever." "Haha, you love math?" Professor Qin is already married. There were nearly 100 students in this class, and some of them knew more about the situation. Su Jingjing glanced at Qin Yan, then quickly turned her head to look at Song Yuelan. It was clear that Song Yuelan didn't expect Qin Yan to come. Maybe Professor Qin came just to see Song Yuelan. Qin Yan briefly introduced himself. He picked up the student's homework. I will grade these by tomorrow. Class monitor, remember to bring them to me tomorrow. A student said, Professor Chin, we don't have a class monitor. Hearing this, Qin Yan's lips curved slightly, showing a subtle smile. His gaze slowly swept across the classroom, finally stopping on Song Yuelan. He spoke casually and naturally, then this student can be the monitor. It seemed like choosing Song Yuelan was just a casual decision. Song Yuelan didn't expect Qin Yan to suddenly appoint her as the class monitor. Her eyes widened in surprise. Qin Yan didn't seem to notice her reaction. He continued gently, What's your name, student? Song Yuelan's face turned slightly red. Professor Qin, my name is Song Yuelan. Brother Yan, he's definitely doing it on purpose. Qin Yan said kindly, Thank you, Song Yuelan. Please come to my office later. Su Jingjing let out a cry of despair. She had planned to give her homework to the old professor later. Now, even if she had 10 lives, she wouldn't dare to hand in her homework. Song Yuelan didn't expect Qin Yan to start teaching them next. And she was made the class monitor. Su Jingjing immediately tugged at Song Yuelan's sleeve. Yuelan, please, please. She shoved her own paper into her. Song Yuelan, feeling soft-hearted, took the paper. She carefully followed behind Qin Yan. The two walked all the way to Qin Yan's office. Nervously, Song Yuelan handed Su Jingjing's paper to Qin Yan. Qin Yan glanced at the paper. He raised an eyebrow. My class monitor is also up to mischief. The answers on the paper clearly matched the one he had prepared for Song Yuelan. Song Yuelan bit her lip. Jingjing said she forgot to do her homework. Besides, you helped me with my homework too. You also broke the rules, Professor Qin. Qin Yan replied, That's different. You are my wife. The words, wife, that Qin Yan mentioned made her ears feel warm. Song Yuelan hesitated and said, Yes, Professor Qin, I understand the difference between work and personal matters. Qin Yan chuckled softly. What can I do? I can't seem to keep work and personal feelings separate with you. He deliberately moved closer to Song Yuelan. I want to punish you. Her heart beat faster, and she nervously asked, Punish me how? Qin Yan replied, Help me grade these papers. I haven't graded so many in years. He looked at the thick stack of papers on the desk. Since he started supervising graduate students, he rarely taught undergraduates. Song Yuelan hesitated, looked at the pile of papers, then at Qin Yan, and asked, Can I do it? Qin Yan smiled encouragingly. Go ahead. If you don't understand something, just ask me. Song Yuelan picked up a red pen from the pen holder. Multiple choice questions were easier, but later, when she faced the essay questions, she often couldn't understand them. She would ask Qin Yan for help. Qin Yan patiently explained each problem to her. She felt her skills were not enough, so she was very careful with each question. As she graded more papers, her speed gradually increased. Finally, after finishing the last one, she stretched lazily. Qin Yan didn't know when he had stood behind her. Qin Yan asked, How do you feel? Are there any questions you still don't understand? Song Yuelan shook her head. I understand most of the last few questions now. Qin Yan said, The best way to learn is to actively explain things yourself. He intentionally had her grade papers for this reason. Song Yuelan was a little surprised. I can now solve the 4 big questions on the paper. This was more efficient than Qin Yan explaining the problems to her alone. Mainly, grading more papers and seeing others' mistakes helped her understand where she needed to improve. Finally, Song Yuelan felt a little more confident about her calculus skills. Thank you, Professor Qin. She sat obediently, looking serious as she expressed her gratitude. Qin Yan lowered his eyes. Let's go. I'll give you a reward. Song Yuelan became curious. What kind of reward? She followed behind Qin Yan as they left the campus. She sat on the back of his bicycle. The street was empty, and Qin Yan pedaled quickly. Winter nights always come very early. The night quickly falls, like a huge black curtain covering the whole world. Qin Yan finally stopped in front of a hillside. The trees around had lost their green leaves, leaving only bare branches. Tonight, there was only a faint crescent moon. Qin Yan reached out and gently held her wrist. They walked along a dirt path, not knowing how long they had been walking. Song Yuelan's eyes brightened. She saw tiny points of light. It added a touch of romance to the quiet night. She exclaimed, Fireflies, Song Yulan turned to look at Qin Yan. So beautiful. In this peaceful night, the faint glow of fireflies looked like tiny stars falling on her smooth face. Qin Yan wanted to kiss her. He took a deep breath and said, "We are very lucky. This type of firefly can only be seen now." Song Yulan looked at the fake product handed over by Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong looked a bit worried. The police have already started an investigation because the trademark is very similar to ours, but some fakes are clever. They changed one word and made the packaging look very similar. These products are quite similar to ours, but if you look closely, the names are different. Currently, trademark laws are not very strict. So, the police can't do much about these knockoffs. Song Yulan thought for a moment. Uncle Zhang, maybe we should advertise. Right now, there are few products advertising mostly expensive appliances. Advertising a chili oil that costs just over $1 might seem strange. Zhang Zhong hesitated. Is that really necessary? He didn't know how much an advertisement would cost, but it wouldn't be cheap. He felt a bit worried about the expense. Song Yulan said, Uncle Zhang, we need to think long-term. Advertising can reach beyond Jinghai, it's nationwide. Their chili oil is good quality. The main reason they haven't expanded nationwide is that people in other provinces don't know about it. Making a TV ad is the best way to let everyone across the country know about their product. Zhang Zhong nodded. All right then. Let's try advertising. Zhang Zhong. But I don't know anyone at the TV station. I'll ask around and find out. Song Yulan remembered Director Liu, who filmed their dance last time. She thought for a moment and said, I do know a director. I'll ask him. Zhang Zhong nodded. All right, I'll give you 5,000 yuan later. The factory's safe always had some cash on hand. Of course, advertising costs came from the factory. Song Yulan left the food factory. Qin Yan had already parked outside. She had told him earlier that she planned to visit the chili factory. Qin Yan needed to go to the research institute this morning. After finishing his work there, he specially drove to pick her up. This area is in the suburbs, and taking the bus takes over 2 hours. Song Yulan fastened her seatbelt. Brother Yan, let's go to the TV station. She shared her idea with Qin Yan. Qin Yan said, That's a good idea. She sighed. I feel like just advertising isn't enough. The most important thing is how to make customers remember the brand clearly and not confuse it with others. She scratched her head in frustration. Right now, she had no ideas. Her mind was a tangled mess. Qin Yan said, Instead of passively waiting for customers to remember the ad, why not make the ad's features stand out so they remember it actively? We can start with the advertising itself. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Song Yulan was momentarily distracted. What kind of ads make people remember them easily? Of course, creative ones. Unlike modern times, 1980s ads didn't change styles to attract attention. Most ads simply featured a model introducing their product. Suddenly, she remembered the comic books she had read a few days ago. What if we made an animated commercial for chili oil? That would be so interesting. Last time she went to the bookstore, she saw not only children reading comics, but many adults enjoyed them too. Excited, she patted her leg. I've got it. Let's make an animated ad. She looked at Qin Yan with bright eyes. Brother Yan, we haven't made an animated commercial yet. Let's be the first. She had watched cartoons since childhood, and those childhood memories are hard to forget even as she grew up. Moreover, animated advertisements easily attract children. Song Yulan was a bit excited. Brother Yan, let's not go to the TV station first. Let's visit the art factory. Qin Yan nodded. Okay. Yulan always brings him different surprises. He was already looking forward to seeing what the advertisement would be like. Jinghai Art Factory. This factory carries the glorious memories of the 1950s and 1960s. It was once famous for its ink wash animations that won awards around the world. Time passed, and when the wave of the 1980s arrived, the impact of foreign animations hit like a storm, bringing unprecedented challenges to this once famous factory. Many young animation creators faced a tough choice. Should they stay at the state-owned Jinghai Art Factory or move to other more competitive companies? Because the art factory was state-owned, everyone's income was similar, regardless of how much work they did. This system made many talented and ambitious young people feel restricted and helpless. So, more and more young people chose to leave Jinghai Art Factory to pursue their dreams and better opportunities. This year, many employees resigned from Jinghai Art Factory. More than 20 key staff members left. Now, most of the remaining workers are elderly in their 50s and 60s. They lack the enthusiasm of youth and are reluctant to leave the place where they once worked. Old One took a big sip of tea from his cup. Recently, there haven't been many tasks, and life has been quite peaceful. Their art factory is gradually aging, Old One thought to himself. You want to make an animated advertisement? Old One was surprised. He looked at the young people who came with them. Song Yuelan nodded. Yes, Teacher One, could you help us think of a way? The payment is easy to discuss. Qin Yen placed a box of chili oil on Old One's desk. To let the teachers understand the qualities of their chili oil, they brought a box for everyone to taste. Other animation creators in the office gathered around. They were all very interested in Yuelan's proposal. Let me see this chili oil. Filming a chili oil advertisement sounds interesting. Someone opened a jar of chili oil, and it filled the entire office. Someone recognized it and said, Hey, isn't this the super tasty chili oil I told you about? Recently, my family bought a lot of it, and we eat a little every day. Wow, it smells really good. Old One was curious and took a small taste with chopsticks. The flavor was strong and rich. He kept praising, delicious. Suddenly, he had an idea. How about I design 2 cartoon characters? He casually picked up a brush from the desk. In just a few strokes, he drew a cute brother and sister. They wore traditional clothes. The brother had curly hair and was holding a big chili pepper. The sister had 2 buns and a hairpin shaped like a chili pepper. It was easy to see that these 2 siblings were related to chili peppers. The master was truly talented. Song Yuelan loved the sketches and looked at them again and again. She was excited and said, One is called Little Spicy and the other is Dang Dang. Old One and Song Yuelan discussed the details of the advertisement animation. Song Yuelan recalled the ads she saw in her past life. She described the feelings she wanted to convey. Old One thought some of her ideas were very interesting. Other colleagues in the office also joined the discussion. Although they all had experience making animations, this was their first time trying an advertisement animation. They wondered how to combine advertising with animation smoothly. It was a question worth thinking about. But Song Yuelan trusted Old One and the team. Old One looked a bit hesitant and said, Comrade Song, the ad you're making, even if it's only 1 or 2 minutes long, the price isn't cheap. He had just estimated that the cost for 2 minutes would be at least 3,000 yuan. Now, hiring models for a simple ad would cost at least 1,000 yuan. Old One was worried that the price might scare Song Yuelan away. She smiled and said, Teacher One, the price is negotiable. It would be even better if we could finish it sooner. In the 1980s, animated cartoons were all hand-drawn by the creators. Song Yuelan thought the money was worth it. Old One, hearing the price was acceptable, immediately relaxed. Don't worry, I promise to finish in half a month. Finishing in half a month means everyone has to work overtime, but overtime also comes with extra pay. Finally, they landed a big order, and everyone in the office was very happy. Song Yuelan went to the steamed bun shop again. Recently, the shop hired 6 more aunties to help make buns. Before, the shop felt a bit bigger, but now with more staff, it doesn't seem too large anymore. The bun shop now sells from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. 2 shifts take turns working. They sell buns for all 3 meals, so the number sold each day has increased. The shop's income is steadily growing. Last month, Zhou Gang calculated the profit sharing, and Song Yuelan received over 13,000 yuan. Earning over 10,000 yuan a month, 10,000 yuan household, is now just a common phrase. Song Yuelan was very satisfied. Her current income allows her to buy things she likes. Unlike at the beginning, when she was in the Song family, even clothes were things Song Yuemei didn't want. Zhou Gang, panting and carrying a half-dead sheep, walked into the shop, sweaty and tired. He put the sheep on the ground, wiped his forehead, and said to Song Yuelan, Sister-in-law, I brought back the sheep I just slaughtered. Song Yuelan looked at the half-dead sheep on the ground and nodded. She noticed that the shop's recent marinated duck products weren't selling as quickly as before. After all, marinated duck is more suitable for snacking in summer. Now that the weather is getting colder, the demand for such food has decreased. Song Yulan plans to change the product type. Selling lamb soup in winter seems more appropriate. Winters in the 1980s were colder than in later years, and people needed more calories to fight the cold. Clothing for warmth back then wasn't like modern down jackets. Most people wore cotton pants and cotton coats, wrapped up thickly, but even so, their faces still felt cold. Song Yulan and the aunties processed the sheep. First, they blanched the sheep bones to remove blood and impurities. Then, they put the bones into a large pot, added enough water, and brought it to a boil. Then, she added some Sichuan peppercorns and fennel. These spices help remove the smell and add flavor, making the lamb soup tastier. As the fire grew stronger, the lamb soup boiled in the pot, releasing a tempting aroma. Song Yulan occasionally stirred the soup to ensure it heated evenly. An aunt took out the prepared aspic from the fridge. Eating lamb soup with pan-fried buns makes the meal even better. The filling for the pan-fried buns should be about 30% fat and 70% lean. The chopped meat is mixed with scallion, water, soy sauce, salt, and other seasonings. The buns are not only enjoyed for their crispy outer shell, but also for the juicy filling inside with each bite. The transparent aspic is mixed with the meat filling. Compared to steamed buns, these pan-fried buns are a bit smaller. Heat a flat pan and add some oil. Place the buns with their sealed side down in the pan. From above, the pan-fried buns look round and plump, resembling small steamed buns. When the bottoms turn golden brown, add a little water and start steaming. Making pan-fried buns is a bit more complicated than steaming. Song Yulan specifically found two quick and eager-to-learn aunties. She explained while demonstrating. The two aunties quickly understood how to make the pan-fried buns. Meanwhile, the freshly made lamb soup was ready. The lamb offal was blanched and then added to the hot lamb soup. Scoop a large spoonful of soup and serve with the freshly cooked pan-fried buns. Many customers were attracted by the new items in the shop. A bowl of lamb offal soup costs 4 mao, and the soup can be refilled for free. Although the pan-fried buns are small, they are made with solid ingredients, costing 2 mao each. Fong Datsai sat early at the table, waiting for the new dishes. Since trying Song Yulan's buns, he had been coming here frequently. He was now a loyal customer. Everyone in the shop recognized him. The auntie smiled and asked, "Brother Fong, still the same as always?" Fong Datsai shook his head and said, "Try your new lamb soup and 4 pan-fried buns." The auntie quickly prepared the lamb offal soup and the buns, handing them to him. Fong Datsai carefully carried a bowl in each hand, walking unsteadily. As soon as he set the bowls down, he eagerly took a big sip of the lamb soup. The milky white soup warmed his stiff body instantly. There is salt, pepper, and chili oil on the table. Add according to your taste. Fong Kai added pepper and chili oil, then lowered his head to take several sips. Now he was sweating even more. He picked up chopsticks and grabbed a steamed bun. The bun was small. Half of it was gone in one bite. The bun was soft on one side and crispy on the other, with a little soup flowing out. Lamb soup combined with fried buns smelled so good it made him feel happy. As expected, lamb soup and fried buns were very popular with customers. Lamb offal could be sold by weight, and the soup was free. Many people bought lamb offal and carried a full bag of soup. On cold days, they could heat it at home, and the whole family could enjoy a hearty meal. Lamb soup became the most popular item in the shop, even more than the marinated duck earlier. Song Yulan had a day off today. Recently, besides attending classes, she was helping Qin Yen grade homework. She could feel her calculus improving noticeably. Today Qin Yen went to the research institute, so she was alone at home. After finishing grading homework, Song Yulan took out a stack of money from her pocket. She decided to visit the friendship store. Recently, Qin Yen had been working hard to explain problems to her, and she felt she should show some gratitude. She browsed around the store. Too cheap, not right. Too simple, not right. Too ordinary, not right. When she reached the second floor, her eyes were drawn to a display counter selling down jackets. In the center of the counter, a black down jacket caught her attention. Her gaze immediately fixed on it. In this era, Most people on the street wore cotton-padded coats or overcoats. Down jackets were relatively rare. She walked straight to the counter and pointed at the black down jacket. "Comrade, how much is this jacket?" The clerk smiled and replied, "This down jacket is imported, and it costs 680 yuan. Before he finished speaking, everyone around gasped in surprise. The price far exceeded their expectations. Someone couldn't help but comment, "Why is this down jacket so expensive?" The clerk explained, "This down jacket is filled with goose down, which is lightweight and very comfortable to wear." Someone clicked their tongue and said, "This isn't expensive. It's almost half a year's salary." Song Yuelon said, "Please take down that down jacket so I can see it." The clerk took the jacket off the hanger and handed it to her. Song Yuelon took the jacket and looked at it carefully. She gently touched the fabric, feeling its texture. Although the jacket is quite pricey, she has to admit that its quality is very good. Both the material and the craftsmanship are flawless. She secretly thought that this jacket was worth the price. She imagined how Qin Yan would look wearing it. The jacket has a nice shape, and from the outside, you can't tell its price. It suits him well. Song Yuelon looked up at the clerk and asked, "Do you have another size?" The clerk quickly replied, "Yes, we have a larger size right now." The clerk hesitated a bit and asked, "Sir, are you sure you want to buy it?" She didn't look down on Song Yuelon. She just thought the young woman probably saved up her money. Buying a larger size jacket was likely for her partner. She wondered if the girl was married. Buying such an expensive jacket without knowing, it probably took her a whole year's salary. She felt a little sorry for her. The clerk said, "Men don't need to wear such expensive clothes. You should buy one for yourself." Song Yuelon smiled and said, "Thank you. Please show me that larger size." The clerk, seeing her firm attitude, took down the larger jacket from the hanger. Song Yuelon took the larger jacket and nodded with satisfaction. This larger jacket is perfect for Qin Yan to wear. After all, they spend a lot of time together, so she knows his size well. She plans to wear the smaller jacket herself. Although her current coat is warm, it's a bit heavy and tight. Compared to that, the down jacket is lighter and warmer, making it better for daily wear. Song Yuelon decided, "I'll take both." Her voice was soft, but everyone around clearly heard her. Everyone around suddenly looked at Song Yuelon, examining her from head to toe. "This girl looks quite pretty and seems like a student. How does she have so much money?" The waiter looked at Song Yuelon with suspicion. She asked, "Are you sure you want these two down jackets, comrade?" Without hesitation, Song Yuelon nodded. Actually, with her current funds, buying these two jackets was not difficult for her. She wasn't the kind of person who was stingy and refused to spend money. To her, the main goal of earning money was to make her life more comfortable and enjoyable. Besides herself, she believed that the important people in her life should also enjoy her earnings. In this world, besides Qin Yan, there didn't seem to be anyone else truly important. She thought that even if she bought 10 jackets for him, it would be worth it. The waiter didn't expect Song Yuelon to be so quick and decisive, buying 2 jackets at once. She quickly recovered, smiled warmly, and carefully packed the jackets. Seeing this, Song Yuelon didn't delay further and paid for the items quickly. Under the envy of everyone around, she happily carried the bag with the jackets and left the store with a light step. Night fell, the city lights came on, and it was almost 8 p.m. This was the most relaxing time of the day and the prime time for watching TV dramas. At this moment, Jinghai TV was broadcasting a martial arts drama imported from Port City. The story was full of twists and turns, exciting and gripping, attracting many viewers. Families with TVs gathered around, ready to watch the new episode together. Some even invited neighbors or relatives to join them. Everyone sat together, chatting happily, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. The plot of this martial arts drama was so captivating. Viewers were deeply drawn into a world full of martial arts rivalries and chivalry. Especially the episode from yesterday, where the protagonist was chased and ran wildly, eventually falling off a cliff, with their fate uncertain. This made viewers eager and curious about what would happen next. Many had already turned on their TVs early, waiting in front of the screen. Just before the official program started, the TV station suddenly aired a commercial. The main characters in this ad were two very cute little dolls. As soon as they appeared, they captured the viewer's attention completely. The dolls stood in the center of the TV screen, smiling with innocent and pure expressions. The older brother, in a soft voice, said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Little Spicy, and this is my sister, Dandan." Then the sister also spoke up, saying, "Hi, everyone. Today, we want to introduce our new product." The viewer's curiosity was fully sparked by these two little characters. On the screen, a bottle of bright red chili oil appeared. Little Spicy and Dandan excitedly pointed at the bottle. They said together, "Look, this is our family's chili oil. It's really tasty." This special kind of TV ad had never been seen before in regular programs. Especially for children who love cartoons, it was like a tiny animated show. They got completely absorbed and couldn't stop watching. Finally, Little Spicy and Dandan shouted together, "Remember, if you want chili oil, buy La Dongjia." The brand logo for La Dongjia chili oil flashed on the screen. And that was the end of the ad. This chili oil commercial really caught people's eyes, and many adults found it funny. Wow, they even made an ad for chili oil. This new and fun idea made people feel amazed. At that time, most TV ads were for appliances, drinks, and other expensive products. Seeing a daily seasoning like chili oil in an ad was a first. Tomorrow, I'll go to the supply store and see if I can buy a bottle of chili oil to try. Many people started to feel interested because it was a brand that had appeared on TV. People tend to trust brands that advertise on TV. They think products advertised there are usually good. Although expensive appliances might be out of reach for some, a bottle of chili oil is affordable. This idea naturally came to people's minds. Han Huiqiao stood in front of the counter. She wanted to buy a piece of clothing. Qin Yan had been wearing a black down jacket these days. He was tall and slender, and the fitted down jacket made him look simple and handsome. Recently, he was giving lessons to first-year students. Qin Yan had become a topic of discussion among the students. Today, two new first-year students from the student council came. They kept talking about Qin Yan. Professor Qin is really handsome. People say he's cold, but he explains his lessons very carefully. His down jacket looks good too. I saw Song Yuelan, a student majoring in traditional Chinese medicine, wearing a similar jacket. Imported down jackets are not bought by many people now, and they are considered luxury items. But since they are black, they look quite similar on the outside. So even though Qin Yan and Song Yuelan wore the same jacket, no one paid much attention. Huiqiao glared when she overheard their conversation. "Stop talking, finish your work quickly." These two were helping to organize the forms, but they talked so much. They looked at each other, thinking, what's the big deal? They're just a grade above her. After school, Huiqiao went to the store. She had seen the jacket Qin Yan wore. It was indeed nice, but when she heard that Song Yuelan also wore the same one, she felt uncomfortable. If Qin Yan could wear it, and Song Yuelan could wear it, why couldn't she? Right now, only the friendship store in Jinghai sold down jackets. Huiqiao looked at the section selling cotton clothes. She glanced at several down jackets, but didn't see the one Qin Yan wore. The clerk showed her several options, but she refused them all. "Clerk, ma'am, which one are you looking for?" Huiqiao tried to describe the jacket she wanted. "Clerk, the black imported one. Sold out. That jacket had been bought in one go by a young girl a few days ago. Honestly, the store didn't have many in stock. Once sold out, they were gone." Huiqiao was a bit anxious. How come it sold out? Her tone was sharp, and the clerk didn't want to take the blame. "It's sold out. If you have the guts, go buy it abroad. How about you just give me 1,000 yuan, and we can order a piece of clothing for you?" Han Huiqiao was a bit surprised. "Are you kidding? A piece of clothing that expensive?" The clerk opened a drawer and placed the receipt right in front of Han Huiqiao. "A few days ago, we sold 2 pieces at this price. If you want us to stock more, you need to pay 1,000 yuan. We'll settle the difference later." Han Huiqiao stared at the red receipt, feeling a little disbelief. Her parents both work, and their family is not poor. Usually, she buys clothes for 30 or 50 yuan. But this down jacket was sold at such a high price. Song Yulan's down jacket was also paid for by Qin Yan. Han Huiqiao's heart was bleeding. She couldn't bear it, and she couldn't wait any longer. Song Yulan must leave Qin Yan's life and her world. Zhang Zhong woke up early and followed the truck to deliver goods to various supply and marketing cooperatives. When he entered one, he found that his family's chili oil had already sold out. The spot where La Dang Jia chili oil was displayed was now empty. The manager of the supply store saw him immediately. He hurried over with a big smile and said warmly, "Old Zhang, you're here. Quickly, bring us a few more boxes of goods." Zhang Zhong scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "These goods are distributed according to the plan. If I give you more, there won't be enough for other places." The manager patted Zhang Zhong's shoulder and said with a smile, "Next time, no matter what, we need to order 10 more boxes." While they were talking, a customer entered the store. As soon as he came in, he asked the clerk, "Do you have La Dang Jia chili oil? I want this brand." Zhang Zhong was pleased. It seemed the advertising was really effective. He traveled around Jinghai with the truck, visited many supply stores, and almost everyone said that La Dang Jia chili oil was selling very well these days and customers specifically asked for it. Zhang Zhong secretly thought that the advertising was really worth it. The advertising cost for Song Yulan was 5,000 yuan, but their gains far exceeded that. The La Dang Jia brand had firmly established itself in the market. He returned to the factory, ready to rest for a while. At that moment, a worker hurried in with a mail carrier. "Manager Zhang, the mail carrier says there's a letter for you." The mail carrier looked at Zhang Zhong carefully and asked, "Are you Manager Zhang from La Dang Jia Food Factory?" Zhang Zhong nodded. Seeing this, the mail carrier smiled and opened his backpack. "These letters are all yours." Zhang Zhong was stunned. He looked at the pile of letters in the mail carrier's bag and estimated there were at least 100. "Are these all my letters?" he asked in disbelief. The mail carrier explained with a smile, "Yes, your factory has become quite famous. I see the addresses are from all over the country, all written to your factory. Before phones became common, people mostly communicated by writing letters. Most of these letters were from people in other places who saw the La Dang Jia advertisement on TV. They didn't have this product locally, so they wrote to ask if they could buy it." Just as Zhang Zhong was about to carefully read these letters, suddenly, loud noises and shouting came from the door. He looked up and saw 7 or 8 people rushing into the office. They asked eagerly, "Are you the manager of La Dang Jia? Can we buy your products?" Zhang Zhong felt a bit dazed. It was like he was dreaming. He looked at their anxious faces and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Let's discuss this first." He decided to go talk with Song Yulan. Based on this trend, they would definitely need to expand their production line. Zhang Zhong went straight to Jinghai University to see Song Yulan. She was also surprised, not expecting the advertisement to be so effective. Zhang Zhong was excited. "Let me think. Right now, we produce 2,000 bottles of chili oil a day. We can at least increase that 5 times. To supply 2 provinces, they needed 10,000 bottles a day." The total supply of chili oil across the country was hard for Zhang Zhong to estimate. He paced back and forth excitedly. "I plan to resign." Although he was a teacher at Jinghai, his current job was holding back his career. He wanted to devote himself fully to developing the chili oil factory. Song Yulan did not expect Zhang Zhong to be so decisive. At this time, starting a business was indeed a good idea. In the late 80s and early 90s, there was a saying that selling tea eggs was better than making atomic bombs, showing how the business environment was back then. Song Yulan naturally did not stop Zhang Zhong from expanding the production line. She thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Zhang, you have been working at the factory longer than I have, so you know the situation better. I trust you to manage the factory, but there is one thing." Zhang Zhong valued every opinion Song Yulan gave him. Otherwise, he wouldn't discuss important decisions with her during critical moments in the company's development. Song Yulan said, "We will not give credit. All transactions will be paid in cash. We don't owe money to others, and others shouldn't owe us either." This rule was learned from a famous chili sauce factory in her previous life. That chili sauce factory always followed this principle. Among all the chili sauce producers in the country, only this one became well known. With her experience from the past, she didn't need to create a new path. She just needed to stand on the shoulders of giants and do her part well. Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Don't worry. This will be our factory's principal and bottom line from now on." To discuss matters with Song Yuelan, Zhang Zhong specially chose a tea house. After they finished their discussion and left the tea house, Zhang Zhong hesitated in front of it. "Yuelan, although Qin Yan told me not to tell you, but since our factory is about to grow significantly, I think it's better to tell you." He hesitated again before speaking. He knew this couldn't be kept secret forever. Zhang Zhong said, "Qin Yan is our third shareholder. That time, I didn't have 2,000 yuan, so he invested the money. Qin Yan got a 30% share for that 2,000 yuan. At that time, Zhang Zhong was uncertain about the future of the chili oil factory. He thought Qin Yan's investment was like a gift from heaven. Although the factory is doing well now, he wished he had known earlier. Back then, Qin Yan's main reason for investing was not just to help him, but also because of Song Yuelan. So, Qin Yan's investment of 2,000 yuan was not primarily for profit. Song Yuelan's heart tightened. "He never told me about this," Zhang Zhong said. "He might be afraid you'll worry." Zhang Zhong added, "Qin Yan, and you are so close. We are happy to see that. Qin Yan is also quite a resilient kid. This child has always been a bit lonely. He and Qin Jixiang are colleagues." Back then, Qin Jixiang took Qin Yan back to Jinghai. Qin Yan's appearance made people around him feel a little surprised. His unique mixed race look stood out among the other children. Because of this difference, Qin Yan always found it hard to fit in with the other kids during his childhood. Kids are innocent, but can also be very cruel. Because he looked different from others, Qin Yan was nicknamed Little Capitalist by the children. This nickname was a way to isolate and exclude him. In Zhang Zhong's memory, Qin Yan always seemed to be alone as a child. He had no close friends or someone to confide in. Whenever other children played happily, Qin Yan would often be by himself. Although adults might feel sorry for Qin Yan, they often didn't know how to help. After all, children's issues are best solved by children themselves. As time went on, Qin Yan grew up. He showed extraordinary intelligence and talent, finishing university early through skipping grades. During this time, he had fewer and fewer peers around him and very few people his age. He got used to being alone and sometimes seemed a bit cold when interacting with others. The experiences he had growing up shaped his current personality. Song Yuelan heard Zhang Zhong's words. A child's image appeared in her mind. Because he had no friends, he played alone every day. Thinking of this scene, Song Yuelan felt a deep, indescribable sadness. After parting from Zhang Zhong, Song Yuelan went to Qin Yan's office. Although she had a class later, she didn't want to attend it. She wanted to see Qin Yan as soon as possible. She hadn't expected to do this, but she just wanted to see him. Qin Yan stood beside him, showing no obvious expression on his face. Chen Rongyue felt increasingly guilty. He silently begged for someone to save him from trouble. At this moment, Qin Yan suddenly spoke. "Wait a moment." After saying that, Qin Yan took long strides and left the laboratory. Chen Rongyue heaved a sigh of relief, about to ask who had arrived. Xiao Hai looked a bit excited. "The teacher's wife is here." Chen Rongyue immediately clasped his hands together. "Thank you, ma'am, for saving my life." Qin Yan came out of the laboratory. "What's wrong?" He could sense that Song Yuelan was acting a bit strange. Qin Yan asked, "Is it because it's too cold outside?" Song Yuelan's nose was slightly red. She stared at Qin Yan. Her throat felt a little dry. Her voice was a bit tight. "Uncle Zhang said you invested in that chili factory." Qin Yan nodded. "Yes." Song Yuelan said, "Brother Yan, you're so good to me." "Actually, you don't." She hadn't finished her words. She wanted to say she didn't want him to be so kind to her. The more Qin Yan cared for her, the more she felt reluctant to let go. She was almost forgetting that they were in a marriage agreement. Qin Yan raised his hand to stop her from speaking further. Qin Yan said, "You deserve it. Song Yuelan deserves the best in the world." Her eyes communicated her feelings clearly. In her eyes, there was not only gratitude but also tenderness. Uncle Zhang probably mentioned other things. When he was bullied by classmates as a child, Uncle Zhang had seen it once. Uncle Zhang helped him out of trouble. But Uncle Zhang didn't know that the next day, he had beaten up that kid. Qin Yan understood a simple truth from a young age. He didn't need to care about the opinions of boring people around him. He only cared about the opinions of those who mattered to him. But the people he cared about were actually very few. His father, grandmother, and mentor. Now, there was one more. A skilled hunter has enough patience. He and Song Yuelan would be together forever, so this plan couldn't have any mistakes. Song Yuelan was lying on the bed, her body slightly curled up. She tightly covered her face with a blanket, trying to block out everything from the outside world. But wave after wave of excitement kept coming like a tide, making it hard for her to resist. She felt sorry for Qin Yan when he was a child, but she didn't say anything. In the end, she almost cried, but Qin Yan comforted her instead. Now, she could no longer ignore her feelings. Song Yuelan could no longer hide her true emotions. She liked Qin Yan. She longed to be with him forever. She had no experience in how to pursue someone. She rolled around on the bed. Although she lacked experience, she had an advantage. She spent a lot of time with Qin Yan. Being close to someone can create sparks. From this moment on, she decided to treat Qin Yan better. Han Huiqiao was lying on the bed. Her mind kept replaying what Yang Xiaohong told her during the day. Yang Xiaohong has a distant cousin. She used to work as a nanny for a family. Recently, she was about to get married, and her fiancé was quite good-looking. Normally, a nanny like her cousin wouldn't find such a good match. Yang Xiaohong said, "My cousin is not an ordinary person. I heard that the man didn't like her at first, but she somehow gave him something to drink, and now it's like a done deal." Yang Xiaohong looked at her with disdain. Han Huiqiao's heart moved. She stayed calm and asked, "What did she give him?" Yang Xiaohong replied, "Oh, just something like that. Huiqiao, you're too naive. It's something that makes people act without control." Yang Xiaohong patted Han Huiqiao's arm, covering her face. "I'm too embarrassed to say." Han Huiqiao was surprised. "There's such a thing," Yang Xiaohong snorted. "In this world, there's all kinds of medicine." Han Huiqiao had many thoughts flashing through her mind. "Where did your cousin get that?" "That might be illegal," Yang Xiaohong said. "Don't say that. She has a younger brother, a troublemaker, always hanging out with the wrong crowd. My mom said she probably got it from her brother. My aunt is now so proud her daughter has turned her life around. Otherwise, how could a little nanny marry an officer?" Next, Yang Xiaohong started complaining about her older cousin and aunt.
Han Huiqiao basically stopped listening.
A new thought gradually appeared in her mind. Maybe she could also use this medicine on Qin Yan. Since Qin Yan has been back, even if she wanted to talk to him, he simply ignored her. His relationship with Song Yuelan is very strong. Although in her dreams they eventually divorced, Han Huiqiao feels she can't wait any longer. Every time she sees Song Yuelan on the campus of Jinghai University, she thinks she should do something. Someone like Qin Yan probably wouldn't be irresponsible if something happened between them.
She should try.
If she can't do anything, she will be very sad.